or whatever. And so there you go, bro. Even if you study openings and you know the best moves to play, it doesn't really matter all that much because if you just make one mouse slip, you know what I mean? Now it is for no reason at all. And so I really want him to capture so that I can recapture and have a natural development square for my knight. And we're somewhat worried about this. So let's just trade in the middle. I feel like that can't be a bad idea. Now I can develop my bishop with ease. I can bring the knight, and I think we're doing quite well. He's got the open file, but completely equal position. We're going to just castle. Dang, bro is just trying to steamroll me. We're going to go ahead and push a pawn over here, and now I'm going to bring the knight. Obviously, he has understood that capturing here is probably bad for him because it just gets my knight into the game. Even a pawn push in the middle makes sense, but probably the best move for our opponent is to develop the knight to either one of those squares. I think I'm going to just develop my knight as well, and I haven't played on chess.com in a while, okay? So yesterday I played 10 bullet games in a row, and I literally just won 9 games in a row effortlessly. Either I just won on time or smoked the opponent. Going over here. You put your rook there, I'm putting my rook there. You pushing forward, I'll capture. You capture, and then we fight along this open file. And this guy seems to be the most promising out of all of the players that I've faced so far. He seems to have a solid grasp of just everything going on. And so, arguably, he's got the better position. Man, I'm not going to mouse slip right now. So, what we're worried about is this queen move. So if I don't capture and his queen does arrive here, it's no good. But we have a more or less equal position. I have the bishop instead of the knight, but it's trapped behind this just incredibly dense structure of pawns in the middle. So I really kind of like the idea of take, and bringing my queen. And then I'm applying pressure before you are. So let's do that. His knight is going to step back. Ooh, he captures with the queen. But I think I'm pretty quick to step in. Question mark. We step in. New idea of bringing my bishop this way. The back rank checkmate idea is covered. Plus, I can cover it a bunch of different ways. So there's no huge reason to be scared of it. I'm attacking this pawn. I'm attacking this knight. And he's got the open file, but it's covered in a lot of different ways. Oh, dear Lord, what if he plays this? Do I really have to, like... Okay, I think this move actually would have made a huge amount of sense. I don't know what to play. I think going for a pawn break might make some sense. But I think we're still actually pretty scared about him playing this. And I don't want to just spend forever and let our opponent figure that out. So what if I step over? Trade, and then I have a 2-on-1. But he has a passed pawn. And he can just push it, and then defending it becomes kind of hard. What is the move to play? Step over. Take, push, here, push. We step back defending this, but I don't have a great way of attacking this. You probably bring the knight, I bring the king. Not convinced that that's going to work out in my favor. And we're still worried about this. I don't want to play this. I mean, that's so boring. But let's just do it. We're really fighting over this open file. And if I can figure out how to get my bishop in behind these pawns, maybe it's a good thing for me. But I think I probably have to like at least go for a little pawn break. And not go far below in the clock. And so we're going to be going for this pawn push. If he captures, then I think I'm okay with putting my bishop on this diagonal. Ideas of maybe bringing my knight this way. I think we capture. If you capture with the pawn, that really weakens this. If you capture with the knight, I can take, and that separates this. So all of a sudden, I'm thinking, we split the pawns. Now he has a weakness. He has two identifiable, really three. He has four. That simple trade right there definitely just gave my position new life. How do we immediately apply pressure to some of those pieces? The answer is I don't know. I could give a check, but then he just pushes a pawn. I think claiming this open file is probably the best move. And if he pushes, we don't even have to take. So I think coming over here and getting active on this open file. So he wants to step in. Probably that's a really great move. We could induce this and then come back. I kind of like the idea of giving this check so he covers it and then I come back and play the move that I was already going to play because I don't want him putting his pawns on these light squares. So it does not make any sense. I can also step forward. And if he does play this... Okay, so actually, we're playing this. He's got to do something. But now we're coming back to prevent all of this nonsense. Like, if he comes in, I think that in this queen and pawn endgame... queen and pawn endgame, I think I'd be okay with just trading this off. I can even push forward. No, he would go here. And then I give him a passed pawn. So boom, boom, boom. But everything is held. I can step forward. If he comes in and hits me with this check, I can step up. He can get here. But I get in with check as well. Hard to say. If his knight comes in, is it really worth it for me to take? That is what we're trying to figure out in this position right now. He's got a lot of weaknesses, but the weaknesses don't mean anything if he gets his queen to this square, long story short. So what I'm calculating is boom, boom, boom. I mean, I can come forward, and if he takes, push here, queen. Not beautiful. Okay, so he just attacks all of my weaknesses. Very, very reasonable move. I feel like essentially I have to step over like this. Or I step up with the king. Or I give a check first. Defending a pawn with my king seems sketchy. Definitely when I step up, he could play like this. Then I have to push. Then he can get in. Seems sketchy, but I don't want to give my open file ideas away. So everything is feebly held. I mean, if I trade, he just solidifies this, and this is weak, and there's no way to defend it. Step forward. Yikes. But then he gets in. I come over here. I think I'll be alright. Will I be alright? I step in. He gets into the position. I can just step over. I step over, but then he can just attack. I can also just go for this at some point. What do I play here? Take. Attack this. You get in. Then you're attacking this. Here. If I do this, what is going to happen? He gets into the position. I step up. He steps in here to attack this. I can take this. He can take... I don't actually know what the best move is. Please forgive me. I step in, but what if he just... First of all, there's a check. But he just steps up. I block here, then he takes. Then what did I really accomplish? Here. here. I don't know what to play. Don't know what to play. He can just get in. And then I'm really scared. Really, really scared. And all of this is still being attacked by this knight. This knight is beautifully, beautifully placed. If I can just get in and kill that knight and fix his pawn structure, I mean, that sucks. Like, if I ever capture this knight with my bishop, his pawn just takes back, and he fixes the pawn structure, so that sucks. But okay, he gets in. I step back. He probably steps up. We go for this now. Here. I think we go for this. We're going for this pawn. At least we're like applying pressure to stuff. And I need to be playing faster. This knight sucks. I hate this knight. He can get in, but I'm taking the pawn. So he has to at least like do something about that. So he defends. We come in, take. Is that promising? Here, 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 here. He could actually push in the middle of that. So boom, 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 boom. 1 minute on the clock. I think we just rush into this endgame. Grabs this. We have to grab that. I think that I capture this. He captures this. I step here. He steps back. I push. He takes. I come here and I play on these weaknesses. I can just push, but then he pushes. So I think it's probably better that I grab this. He grabs that. I attack the knight. He steps in. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? We grab that. Grabs this. For one, I can attack this pawn first. And instead of jumping here, he'll jump back. So we're going to just go for this, attacking this, so that his knight goes here instead of here. And I think that's slightly crucial. We grab this. 40 seconds against 5 minutes. All of a sudden, I'm up a pawn in an endgame where I have a bishop. I can do this, push. I think there's no huge rush. His king can't actually come closer. And when the time is right, we sacrifice this. Boom, 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 boom. He steps over, but I step here. Okay, we give a check. He steps back. 18 seconds. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Ah! Okay, we step back. Yikes, there's this check. We're stepping in. He's got this. We're stepping in. Touching the dude. He's coming back, but I'm grabbing this pawn. Yikes, 10 seconds. I hate chess. Plus, he's got this dude. We grab this. Coming to touch it. We're going here. If he moves the knight, I grab this pawn. Here. Touching two pawns. Fuck, dude, I just lost. Yikes. Two seconds. Pre-moving this, bro. Pre-moving it. Gotta hope for something. Pre-moving this. Pre-moving this. Fuck, bro. Oh, hello. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. I have done some off-camera grinding. How can I show you this? We're going to scoot it over. There's my chess channel. Check it out. We got some videos that are coming right up. And then, can we see my ratings? Where are they at? We got 2100 bullet. Greatly inflated. That is not accurate. Blitz, also 2000. Greatly inflated. I'm going to have to do some more playing and lose some rating. But right now, we're focusing on the rapid, where I'm 1700. And what we need to do is absolutely smoke some of our opponents and climb up the rating ladder. And so the other ones, I have just fared very well against everybody that I've faced. So my bullet games, crushing people, my blitz games, flagging people, let's be honest here, from losing positions. That's how I've been getting it done. But we got the rating up. So today we are facing a 1660. Doesn't say where he's from. Dude doesn't play bullet. E4. I hope that wasn't too long of an intro. Me flexing my inflated elo. That's not even an accurate elo. But it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. We're all a little bit sad that Zip Ties and Lube is shut down. We have e4, e5. We bring the bishop out to start the bishop's opening. How will our opponent react to this? Pushing a pawn on the side of the board. It's not going to make him lose the game, per se. You don't want to play chess like this. Straight up. These moves do not address what is going on in the position. What do I want to do? I feel like breaking in the center makes sense. Like, he has neglected to develop anything. And so I think just smashing in the center is a reasonable type move. So we're just going to go ahead and do that. I might even have a sacrifice where I jump in. Should I just go for it? We sacrifice. I mean, essentially he has to take. I jump forward with this not check. That's not even a check. What am I calculating? That hits these squares. Sacrifice here. Check. He blocks. We hit him with this check. He blocks like this. I don't think it's worth it. It's not going to work out. And I'm not going to waste all of your guys' time thinking and pondering about a sacrifice that does not make any sense. So we do have +5. So essentially, I will not lose this game on time. I will lose this game or win this game by making a blunder. And so he goes ahead and he brings the queen out. I think what we're going to do is we're going to draw the queen into the center of the board because we can take, and then the knight jumps out. And this is defended. So I think we're going to just take. Essentially, he has to take back. I mean, he could try to do something else. But now we throw the knight forward. This is defended. He has no checks. And it just looks like we've got a nice position. And so what's going on in this position is our opponent has neglected to develop any of his minor pieces. His most advanced piece is his queen. And right now it's going to show that I got to win a tempo-winning move. Now, trading the queens and letting him develop a piece is potentially not the best thing for me. I don't want to trade the queens, so what I'm thinking about is jumping forward with my knight. We're applying pressure to this square, and we're kind of taking this away. And if the knight comes out, we might just go ahead and try and fork. I think that would actually work. Okay. Officially, we have our first tactic in the position. We jump in. We attack the rook. We attack the bishop. If he takes with check, he might do so out of desperation, but it's not actually going to fix our opponent's problems. So we jump in. For one, the queens see each other, but I'm attacking the rook. So if he trades and I take, this fork still exists. So if I jump in and he moves the rook, then I just take the bishop for free. So this is the correct move, and that is what we're going to play. Essentially, because he has not developed anything, he did not develop this knight, this bishop is undefended. So he trades. Sometimes people do this out of desperation. And so the problem he had in the position was this fork. Trading the queens does not address that fork. The fork is still very much there. And so he doesn't have a check to get out of it. And so the knight can't even move. So he essentially has to move up here, and then I just take and I'm attacking the rook. And so going back, so now we're just going to grab this straight up. The knight still cannot move. I can jump forward and attack this. If he pushes forward, I hit him with another jumping in. We attack the rook. The rook goes here. Then my knight is kind of screwed. I could jump like this, and if he pushes, I hit him with a check. But then he just steps up, and then all my pieces are hanging. So, I mean, we're up the exchange. I need to develop my last minor piece. If I develop here, I might simply get hit with this, and that's going to open up a place for his bishop. So I think we're going to just throw my bishop on this diagonal instead, so that his bishop does not come out here. Okay. This bishop is stuck on this diagonal now. He can't really get out this way. My knight can't really go forward. We're going to castle. I can't castle. Well, it definitely looked like I was going to be able to. So I'm going to have to do something with my king. Moving up seems a little bit crazy. Because I'm winning, I could probably just castle by hand and do like a little this maneuver. I don't know if that's actually a great idea. I can also come forward and try and get my knight on this beautiful square. But I think we're going to just step forward. We're going to just go ahead and step forward. And so now I know that the position is like a +2, a +3 position, most likely. My bishop is better than his bishop. This knight is better than this knight. This bishop is about equal to this bishop. And then either one of my rooks is better than this rook. So I'm just completely dominating. I believe that I can just pin that. Right? I mean, he doesn't have a check. So I think we're going to just jump in and pin this. If it moves, we just simply trade off the bishops. And my beautiful pawn is preventing this knight from going to any good squares. And still, this knight is not even in the game. And this bishop is not even in the game. I should be figuring out how to move my pieces forward, to tell you the truth. Cool. So we trade this off. He can hit me with a check, threaten this pawn, or not. And I think we're going to move the knight to the middle of the board with the idea of going here, but also being able to push my pawn. So if he pushes here, I mean, he attacks my knight and this pawn, essentially. That would not be so great for me. But I can defend tactically by doing this fork, if that makes sense. Okay, so he wants to trap my bishop. If I go here, I'm kind of stuck on this diagonal. If I go here, I can potentially have this diagonal with the checking square. So we're going to just do this. So when he comes forward, I have chosen this diagonal instead of this diagonal. Which one is better? It's hard for me to say. We're going to simply just trade the knight off. We now have an open file. This pawn push is going to come with tempo, so we're just going to play a slow move. A nice, slow and steady move. We will then put our rook on the open file. If this knight goes anywhere, then I can get into the position. And so basically what we want is one rook here. Let's just take a moment. Where's this guy even want to go? Going here. We're not scared of it at all. He goes here. We go here. I mean, yeah, he can come in and hit my rook. Maybe that wasn't the greatest move, but it doesn't matter. All right, he hit my rook. We can get behind this pawn. We get behind this pawn. My rook gets a little bit screwed over there. So we're just all the way back. All the way back. Sorry for jumping a gun and putting my rook there. What we want is like my rook sliding over here and the other rook infiltrating, or just simply stacking the rooks like so and then forcing the trade of this rook. That's basically what we want. Okay, so now what we're going to do is double the rooks. We have two rooks. We control this file completely. Now if the knight goes anywhere, I get in with check, so something like this might make sense in the future. Like just clarifying what's going on with this pawn structure. This knight is undefended, but it's actually kind of a nuisance for me in my position. Okay. It's time we do something about the pawns. The way we win this is essentially rush on into an endgame and just win, because I'm the one with 2 rooks. So essentially if we trade 1 rook in one of these pieces, we're good to go. So I'm thinking about this. If he takes, I just take back. If he takes, we take back. It's defended by the bishop. Defended by the bishop. Next step will be push this pawn forward. Then I'll have pawns on these dark squares. My bishop could even go here and attack this diagonal again, because even if this pawn moves, my diagonal is pretty secure. And even if we see something like this, I can still just jump forward and attack this knight. Right. So we're going to go forward and attack the knight. I mean, if he goes back here, he has no future ever. If he goes back here, he blocks the bishop, and we just hit him with check, and then he comes in, and I can hit him with maybe another check or something. I don't know. I also have this check available. So his position is just falling apart. My small advantage is just growing exponentially at this point. And we just need to make smart moves and keep playing forward. So what we're going to do is just pin that knight. The knight is now pinned. And also, his bishop sucks so bad. Okay, so the king steps over, but we're still going to hit him with this check. He's going to have to step here. So we're going to do a little calculation. Here, 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 and then he comes back and we trade the rooks. So this is what we're going to do. Quick calculation. It's actually easy to calculate most of this because it's really forcing. We give this check. King only has 1 move. Boom. Then we go ahead and take this. He essentially only has 1 move to take. Then we have this check. Again, he could come forward, but then we just grab the bishop for free. So he's not going to do that. He's going to bring the rook back, and we're going to trade everything off, and then he's only left with this bishop. So we give him the check. He has to step back. He steps back. We capture this piece. Follow along with me here. We capture this piece. He takes. We step in with check. Okay. We step in with check. If he doesn't block with the rook, we grab this for free. We can also just checkmate. What do you guys want me to do? Should I just checkmate him, or should we simplify this into keep going? Should we keep going? Let's, I mean, this is checkmate in 1. But let's just go ahead and win the bishop. Because why not? We're still going to win the game. And so what we're going for now is check and bring the other rook. Then we have 2 rooks on this rank, and essentially we're just going to gobble everything. And there's nothing he can do about it. He could even resign at this point. But yeah, mate in 1 was a little too easy, I believe. We can also step in like this. He's going to step here. Then we come in and attack that pawn. Or he resigns. Yeah, so I could have just given him the mate in 1. Good chess lesson. So let's check this with the computer. I'm not convinced that I played 100% accurate, because I never have ever in my life ever. But I think that was fairly accurate because it was basically just simplifying down. And so we're going to check it with the computer, and I will see you over there. And here we are on the analysis. And playing this game actually gave me an idea. I've been playing like 15 and 1600s, and it's been like pretty even until the end game where they make a mistake and then I'm able to win. But this game was a little bit different. I feel like I just steamrolled our opponent because he made some weak moves in the beginning, and I was able to punish it. And so it was pretty obvious for me, but maybe it can be a little bit more instructive to people that are newer at chess and they don't understand why playing pawns on the side of the board are generally like, these are just not good moves. It doesn't address the center, and it gives me a huge lead in development. Furthermore, so the correct way is I'm supposed to just get super active, just bring the queen out with a threat of checkmate. He has to react to it, but whatever. We smash open in the center, and then yet again he's pushing pawns, which just doesn't address anything. Now, to further worsen his position, for 1, this diagonal is open. For 2, this pawn structure is not safe. And then for 3, he brings the queen out, but I can simply take Then when he takes back, he was supposed to just completely let me take this pawn and win it back later. But when his queen comes and takes in the center, I get to develop yet another piece. And so now I have three of my minor pieces, like getting ready to attack, and the only piece he has developed is the queen. And that's a terrible, terrible way to play chess because basically you can't trade the queen for anything but the queen. And so if it gets attacked by something, you simply have to move it, and it's a tempo winning move. So he goes here. I don't want to trade queens, so I go ahead and I throw my knight in the middle of the board. Then, to get my knight to move, he makes yet another weakness. And when you push a bunch of pawns on light squares, you have to think what's going on. Look at all these holes on the dark squares. And so all of these squares are not defended by pawns anymore, or like occupied by pawns. So my knight can jump in. Technically, going and attacking this queen is the best because the queen will have to move, and then I get this fork, and I win this. And once I win this rook, this knight is no longer defended. So technically, the best line here is attack the queen. The queen moves. I hit him with check. He does something. Then I win this. And not only that, this knight is also undefended. So that was the best line. But in chess, if you calculate a line and it's winning, do you really need to spend more time in calculating another line that's more winning? Sometimes and sometimes no. So when I see that I'm simply going to win a piece here, I'm either going to win the rook or win a piece. And then the trading the queens is yet another instructive moment. So this is the problem. This is the issue. Trading the queens and making me not be able to castle, it doesn't, like, yes, it solves your problem temporarily for, like, yes, I have to react and take the queen back, but it didn't fix the underlying issue of this. So sometimes people do this. But a more accurate move would be just accepting that this is going to happen and I don't know, trying to trap my knight somehow like this. And so this didn't fix his issue at all. Now it's just the same position, but we don't have queens anymore, and I can't castle, and I forgot about that. So he goes ahead and he puts a bishop here. We take this, and then these pieces, because his stupid pawn structure, none of his pieces can participate in the game. So we develop a bishop. Technically, I'm supposed to just go for this because he has no real good way of defending it. He'd have to push the pawn, and then whatever. So we go ahead. We scoot the king up to the middle. We pin this because basically if it moves, we trade off his bishop, and we're already winning. So trading an even trade is a winning trade for me. Then this is a blunder. My blunder of the game. I'm still winning after it, but he can hit me forward. I jump through, and then he just traps my bishop. And so I can take this with check. He goes here. I take this. He'll probably take this one. We step back. I'm still winning, but it's not so great. And this pawn is still defended tactically because of this fork. Okay? So he can't actually take this pawn, or I'll just fork him and then win the bishop there. And so that's my blunder of the game. That's my big blunder of the game. But it's all right. We scoot forward. Bishop's now on this diagonal. Trade off pieces evenly. Okay? Now we've got an open file in the middle of the board to play with. I'm the one with two rooks. So we're going to solidify my pawn structure to further, just whatever you want to call it. This bishop sucks already because of the pawns, but even if this pawn moves, this bishop still sucks because of my pawns. And so he castles rook to the open file. I jump in, and technically this is the best move because it forces his knight essentially to go to this square, which isn't that great. I'm supposed to just slide back and play on the 7th rank because he can't really get my rook out from this situation. So scooting all the way back is a minor inaccuracy, but I'm still winning. So you don't have to make the best move. You just got to make moves that aren't blundering your position. So here, this is quite easy to calculate. This is defended. I scoot forward. It's a vacating square for my bishop wants to be on this square in this diagonal. The knight has to move somewhere. We pin that. He can no longer move the knight. It's pinned to the king. Then all of this calculation that I did right here is perfect, and you should be able to do this by yourself quite easily because everything is a forcing move. So we jump in. He essentially only has one move. Then we take this. He essentially only has one move to take back. Then we give this check. And essentially he only has one move again, or he's just going to lose the bishop, or try and move the king and get hit with checkmate. So he has more than one move, but the other moves are completely lose. So you don't really have to count those as moves that your opponent is going to do. You know what I mean? Like, what are the resourceful moves that your opponent has is what you need to calculate, not what are the moves that blunders a queen. You don't have to calculate those, or you're just going to get the queen. So he blunders mate in 1. I took the bishop just to further be instructive in this game, but essentially what was going to happen is he was going to come in, I was going to take, he was going to come here, and then potentially we just scoot forward and we got a rook versus a bishop, and his bishop sucks. And the only way he's pushing this pawn is to completely give up that pawn for activity. So he's completely lost after this position. Boom, boom, boom. Let's turn on the computer. It's probably like, yeah, a +5 for me. +5 for me. And not only that, I can just go to this open file. And if he comes in, then I just get real in. And if he goes here, I can get behind this. I can win this pawn. Thank you so much for watching that video. If that was too easy of a game and I just completely smoked the opponent, and you would have as well, well, sorry for that. We'll slowly climb the rating ladder. I believe that I'm like 1770 now. And so thank you so much for watching. It's been a pleasure playing for you. I hope you learned something. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Watch all of my videos. Share them with all your friends. And that's what we're doing here. All right, thank you so much. I'll see you guys next time. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, we are facing a 2000 rated opponent. He's got the question mark, but oh man, 2000, literally look at his ratings. 2000 in everything across the board. So we have the Caro-Kann advanced variation. We bring the bishop out, and he's going for this cheeky bishop trapping idea. So after the game, I'm going to go into a little bit of detail about the importance of this move. I did it in another video, but you can never learn too much chess. So we close the pyramid here. Now, through trial and error, I know that if I go and just allow this, it becomes a problem. So we actually avoid the attack with returning an attack on the opponent. Grabbing this pawn is a poisoned pawn because he will promptly bring the rook here. I'll take this pawn, but then he is into my position quite rapidly. So we're just not going to allow that. There's a few things that we can do here. We can push this pawn, which seems fairly reasonable. I think that is the correct idea in the majority of these types of positions. And so he just goes ahead and just goes for the neck. These 2000s, man, they're no joke. No small fish in this pond, that's for sure. And so developing here, what do I do? What do I do? I can grab this for free, essentially. Grab this. He grabs this. I grab here. I can also just develop and let this happen. I can develop here, but if he takes, then this, then this. So if I go ahead and take, he jumps in with the knight, which is what's not super fun about that. And developing this knight will almost surely just get captured. So if I develop this knight, for one, it stops defending this as well. But I think we're just supposed to do it. And then if he does grab my knight for the bishop, yes, we're going to have like a complicated little structure going on and whatnot. But I will have the dark square bishop and he will have gotten rid of his. Okay, so we have officially... I think he's developing pieces. There is a huge amount of tension going on in the center of the board right now. I can, for one, jump in. But I think just bringing this knight here seems to make the most amount of sense. If he captures here, I'm quick to capture back. If he castles, I'm not super quick to castling, which is a little bit unfortunate. Always developing this bishop becomes somewhat of a tedious task in all of these Caro-Kann lines because you don't want to develop your knight over here and just allow stuff like this. And doing it this way to like help do stuff in the center, it gets in the way of my dark square bishop. And then my dark square bishop just straight up has no play. And if I ever push this, he just gets in with tempo and I have to scoot over and then I never get to castle. And the situation becomes dismal at best. I think castling makes the most amount of sense. So we're going to grab this. I did not see an immediate reason not to. Grabbing here promptly just invites his knight to joining the center of the board. Is castling opposite even a reasonable idea? Like just castle opposite. No, that can't be good. I'm just walking into stuff like this. Boy, what if I jump forward and attack the queen? That's at least doing something. I mean, he can just pin me, but then I can fork him. No, I can't. What am I talking about? None of that makes any sense. Jumping forward. He takes, I take, he takes. My pawn comes here. I got a pawn in the middle of the board. I don't love that. I can just push it forward. And then I'm actually kind of threatening some stuff. So if I push forward, no, he'll fork me. Then I got to step back, and then he takes my pawn. What do? I feel like he just has like an amazing position just jumping out of the gate. Do I take and just allow this? I mean, this isn't actually a terrible idea. I take. If he takes with the queen, I take. His knight gets in. I step over here. It's defending this. We're doing this. I mean, he can just bring a rook. And my position sucks. Please trade the queens. All that this did... Well, I quite like the idea of getting rid of this queen. And if I get rid of the queen, well, then I have just nullified a lot of the tension and stuff going on. All of the pawns are gone. Is rushing into an endgame feasible? I mean, if he jumps in, I can take it. So when his knight is here, man, I still have not even got to castle. Well, I should probably take my time when making these queen capturing moves, just not like snap capturing. Sometimes you like make a misclick and then that ruins your whole day. And so, well, look at us. We've got a completely equal position. We're against a 2,000 rated opponent. I know it's got the question mark, but I think this guy is he's legit. Okay. We step forward. If he takes, I'm straight up. Like, he's got this, but I can just take. Then he takes. Then I take. Then he takes. Then I block here. There's that hanging. He takes and I step forward. I can't take with this knight per se because this check is coming in. So what if I go here, 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 here? Then he just immediately jumps forward attacking this. And all of that didn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense. These are always the complicated situations. So I'm not going to take with this one because I want this square to be at least somewhat protected. If I take like this, probably we see this. But then I just castle. We're stepping back. He could kind of... So we're going to take... Knight to the middle of the board doesn't seem like such a stupid idea. His knight comes in here, but I can kick it out. No, I can't. Knight to the middle of the board, cutting off this contact. Seems like it's a fair move. With the idea of, like, maybe even castling, dude. We're in an endgame, so I'm not so sure how important all of that is. We castle. He can't come into the position. I can step forward. Actually, wait a gosh darn second. If he hits me with check... What if I just immediately attack this? He jumps in, but I'm ready to take. I think that's it. I come in here. It's kind of a weird move. Actually, not really. The rook moving along the back rank is kind of what they do. I just attack the pawn. He jumps in. I take. And he can't really play this because my knight just happens to be defending that. So he could jump forward a number of different ways. But if my king is still here, I'm defending this pawn against that. And I can capture and castle. So the knight coming over here, yes, like it's applying pressure, but as long as my king is touching something. I want this pawn. He comes back with check. I slide in. I mean, he sacrifices. I think I can grab it. He comes in with check. I come back. He checks me. I step over. He hits me with a fork. So let's be patient now. What if we castle? I feel like... Is there anything wrong with that move? I don't know what's the better move. Bro, we castle. He pushes that pawn forward. Then he can... We're castling. I gotta push forward. And probably allow this. But then I can cover this rank, potentially. I want this pawn. This is a super advanced pawn, but it's kind of weak. And if I'm able to grab a pawn, then I have an official advantage. And I'm ready to capture now. Now I am ready to capture because all of those tactics that I explained with the fork doesn't exist. So this, and then this being a check, just none of it exists. Okay. This, this. Yeah, if I jump in, he has to let go. He can step here, but I take. If he comes this way, I step up. And like, yeah, the knight is doing a lot of stuff, but I don't know if it's actually super terrible. He can also bring the rook all the way at some point. I need this pawn. Bro. Need this pawn, double the rooks, step to the side. Love that plan. Love that plan. Trade like maybe both of the rooks and play a knight endgame where I'm up a pawn. Or try and get rid of the knights and leave one pair of rooks. Or just trade everything and be up a pawn. I think if I can get this pawn, then it doesn't really matter what the heck I do. What's the problem is his knight is definitely applying more pressure. My knight's beautifully stationed, but I'm not actually pressuring at all. Let go, bro. Okay, maybe I should be calculating. If he steps up here and I take. Boom, boom. If he steps over here, I hit him. He steps in here hitting this. We grab this. I mean, that's the whole purpose that I attacked the knight. I mean, no reason spending 50% of my time trying to decide if it's a good idea or not. We're just going to take it. He is attacking my pawn. Do I dare step forward with the king? My king's going to need to be doing something. So I don't hate the idea of my king defending this. I'm probably going to need to do a move like that at some point anyway. Also, this guy is undefended. But I mean, I can just take with check. So we're going to step up. He doesn't have any checks with this knight. I mean, if something crazy happens, I can at least trade off with check. So the next idea is as follows. Like if he jumps in like this, I attack. Where are you going from there? Here? Okay. I definitely like the idea of doubling my rooks. It just can't be a bad idea. I can also... This is not being pressurized. If I push forward, then I at least have this. But I'm up a pawn. Making pawn advancements like this are scary to do. He attacks this. Cool. What is this music playing, bro? This copyright free stuff is garbage. Terrified of just absolutely hanging something. If he comes back here, we just trade. If he goes back there, cool. I have this and threaten this fork. Claim the open file. What you guys think about that? Boom, fork on the board. Hard to say. Hard to say actually how you avoid that. You can't step over, and you'd have to do something with this. So this fork, I guess you could get active like this. No, you couldn't. Could you? I would still attack this. I don't know. So he does this. But you know what this is? This may be an opportunity to step in like this. What do we think? What do we think about this? If he hits us with a check, we step up. If he takes, I can't take back. My king is safer over here. That is my analysis. We don't want this check to be just a problem. And what I would really like to do is bring my rook in. Trade. Hit him with this. That's checkmate, essentially, actually. So if I go here, he can't even take. But what could happen is he slides in. And what I was worried about was this take where I hang something. I'm not sure exactly if that made sense. All right, what's he want to do? I really like this idea. So scared to play that move. He can't take because this is just checkmate. He could like push and then I hit him. Then he steps over. Then it's not checkmate anymore. I'd probably have to step back like doing something like this. So he's not going to take, but I am successfully going to get rid of at least the rooks off the board. And if he's not careful, I might just like come in with my king and do some stuff. This is my extra pawn. So essentially this side of the board, as long as I keep it well defended and we trade off the pieces evenly, then we go into an endgame where I'm at least going to have an extra pawn. It doesn't mean that I'm winning. But it definitely means that I'm the one fighting for the win, and he is the one defending. Didn't see that move coming at all. We step back. Right. He's got this check or this check, but we're chilling. So we're just going to step back. Why did I spend so much time thinking about that move? Okay, so he wants this. We're going to take this with check. This check, then we step back. Let's just be a little bit safer than we were. We're going to hit him with this check. We step back and attack the rook. If he comes over here, I'm not really sure what I'm trying to accomplish with all of this. I'm going to jump forward and attack the knight. Right? If he comes over, if I attack the knight. We attack the knight. Then potentially we step into the position like so. 17 seconds. Gosh darn it. Why am I playing so slow? This knight is kind of a little bit stuck. I definitely walked into getting pinned a little bit, but I can step up at least. Check in. Check here. The knight is pretty trapped. Oh gosh, I'm so scared. Do you see that? 314. By the way, my name, Kip314, it's 314 because I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I've tried to mention that in other videos, but sometimes I lose, and then I don't post the video. So this is going to be just a hectic endgame. Please trade the stuff. You can give this check, but then I come in. And then you have to trade. Right. I hung this pawn. Now he can take this, and this is in the cards. We're gonna attack this knight. I'm just gonna lose on time. I hate chess. His knight goes here. I attack it again. He goes back. I attack it here. We go this way. Don't know what else to do. He's gonna come into the position if he goes for this pawn. This check, I'm not sure how great it is. He's also got this check where I have to step forward. Have to play this, no other move. He's got scary ideas. We hit him with the check. The knight is not defended, bro. We grab this. My knight is not defended. Grabbing this pawn seems really important, but my knight is not defended, and I'm just super scared about it. He's got this, but then I step over and I touch a little bit of everything. No idea if that was the right move. Coming back here seems a lot safer, though. We're coming back. Stuff is defended. We hung this pawn? Yes. We step forward, we lose this. Yes. I don't have a lot of moves with my knight, to be straight up with you. And I'm also attacking this pawn. Please. We grab this. This is defended. He can attack this. I attack it like this. I can't scoot forward because of this fork. What am I talking about? Is there a fork? New idea of I want to bring my knight. I can bring my knight somehow. I think we just have to trade that. Slide all the way over here. Grab this. What is going on? If I go here, if he steps in, I get out with check. I want this pawn, but I'm scared. Is it a type of pawn that if I grab it, I lose? I can get out with a check. I hung. Oh, that was check. I get the rook. He's getting out. God damn it. Check. I'm absolutely winning still, but I've got 5 seconds. We play this. We step over. He can step in. Then I step back. I step up. This is held. If he gives me a check, if I step up, he takes, but then I push. He can get behind it. I push. I just need to play a move. We're pushing this. We give this check. What am I doing? I'm just going to lose, bro. We attack. He gets this with check, but I step in. Oh my god. I blundered this so bad. What am I trying to do? We go here. If he takes, I make... Is this a draw? So what I need to do here is touch this rook. I can probably flag him. I flagged him. I'm gonna be honest with you. My heart is right. Look how red my face is. Oh my. Chess is wild, bro. And don't even at me, bro. I know I was completely winning, but you do it. You do it, bro. This position, I got up a pawn. My voice is a little, dude, I got like adrenaline, literally, because I was so afraid of losing that, bro. That would have been so heartbreaking, like completely winning, and then I get low on time, and I just screw it all up. I'm up so many pawns. My king is safe. We get rid of the problems in the position. We come over here. We get the last remaining. We trade. Yes, I gave up my rook, but dude, I have 3 pawns. What needed to be done, I don't even know. We're going to look at it with the computer, and I will see you over there. I'm going to take a drink of water and a deep breath. And here we are in the analysis, and oh my god, I had to take a moment and just like catch my breath. My face is still a little bit red, but that endgame was absolutely just terrifying. Every step of the way was terrifying, and I was completely winning, but against a stronger rated opponent, terrifying. So if we take a look at this graph, for one, there was a huge tactic that both of us missed. We didn't realize how powerful it was going to be. And so he didn't see it, so it goes back to equality. Then through the entire rest of the game, I'm doing well. I throw it away to a draw. I'm crushing. I throw it away to a dot, and then I'm crushing again. So there was 1, 2, 3, 4 positions where we threw it back, where I threw it back to a draw and could have got a draw in that position. That would have sucked. So our opponent, 10 inaccuracies, 3 mistakes, 4 blunders. Now the majority of these, if we look, are all in the end game. And so right here, how much time do we have? Okay, so that's the end game, but we still have quite a bit of time. But the majority of our inaccuracies are all in the end game when we don't have too much time. The mistakes of mine are earlier on, and then my 4 blunders are also all in the end game. And so during some of those, we just didn't have any time to think about our moves, and we just played what we thought was right. And you know what I mean? That's what you got to do in chess sometimes. Now, first things first, I want to explain to you guys. This is the Caro-Kann advanced variation. This is the Tal variation. So I'm going to explain. If you push this pawn, your bishop is getting trapped, okay? Your bishop is getting trapped. You can either take for this pawn or this pawn. It doesn't matter. They all suck. If you push the pawn 1 square, then this also sucks because you jump back. So if you go all the way back here, then this move just comes immediately. If you come back here, then you get forced back here, and this pawn push comes. And then in this situation, basically no matter what you play, you have a shitty position. Did I swear? They're going to take here, and you're going to have to take back. So if you take here, if you take, it's even worse. So if you bring the queen, if you push this, if you bring the knight, they're all terrible because this is going to happen. You can't castle. He has all these pawn advancements. He has the open file. He's going to pretty much win the game. He has a 65 win rate in that position. So instead of all of that, instead of this, and instead of this, you push the pawn 2 squares. All right, we're in familiar territory. We trade, best moves by everybody. Now, through trial and error of just playing a bunch of games of the Caro-Kann, I have had this position. I have tried this. I have tried this. I have tried this. This is the best move. And so once you play this, and then you get completely steamrolled, you learn what's the next best move. So we jump on out. Then I know the next best move. We push the pawn. But unfortunately, the most common and the best move played in the position is c4. And what I'm supposed to do here is just be brave and capture this pawn. It looks like a poisoned pawn, but he's going to attack me, and I jump back, and we trade like this. Yes, he does get in, but it's even. And so, hard to evaluate all of that. Instead, I play it safe. And we develop a knight. Don't hate it. Develop a knight. Also don't hate it. Still totally equal. We've got the crisscross applesauce action going on in the middle of the board. He takes, and I take back. And this is my mistake, essentially the blunder of the game. Now, really, this knight capture, and he could have just made this move without even thinking, just off basic chess principles. He could have said, I'm attacking, I don't want to trade the queens, so I'm going to take with the lesser value piece. So there's 2 chess principles. There's 3. If you can put a knight into the middle of the board, do it. And I mean, that's pretty close to the middle of the board. If you're attacking, don't trade the queens and take with the lesser value piece. So if there's a situation going on, you generally want to take with the lesser value pieces first. So like take with the pawn, then the knight, then the rook, then the queen, okay? That's generally how it works. Principles, not like concrete rules. So this trades off the queens, and all of a sudden we have a completely even position. So we both just totally missed it. I step forward to defend this way. We go ahead and get this bishop developed. He takes, and I spent a while thinking about this. Basically, capturing with these 2 pieces is even. Only taking with this knight sucks because it lets go of this square. So these 2 moves, doesn't matter. Step forward with the king is slightly better, but taking with the knight is just as fine. We take. Now my knight gets to the middle of the board, shielding the view of this rook, protecting this pawn. So we go ahead and attack it immediately. He jumps forward, and essentially it's defended tactically, but we go for a castle. He pushes forward. I remove the defender of the pawn. Pretty simple. The knight is defending the pawn, so now I make the knight move. The knight moves. Best move is to actually double up on it, but whatever, we take, and now he has a minus 1.5 position. So I've got 2 minutes, and he's got 5 minutes. We step forward and defend the pawn in the middle of the board because probably I'm going to need a couple defenders on that pawn. So we double the rooks. We kick the knight out. The knight moves. We kick the knight out. The knight moves. He basically had to move here because he knows if he goes here, I'm going to take, and then he's just trading off pieces, and he basically doesn't want to trade any more pieces at all. You'll notice that he's avoiding trading pieces, and I'm trying to trade the pieces. So this is an inaccuracy. It goes from 2.4 to 1.6, whatever. But from a human standpoint, we're trading off some pieces, and I really like it. So he goes ahead and gives a check. It doesn't stop this trade from happening. He comes back and attacks this, but I can take this first with check. I can also take this with check and then take this. I didn't see any of that, but we defend like this. I guess it would have made more sense to jump the pawn forward. For whatever reason, I was afraid of that. So I defend with a rook. I'm basically figuring, like, if my rook is here, then I can move forward with my king. Generally, I should be pushing the pawns. So we go ahead and give this check. I miss. This is my first fork. I miss this very simple fork. Boom, boom. I get the rook, completely winning on the spot. But my whole idea of this check was to step back and attack the rook like this and do a defensive attacking fork. So I saw a different fork and I went for it, and it wasn't the right idea. Whatever. We step back. This is defended. The rook is attacked. The rook's got to go somewhere. We then attack this knight. We then step into the position. He attacks my knight, so I got to step somewhere with it. I offer a trade of knights, but it equalizes the position because even if we go down to a king and a pawn endgame, I'm only up 1 pawn, and it's a completely like even structure, if that makes sense. So it's not like some crazy structure where it's like I have 2 over here and 2 over here and 1 and 2. where I can like distract him with the pass pawn and go rush to the other side of the board. It's even over here and almost even over here. He steps in, only move, I step like this. He makes a mistake. He's supposed to just know that it's okay. It's okay to trade off into this endgame, and it's almost holdable. Like a human, he plays a mistake, but he doesn't trade the pieces. He just doesn't want to trade pieces at all costs. Now, what I needed to see was force the trade of rooks. Yes, it would ruin my pawn structure, but I play this, and he has to take. I take back. I mean, because if he goes anywhere else, I'm just going to win this knight, and then you're down a knight and a pawn, and it's just no good. So I play here. The best move equalizes the position. He gives me this check. I can no longer block with my rook. I mean, because then he'll just take it for free with check, and then I step out of the way, and he wins this pawn. So, just plain and simple, this check would win this pawn, and we'd have an equal position. He doesn't see it. It's all good. We step up. I hang this pawn, but he gives me the check first. So now I'm stepping into the middle of the board, and now he gets his pawn. Oh, God, we are in an even position, and I have 4 seconds. 4 seconds on the board, and we have some more moves to play. So I attack the knight. We step into the middle of the board. Check. We got to step back. And then this is just active move. So what I was supposed to see here is the positioning of his knight and rook is not very efficient. So if he goes here, I just grab the pawn. Don't even care about this knight because I can step over. You step back. I can step in again. And your knight has to stay defending your rook like this. I'm going to mop up your pawns. And the computer says that it's completely even. Not a chance I go for that. Not a chance I go for that. I'm going to play what a human plays, and wait, what am I talking about? I gave this check. He was supposed to play this. That is generally what you do. If there's a rook and a knight, you put your king so it's touching both of them, and it kind of freezes them. And I was going to do the same exact thing over here when it ended up like this. Instead, we grab a pawn. I grab another pawn. This is still the best move because I can kind of like make his pieces a little bit stupid. But now, instead of taking like this and having my undefended knight defending my rook and have it the only defender, I take with the knight because my rook has options of staying on this file and still defending the knight. So he jumps in, I jump out. I like this square because my pawn is defending it, my knight is defending this, and it's just, this is a very safe, like self-supporting structure over here, and we can deal with this side of the board at will. He gives me a check, he gets the pawn. I am now looking at his weaknesses. He steps in and I grab this pawn. I go back and defend mine because his knight is attacking it, and he pushes. This is a terrible move because this gets rid of this whole situation. He could have potentially tried to like do something fancy because his knight is over here and mine is not. Whatever. We slide over here. We're going for his last pawn. He steps in. I take the pawn, and he gives this. He gives this. Now, another thing that I didn't see is when I take, he takes back. I have another fork. So that's another fork that I missed. Don't see it. We attack the rook with the king. That was the whole idea. Step over and attack the rook. He then steps in and attacks my knight, but I can just grab the rook. Didn't see it, so I move my knight instead of grabbing the rook. Whatever. We start pushing pawns. And then this endgame, I am completely winning. I needed to push this because there is yet another fork that I did not see. So this pawn push was defended tactically. Didn't see it, so I step over here with my knight. I step back. I'm wiggling around with 7 seconds on the board. We get this pawn push. Now, this is scary again. So I could step over, and if he captures, I dislodge the king from defending the rook, and then I just win like this. Don't see it. Don't see it. So I panic, and I play this to get his king over here, and this throws away to a draw, because now I don't have any protected passed pawns. My pawns are split. So he grabs this pawn, I push forward, he steps in, and I push. And I'm basically saying, if you take with check, I step over, and I'm promoting. So you can't do that. So you have to block. I step in with my king, but I let go of this pawn. So now he grabs this pawn. I step in, and he can just draw the game instantly. Boom. It's a draw. All I have left is a knight. You got all of the pawns for that rook. So he could have played that, and he straight up just did not. I jump in with the knight. The last tactic, if you take the knight, I promote. He didn't have to do that. He can just step over here. And then if I ever come in, he just takes it with the rook. He takes the last pawn. He took my queen. I got so lucky right here in this moment. I don't understand. In what world did he need to take this knight? Like, yes, it's a free knight, but you're worried about this pawn promotion, not my knight. So the best move is really go anywhere along this line and then just sacrifice for the pawn. And if I try, like if you do, and I try to like get fancy, like, and do something like this, where I'm blocking the promotion square so I can promote behind the knight, it doesn't work because you can just keep checking me, and at some point I'm going to step out of the way, and you grab the pawn like this. So there's just no possible way for me to promote this pawn. He sacrifices rook for it. He did not. And so grabs a knight and I get a queen. We make a few more moves and then he runs out of time. I flagged him. And so that lets me know that he does not play a lot of bullet because I survived for move times. Let's check. Oh, is it going to say 5 seconds? I had 20 seconds, 35 seconds. So I had 35 seconds and played a lot more moves. And so once he, like if you look at his clock up here, once it whittles down, he never stays at like the same amount of time. It's slowly going down. But if you look at my clock, I get down, like look how long I had, 20 seconds. I got 20 seconds and I just stay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If anything, it's going up. And I just stay at 5 seconds, 5 or 6 seconds, and just play every move in like 2 seconds and stay essentially not losing on time. Unfortunately, his just continues to go down until it reached 0. So playing a bunch of bullet like 0+1 will greatly help you in these types of endgames where you're playing with increment. It'll just mean you never lose on time. You just make terrible moves in the endgame. And so that's where we got. And then this position, I am completely winning. I don't know what position where he actually ran out of time. Here. I don't know. But thank you so much for watching my video. I know that that was not the cleanest victory ever, but bro, I had 10 seconds and made like 20 more moves. And you know what? Not all of them were blunders. I missed a lot of things. I missed the fork. I missed the tactical pawn push. I missed the hanging rook. Those ones are all excusable. The fork earlier on was not super excusable. When I went ahead and gave the check and the king stepped up, I had this fork. Yeah, I missed that one. So either way, if you learned anything specifically from the opening, hopefully you didn't learn too much from the endgame. You learned how to not play endgames. But if you like my videos or you like this video, please subscribe. That's what I'm trying to say. Please subscribe. I know that was a lot of your time. And then for a bonus, I'm going to show you what it would actually take. The video, consider it done. If you want to leave, you can feel free to leave. Very rare do you end up with a queen versus a rook and the 2 kings, obviously. But I'm going to show you, look how many moves it actually would have taken for me to win this. Oh, then we grab. And then we're winning. And then we're winning, okay? Move the king, you step over, I lock you in the corner, my king comes, we checkmate. I'm not even sure if that was a complete full scenario, but there is a very high probability that I'm not capable of actually performing all of the best moves, and we get a draw by 50 move, nothing happening rule. No captures in 50 moves, the game is over. So this, I think, would have been very difficult. I think so. I don't know if I'm capable of doing that. With enough time, maybe. With living off of 2-second increment, don't know. So either way, thank you so much for watching this video. I know that analysis was quite long, but we had definitely important stuff in the opening, middle game, and the end game. I took up enough of your time. Get out of here. I love you. I'll see you guys next time. Bye. And hello, YouTube. We are back at it again. Thank you so much for clicking on my video. Today, check out my stats. 1807. I am 1800. And not only that, I'm in the top 1% in the, not in the world, I don't know how to say that, but I'm in the top 1% of chess.com players. And so let's hop into a rapid game where I can explain to you everything you need to know about how to win a game of chess. And so I do understand that being in the top 1% in the world, there's a lot of people that just like create accounts and then never play or play like 2 games. So there's probably a huge amount of accounts that are like not real accounts, okay? So this dude is the exact same rating as me. We play e4. What will we get? A tense moment on the chessboard already. We e4, e5. We're playing the bishop's opening. Okay. Please bring the bishop out here so I can explain a lot of stuff to you. This is just an attacking line that you absolutely need to know. The best move is to scoot the king over. Will he know that? Probably not. And the most played, oh, okay, so we got to scoot back because all of a sudden this becomes an attack where he attacks our bishop and a discovery on our queen. I believe here I need to put my knight, we need to bring the knight to defend this because we don't want the knight hitting our queen where we have to scoot back. Also, the possibility of losing my light square bishop is in the cards. For sure. And so I want to solidify my center, give my bishop a little bit of breathing room. What if I just... Okay, this bishop is officially locked out. So what if I do jump forward? I mean, I guess he can just take with the pawn. So I think we're going to play it simple. Unfortunately, he decided to push the g-pawn, and you're really hoping that they bring the queen out. So I don't even have an advantage anymore. It's just a completely even position. What am I supposed to play here? What am I supposed to play here? If I jump forward and he takes, then I take. I mean, he can defend it with this, and all of that happens. His bishop coming here is a slight annoyance, definitely for me. So if I do push this pawn, he has the idea of going for my light square bishop and developing his bishop with tempo. And if I move anywhere other than this, I basically get a bad position. So what am I supposed to do here? Am I really just supposed to push this pawn? That seems like such a weak move. But I think that it really serves a purpose in this because I want to get this, and I just don't want my queen being deflected away from the attack of this knight. I think that that's quite important for me. Because if we can get a position where he like castles, we jump forward, is my immediate thought. This is my next immediate thought. I really want to bring the dark square bishop. This pin would be delicious. So I want to also push it 2 squares, but that's not going to work because he can just take with the pawn. So we're pushing it 1 square. And what are we going to get? He can jump forward, but I'm just going to trade that off. And if he takes here, I'm not super worried about that. This pin immediately seems scary. Yes, you get this. But what are you going to do about this pinned knight? And there's no way to bring this bishop back. You wish you could. You got to be real careful when you lock your bishops out of the pawn chain. So we will trade this off. I don't want to allow breathing room for the queen. So I think simple chess principles, pressure the pinned piece. You pressure the pinned piece. Is this going to get him out of it? I don't think so. I think just pressure the pinned piece is what we're going for now. And if he just lets me take, I'll take it with the bishop, and then we're attacking 2 high value pieces with my defended bishop on this square. And unfortunately, his knight, I don't think too many moves to actually aid in the defense of this pinned piece. And so that's what we're going for. Plain and simple. And like, yes, he ruins our pawn structure if he does decide to take. But I'm okay with that. I might even just take and castle this way. And like, I have an attack brewing, my boy. I'm sorry. This guy is from Indonesia. You get a lot of people from Indonesia on here. So he does take. Almost certainly. I mean, if I do this, then he moves, then I take, then he moves again. So I think that I do have to just take this. He can jump forward and temporarily attack my queen. Okay. Now what is the most forcing? If I take with my queen, he's looking at this pawn right here. This guy is no longer pinned, so my move absolutely needs to be take the knight, is what we're doing here. If I take with the queen, I'm threatening this. I'm not sure if this is even scary. Like if I take and he jumps in, if I jump here, yes, this pawn is hanging, but I just have a huge attack. I just don't think that he could survive that. But what's better? Take with this. He has to do something with the bishop. I mean, with the rook, so he probably plays like that. What's the correct move? They might even be interchangeable, and this is one of those positions where I'm spending an enormous amount of time on a move that doesn't essentially matter all that much. I think we're just going to take with the queen. This pawn is hanging, but so is the rook. So we get in, we're attacking the rook. He scoots over. We jump forward with the knight. Maybe I should have spent a tad bit more time calculating that. Okay. And I just have a very comfortable, very, very comfortable position. I can even throw away a pawn to trade off some stuff. I can also... I should probably castle, right? And castling this way so that my rook is looking at the king in the endgame definitely makes a lot of sense. So this is hanging. What if I push forward? And if he takes, then I get another piece joining the party. I can also scoot back and kind of counter this guy. So like scoot back, I'm threatening this checkmate. I think that's a pretty simple idea. I would like to castle, but I'm still in the attacking realm. Because now this fork is kind of something immediate he needs to deal with. And there's not a great, like, you got to do something. You got to move a piece. I don't think he can just ignore that threat. And I've got 5 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm up a piece. If I lose this game on time, I will absolutely break my computer. Just completely just smash that thing and delete the video. That did not defend the fork. So we're going to hop on in. Hit him with that check. And we're going to grab this rook. Now he might resign. He might resign. We're going to go ahead and take that. Then this bishop attacking our f2 square is something I'm a little bit, like not worried, but I don't love it. And so scooting forward to prevent the knight from getting forward in any way would make sense. But immediately just challenging this. Like, what if he comes in? I think we're going to just do this. It ruins my pawn structure. His knight could jump in. And if I castle, then he gets a pawn. So maybe that wasn't the most accurate move, to be fair. Maybe I was supposed to just like push this pawn first. So he wants this check. Take, here, here. I mean, he takes, and then I take. And I think I'm quite happy with the position. I can also scoot the king forward, because castling doesn't work, because I like this guy defended. So what if I just bring my king forward? We're in an endgame. So there's really two things I can do here. Take, check, here, take, take, and then and then take. But I think bringing the king is just, why allow all of that? I'd rather just an equal trade than going down basically a bishop and a knight and a pawn for my rook. So I don't think that it made a lot of sense. And so if he takes here, we have to take with the pawn to maintain defense of this. So we are going to take like that. And then I see a beautiful square in my position. I don't see a reason not to push this. The knight only has one. Oh, well, that took away my beautiful square. Rook to the open file, just immediately attack this. These pawns are attacking so many squares. So this knight kind of is, I mean, I got a really ugly pawn structure, but they're doing a great job of a defense. I can also just bring this in. I'm now attacking this with the pretty simple idea of doubling up on that. So we will do that. He can defend, but I might find a way to wiggle this knight. A retreating move to reroute like this. Oof. He attacks this pawn. I can't defend it. Chess is difficult. Pretty simple mistake right there. I mean, if I just scoot over and he wins that pawn. Or what if I bring my knight? Oh, no. That is we got to be careful. So we scoot over here. I have to scoot back. So I think scooting to the middle of the board. Here, here. retreat, I mean here, scoot back again. I don't think I'm going to lose anything immediately, but I lose a pawn and get attacked, that's for sure. Only good square here. He can then attack. Not fun. Not fun. I should have definitely scooted the king forward and prevented all of that nonsense. That takes away. I can also scoot forward and attack this knight. And then he has to go back here. Let's just bring my knight. That took away the attacking square. Here. Here, here, here. I'm still going to be good. Quite scary. Quite scary to make that move. You attack the rook, I take, you take. Got 2 minutes. Okay, we take the knight for free. And he just officially has blundered the game away. He was able, I mean, he's down a rook, so he was able to do okay, to be fair. But after that, it's over. It's over. There's just too many problems in the position right now. I can even come in like this. This pawn is hanging. I mean, his 2 pieces need to defend this pawn. If he cares about that pawn so much, doesn't matter what he does, he's going to lose. Doesn't matter what he does. It doesn't matter what he does. Doesn't matter what he does. So we just take that. If he decides to attack it, we infiltrate with check. I think we just take that as well. I mean, here. If he wants to defend this, all he can really do is push it. I can't go back because of this fork. So I guess I go back over here. And I mean, I've got 2 minutes. I play a fair bit of bullet, so I think that I'll be capable of absolutely winning this. Does my face look weird? Should I turn off this light? How is that? Super dark? Okay, we'll keep it. We are attacked. We put the rook on a very active square in the position. That's the idea. One thing as I start filming these videos, I think my face is too bright. So he's attacking this, but we take this with check. And like, I don't know how bad I really care about this pawn. We can trade everything off as well. And I can just win that endgame. Don't see why we don't just defend the pawn. We attack your pawn. Bring the knight to the middle of the board. Push this pawn and attack this pawn. Check. And we got 2 attackers on this. He's attacking both of my stuff, but I don't think I'm super worried about it. We're going to take here. And I can push my pawn and defend this. I think the knight is happier over here. And we need to trade this rook. I've got 1 minute and 30 seconds. So we need to trade this rook or just simply push the passed pawn is kind of what we need to do here. So I am going to just get behind this pawn and start pushing it. Because I don't see an immediate way to win potentially here, and trade the rooks and get rid of the knight. And then I have a passed pawn. Let's try this idea. If he goes here, we can just trade the rooks. If he goes here, we can also trade the rooks and the knight. So I'm going to be giving up a minor piece to simplify this. Just check again. Why not? Push. Push. This is defended by the knight. We're going to push this again. This is the idea. We put the rook basically defending this. He wants to bring his king, so we're just going to take this pawn. We take the pawn. I mean, Let's just give some checks. That was literally just a check. I wasn't actually trying to checkmate him, but you know what I mean? When you got two rooks and a knight and a bunch of pawns and your opponent has two pawns, it's pretty easy to figure out how to checkmate him. And so, was that a super accurate game? I'm not even sure with you. It felt really easy. Dude's, he's not 1800 anymore, so sorry for that. And chess.com, you get 10 elo for winning a game of chess. Chess.com is so harsh. The volatility is like you win a game and get 10 points, and then you lose a game and you lose 12 points. So it's like you got to select who you play. And so literally this, one thing you should know, when you're in a position such as this, you need to be careful about the moves that you make because you do not want to stalemate. And it can get complicated to see like what pawns are being attacked by like the not super powerful pieces. So like obviously the rooks, we know what the rooks are doing. But the knight can get hard, definitely in low time when you've got a minute, and then definitely the pawns are attacking squares as well, and you can stalemate your opponent. And so these pawns are both blockaded, so only the king can move. And so this move being a check was generally trying to get him to wiggle out of this position so I can find it easier to checkmate formation rather than like in the middle of the board like this, where it's kind of, this is protected by the, I guess it's not that complicated to be honest, whatever, but that's enough yapping. Let's go see what the computer says and see if I actually know how to play chess or if I just got lucky. My fellow chess people, I played a 100% accurate game. My one mistake I did on purpose in the end game. I am a little bit blown away at how well I knew the opening and just how well I executed it. Now, of course, a lot of those moves were pretty simple to make, but we're going to go through it with the computer and you're going to see I played the top engine line like the entire game. The one inaccuracy that I have in the beginning is not even an inaccuracy because nobody would ever play it in their life. So I have 3 inaccuracies, 1 mistake, 98% accurate, but really that 2% is taken up by 2 inaccuracies in the end game and 1 mistake. And all of those were in the end game where I was like had a +5 advantage. And so you don't have to play the best move. I was getting low on time, so I just wanted to trade off the pieces. Our opponent, 89% accurate, 1 blunder, 2 mistakes, 4 inaccuracies. Not too bad, but this really just stemmed from me knowing the opening better than our opponent, and it just got me a winning position, and I was able to execute it. Now, the only mistake that I made was in the end game right here, and I knew it was a mistake because I was generally going for something like this. Say the king comes forward. Instead of playing the best computer line and whatever, I know there's a mate in 3. You don't need to calculate all that. Check, take, this pawn is a queen. That's what I was going for. So yes, it was a mistake, but from my standpoint, when you've got like 1 minute on the clock, if you can get rid of his last powerful piece and you still have one, like these pawns are doing absolutely nothing. The king is doing nothing. You cannot stop this pawn from promoting. And okay, let's fly to the beginning. I'll show you one other absolutely absurd computer line. So I'm going to also show you in this opening, you play this line. The queen comes out and you're applying pressure. The best move is to scoot over with the king, but nobody does that. What most people do is they come with the queen, you hit the queen. Obviously, they're going to hit you with this check because it looks so scary. You scoot over, and again, they have the chance of scooting over the queen, but they don't do it. They always like push this pawn. I think that's one of the most played. Then you attack the queen. The queen scoots back is generally what they do. Nobody is going to play like something like this or like this. And if they do, you just have a +4 advantage. I'm not going to go into every single line here, but nobody scoots the king over because then you can't castle. So this is definitely something I'm not going to go into in immense detail. Nobody scoots the king over. So if they have not studied this line, they bring the queen out, they push the pawn, whatever. So we get this. They push the pawn, we scoot back, they bring the knight, and then I knew here that now that my queen is developed to basically my knight's natural square, this knight jump where it attacks my queen, it also threatens this fork, is a little bit uncomfortable because you have to scoot the queen all the way back. So you bring the knight, you take away that idea, he pushes, I push, which is the best move, and I love how long I spent on this move. I can't believe it. It's actually the computer's best line. So if we take stock, I have played like the computer best line every single time other than what I'm about to show you right here. And this is absolutely absurd that I could go for this. We take, they take, we go for the pin, They get my knight. I then take here. They ignore that this is happening. I scoot up. They take this pawn. I scoot over. They take my bishop. I take the queen. They take the bishop. And I have a +1 advantage, where I got rid of their queen in exchange for both of my bishops and 2 pawns. And then they've got these guys, and we have this position where I'm slightly winning, but I'm not going to play that, okay? So instead of pushing the pawn 2 squares and getting crazy, we push it 1 square. He can defend this, but he just didn't. And all of a sudden, like, yes, these guys see each other, but now I have applied pressure to the pinned piece. You haven't castled to bring the king closer. The knight can't defend in any useful way. The bishop is shut out by the pawns. What's he going to do? He trades. And of course, like, that didn't fix anything. Sometimes people do moves like this out of desperation. Like, taking here does not fix the situation over here. So, like, doing this, he's like, I need to make a move, and this move isn't terrible. Don't make moves like that. Like, if this is the problem, try and situate your pieces on better squares, you know, like maybe take this opportunity to jump forward or whatever. This didn't make any sense. Then I spent a good amount of time deciding which piece to take with here. And I want you guys, if somebody in the comments could explain this to me, because I literally have no idea. Right here it says 5.6. So I'm playing as white. It's my turn. It's a 5.6 advantage. But if I play the best computer line that it's recommending here and here, I take, and now it's a 4.5. Why? I played the best move. Like, is there a different move that I could have played? And if you try anything else, that's not even the best computer line. So why is it 5.3? Why is it 5.3? And then if I go back one move, it's 5.8. I literally don't understand. I have no idea what to think. Like, it says this is the best computer line, but after you play it, it goes down more than if you play the second best computer line. And even when you play the second best computer line, that's theoretically the best computer line, this still goes down slightly. So there's something that I don't understand. I just take it with a grain of salt, like, okay, they're both okay. I spent a long time thinking about this, what's better to take with? It was interchangeable. Long story short, it's interchangeable. Everything's winning. He moves the rook. I bring this guy forward. I scoop back, like, not the best move. The best move. We scoop back and we threaten this fork. We hit him with the fork. I should really look at this in the chess.com thing. And right here it's saying, okay, grab a pawn for free. Grabbing a pawn for free is better than grabbing a rook not for free. Okay? But whatever. We get rid of his powerful piece. So I'm a human, so I'm going to play a move like that. Then I can castle and get out of this. I scoot the king up. We take with the pawn to keep this safe. We push a pawn, get the knight out of here. Rook on the open file. Infiltrate. Double up this file right here, and he's just immobilized. Then this rerouting of the knight idea didn't make any sense. So this isn't a blunder because I'm still winning by so much. And he just hangs the knight. I mean, he just literally just hangs the knight. Okay? Then around here, we're trading stuff off. We jump back. The reason that when I jump back here, I can't go here because of this fork. Okay? So we go back over here. We scoot up. We grab the pawn with check. I could literally even play this, would be an idea, because I'm still going to win this endgame, but you don't want to give up 2 rooks for a rook. You can give up a rook and a knight for a rook, because you don't want to be left with only a knight in the endgame. If you're left with only a rook, cool, but only a knight with low time, it's not strong enough, okay? So we go for this pawn, we bring the knight, we hit him with this fork, and then around here it's suggesting some other ideas. I bring the knight back. This simple idea of put my rook behind this pass pawn. So here we have somewhat deviated away from playing 100% accurate, and this is my 2%. If I got 98%, this is my 2% right here, because I'm supposed to be coming up with ideas of how to checkmate, which, yes, I could have found ways, but I'm in the mindset of like, let's just make a new queen and get rid of his last powerful piece. So right here, I make my only mistake of the game, like I explained earlier, and I'm really, really just going for somehow trading this knight and rook. So my real idea was this. Like, I mean, he's not going to play that because it's too weak. But if we played this, I take here, boom, 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 boom. That's what I was going for. Did he need to play that? No. So did this move make 100% sense? Not at all. There's mate in 1 right here. I should have seen that. We give the wrong check. We give the wrong check. King scoots up. Push the pawn. Push the pawn. Push the pawn. And then plain and simple, this is an endgame. It's defended. You bring the other rook, okay? Because if he takes you, you make a queen. If he stays still, you take him, and then you get out of the way, and then you make a queen. It's not rocket science. Or they give up the rook for the pawn. You have 2 rooks. Take, take. We go over here. That was his, like, last asset, was, like, if he could somehow wiggle his queen in here and take this pawn, he had to pass pawn. So I took it, okay? Was it the best move? No. No. I'm supposed to just give this check. I'm supposed to give him a checkmate. But either way, we take this, and the one other thing, in an endgame like this, like I said in the video, just be careful. Every move should be a check. I didn't see that this was checkmate in 1. Didn't really care. I knew that I was going to get checkmate in a couple moves regardless. And so the idea of this was really just get the king like doing something other than where he's like surrounded by all these pieces, and it's hard to calculate like what squares are attacked by everything. You know, once you get a stalemate in a position like this, you learn. You learn real quick. Like, I'm going to just give, if it looks sketchy, I'm giving a check. So that's about enough of your time. That was a 10-minute analysis. Literally probably one of the most accurate games I've ever played. 98. Proud of myself. You guys should be proud of me too. I hope you learned a lot. I hope you enjoyed this. If you enjoy my types of videos, please leave a comment if you'd like me to do anything different or whatever. I'm trying to get better at all of it. And please subscribe. I need to make 1,000 of them. 1,000 subscribers would be dope. So, all right. I'm out of here. Thanks. Have a good rest of your day. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, hello, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. I promise not to disappoint. Today, I am 1897. I have been going back and forth, but hopefully, if I am able to win this game, I will reach 1800 for my very first time. Secondly, I'm on a mission to reach 1,000 subscribers. So if you're watching this video and you're watching it on the YouTube app, I'm going to give you a little bit of advice. You can download the DuckDuckGo app, and you can copy a video from the YouTube app, post it in DuckDuckGo, and watch it there with no ads at all, uninterrupted. So if that was useful to you, go ahead and subscribe, because we're going to smoke this dude in a game of chess. Absolutely, let's go. We play c6 against everything and anything, no matter what. What are we going to see here? We develop the knight in case his capture comes through. We develop the bishop, and we make our little indestructible pyramid. We take back. Most likely we see a pawn push here, 1 or 2 squares. And then the next idea will pretty much be bring this knight. I believe in these situations, what am I supposed to do here? What am I supposed to do here? This is under attack, for show. But you know what? Is this the position where I'm supposed to just like let you do it? And then you take... Boy, we're like 5 moves into the game and I'm already flustered. I literally don't know what I'm supposed to do. I feel like I just ignore this. It's probably not advisable to be doing something like that. Let's just do it. I'm completely not sure. Oh, he gets out of it. So I think that I have to take. I think that I have to take because there was this fork at the very end. And he's up a pawn. Excellent. We love that. I can kind of like scoot back and attack the queen. I could push this pawn forward and maybe boot the queen around a little bit. I think we're going to go for that. And now we're just down a pawn. Oh boy. I spent all of that time. Now I'm down 2 minutes and I'm down a pawn. Down on the clock and down material. But you know what? It's just a pawn. I'm not going to freak out about it. We're going for this idea because if this happens, I can grab this pawn. And I think that's quite good for me. If he scoots back, we just take. If he goes over here or something, we can just attack him again. And if he comes over here, we attack him again. And if he goes over here, I think that we just got a pretty nice little attack brewing. So he might have to play something like this. Or over here. He needs to play in a type of way where he doesn't let me like develop my pieces attacking him. But this is developing with check pretty much no matter what you do. No matter what you do, that is coming. And then I'm just going to take. And if you take with this, I'm getting in. And this is still held. Okay, yeah, so he did have to play something like that. I can also play check still. I can still play that move. He blocks, I take, he takes, I take. It ruins his pawns. We're going for it. We're going for it. If he defends with the knight, that is something that I did not anticipate. But then I grab this. But then he grabs this. Oh boy, chess is so complicated. What's he going to go for? He goes with the knight. I think that I'm just going to be able to take it. That was the general idea. So we're going to take. This is hanging. But then this is hanging. And I'm still down a pawn. I want this pawn, bro. If he comes in, what do? I can also just develop and potentially be doing the same thing. Develop the knight and just let him. Or develop the knight here. If he takes, I'm getting at least a piece developed. Here. Here. And it's just not good. I think we're going to do this. And trading the queens is not necessarily advisable for me. But I need to castle. He still needs to castle. We get the knight involved. He could castle this way, but he's still a few moves behind. Not castled yet. This check is also going to come. Maybe we can get him to like advance some pawns in a crazy type way. This check is for show coming. And when it does, I'm not going to spend forever thinking about it. I think I just scoot the king up. And I'm down a pawn, but I'm going to try and like trade the rooks, bro. Really? I don't want to trade the rooks. We're going like this. He gets the castle. Maybe I attack this guy. Okay. We're going to attack this guy. This is not a fun to play position for me. He scoots back. Okay. And if I scoot over, he just gets in. I hate chess. I am just down a pawn, but I feel like it's just such an important pawn. If I scoot over and he gets in, I have to defend. I can scoot forward and then he takes. I take back with the pawn and damage my pawn structure. We're going over here, just weakly attacking this. The weakest moves I'm making. And he can kind of just shut the door on this anytime he wants, and then my bishop is essentially doing nothing. Okay, so he defends. We play this. My bishop can at least reroute like this at some point, is what I'm thinking. If he takes, he just completely destroys my pawn structure over here, that's for sure. But we need a little bit of chaos. I need a little bit of chaos because I'm losing. And I just don't feel like I have enough pieces to like put forth an attack. If he does, I can jump in with check, actually. And I quite like the look of that. And then there's maybe some ideas. If I can jump in with check. Okay. Here. I think we step back. He could just defend. But then I take, he takes. Step back, take, push forward. I feel like I probably have to take here. He pushes forward. Great. He's got this huge wall of pawns defending his king. I don't know if there's going to be a good way to attack it. And I can't just abandon another pawn. I'm so screwed. And if he pushes, what am I going to do? I'm just even more screwed. And if I lock my bishop over here, I'm even more screwed. Everything I do, I'm screwed. No matter what I play. And this rook is just stuck staring this rook in the face. Push my rook forward and potentially double. I'm probably down a pawn, but this is like a minus something huge position. He can just push forward and then I take. So cooked, no matter what I do. Did he just hang his rook, my friend? Bro, what Dude, I was so lost. How much time did I spend? I was so negative about that whole thing. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And I saw it in literally like 3 seconds. Like what? What? Boom, boom, boom. You got a pawn, but you lose a rook. And yeah, I mean, he's completely kaput. Um, I mean, I'm happy I won, but I'm not happy the way that I won. Okay, let's put it like that. So I'm gonna bring it over to the lead chess. I definitely played all of that sloppy, and I am fairly certain. I mean, I can see it on the computer analysis right here. If we look at this position, where am I at? It's actually not as bad as I thought, but still, when you have like a minus 1.6 position, it's hard to defend. So let's bring that over to the analysis. I don't even know what to think about that. I just got saved out of nowhere. We're going to bring it over there. I'll see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And oh boy, did I just wait for a miracle. I had no business winning that game. I straight up just got lucky to a one move blunder. It was just getting worse and worse and worse. And I got so lucky there in the end. And so it all goes to show that my b7 pawn was weak, and the way to defend it was undeveloping my bishop, because I took the opening the wrong route. And if you see, he played 63% accurate, 2 blunders, 1 inaccuracy, and I played 3 inaccuracies and 1 blunder, 87% accurate. So I played a fair bit more accurate. I guess blundering that rook probably knocked off like 20% accuracy for him, because that's a pretty bad move. But still, I was still fighting back, and I thought my disadvantage was a lot larger than it was. The key thing we need to learn in this opening is we don't bring the bishop out. You don't bring the bishop out because this pawn becomes weak. The bishop is doing a great job defending that. Instead of that, you're supposed to just push. Now, if any of this happens, we don't really care. We can just develop our pieces. Whatever happens, we castle, and then at some point we push this pawn, and it's not just a huge problem. And even if he pushes forward, we can still push. If he captures, we capture back. It's defended by 2 things. We're good to go. What I did was get in a situation where the best move was retreating my bishop. Right here, the best computer line is just bring the bishop back. If he brings the knight, we can still bring our knight. If he trades, we trade with the queen, and everything is held, because this is just a huge problem in my position, and the bishop is the one defending it. And so let's turn the computer on for a second. Basically, that's the best move. That's the only thing that gives me equality. When I scoot forward, he's able to grab the pawn. I have to grab back. He grabs, and then I'm just down a pawn. And not only am I down a pawn, when I push forward, we're basically in a situation where what am I supposed to do? I gave this check, and I just start trading off pieces. And it's terrible. It's terrible for me. And so I didn't need to go into any of that. Didn't need to go in. Just bring the bishop back. Just bring the bishop back. He plays the best move. We defend the pawn in the center. He gets ready to develop. We can even push this pawn and take that idea away. He goes here. We go here. Whatever he does, essentially, we're ready to castle. And then the game goes on. The way I did it is I lost a pawn. And so it's hard to say. It's hard to play a move like this. You can't just put the bishop back right after you develop it. And so after this, I played actually incredibly accurate. We need to take, he takes, attack the queen. Throw in this check is not really a great idea, but it's not bad. We trade this off, bring the knight, we lose the queen, and right now I'm just completely screwed, because now after this move, my bishop gets knocked around, and I can't even castle anymore. He doesn't necessarily even need to castle, and we're fighting over this open file. But the problem is if I ever trade off this rook, I just lose, because I can't go into an endgame where I'm down a pawn. He has the center. My king is here. It's just, I'm lost no matter what I do. So I tried to make a little bit of chaos. We attack. We bring the rook to attack this pawn. He defends it with the king. And then luckily here I do play the best move. I realized I probably just needed to complicate some things. And so we basically just got a miracle here that he goes for this, and it equals the position, because I can push the pawn. If he takes, we take, and all of a sudden I'm kind of able to have a really, really scary passed pawn. So say he attacks it, we just defend, and now I have, I'm down a pawn or whatever, but am I down how many pawns am I down? Too many pawns. I'm down, but I have a passed pawn, and he doesn't have a direct passed pawn. And so The way the game went, I'm not proud of it. And he just hangs the rook. I grab the bishop. I'm supposed to grab the rook first, but I grab this. He grabs the pawn. His rook's just hanging. And then he still could have played on. I mean, it's not completely over. His disadvantage is only 1 point higher than mine, so he could have grabbed this pawn. I'm probably not going to... I mean, I got to put my rook super, super passive. He brings his knight. He's still got 3 pawns in the center. It's not completely over. Like, he could have went for it. And so that's not the game that I wanted to have to reach 1800, but that's the game that we got. So a little bit ashamed to take that man's elo. He deserved it all day. But we're 1800, first time in my life. Congratulate me. Thank you so much for watching this video if you made it this far. I know this wasn't the best game ever. I was kind of just losing, one move blunder. But 1800, baby. Let's go. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much. And if you feel so inclined, subscribe. Thank you. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what I'm going to be doing, and I'm sorry to do it to a friend from India, but we're going to be destroying our opponent, and hopefully we're going to be doing that with the bishop's opening on the board. Now let's see how well our opponent knows this opening. Please do not bring the knight, because that is the most boring line out of all of them. Just kidding, it's the most exciting. We're going to have so much fun. So I've been trying something new here. If he captures... I have explained this in many of my videos. If he captures, I used to capture back with the knight and walk into this fork where I had to step back. But it looks like we're going to just lock my bishop out. He could potentially just go for my bishop immediately. Okay. I mean, I can break the pin, or I can just pin this guy myself. I kind of like the idea of just pinning this myself. Hard to say what's better, but I'm going to have no mercy on this opponent, unfortunately. I have a decent amount of friends in India that play chess, and they're good people. I like Indian people. Maybe my favorite chess friends. Okay, that's not true. But my first chess friends, okay? My first chess friends were all Indians. I don't know how that happened, but I would just, like, on chess.com, and they would message me, and I would message them back, and then we'd, like, start playing chess together. But some of them are really good, and they're really competitive. And so sometimes it's not fun to just get steamrolled all the time. Let's just tickle this guy. So if any of my Indian friends are watching this, and they remember, we would play, like, a ridiculous amount of games in a row where I was, like, 1,300, and they were, like, 1,900, and I would just lose. I have some friends that I never even beat. So we're going to step out of this, and all of a sudden, this becomes an idea. Maybe pushing forward makes sense here. Because jumping in, oh lord. It's, ooh. We're going for this. We are going for this. And you got to be careful about these pins, my friend. You got to be careful about these pins. And if you see in my position here, I developed my knight to e2 because I knew this capture was probably going to take place, and I figured let's just replace my knight instead of the normal f3 square where if he captured it would ruin my pawn structure. The reason that I was doing all of that is I was kind of having an inkling on maybe scooting up with tempo and castling this way. Although he does have some pawns advanced into my position. Okay. Which is better? If I take here and take there, I have this check. If I take here, here, I have tempo on the rook. The rook scoots over. I hit him with this check, and it's checkmate? That can't be true. Take, attack the rook. The rook scoots over. Check, here, and checkmate. Looks good enough to me. Or you lose the rook. Man. A little bit unfortunate for our opponent here. But... right? Attack the rook. And Hakimate. Checkmate, my friend. Con cuidado. That's... you got to be really careful about these pins. And then he... oh, I'm so sorry. And he hasn't pushed forward to defend against this square. Oh my goodness. Just check, over, and mate, bro. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All he had to do was push a pawn to prevent my knight from being able to jump to this square. So he needed to play this pawn push sooner. And this knight on the side of the board, I'm not sure what there is even to do. Yeah, that's it. What was nothing to do. He can't even try and escape because he's just barred off. I almost wish that he would have just given up the bishop. So that was a 4-minute game of chess. So, I don't think we really need any analysis on that. I'm not even sure. Should I post that? That was pretty quick. A 4-minute video. Let's go into another game. Let's go into another game. If not, maybe I'll end this video here. No, I won't. No, I won't. Game aborted. What, bro? You scared? You don't want the smoke? And how do I... my face is so bright. Look, there's a light. I'm covering it. So it's really covered. And so maybe we just get a 2-for-1. Now we are playing the Caro-Kann, and this guy is also... That's a weird move. You don't see that, so I know immediately it's probably not good. And so we're going to go... It's going to transposition into a structure that I know quite well. And so with this pawn advanced, it takes away some sacrificing ideas like so. But we're going to come here. We're attacking this pawn now. If he takes, I hop in with the bishop. He probably wants to develop this knight, is what he wants to do. And maybe is this a poisoned pawn? Okay, so he wants to defend like so. The game plan was pushing this pawn forward, going for this pawn break so that I have a place to put my knight. I mean, I can take. I think it might make a weakness. I just take. I think that's what we're trying to do. If the bishop takes, I mean, I can just kind of grab it. And then the knight comes in. If he does like so, I have a tempo winning move. So I could actually take here. He would step over. Then I give a check. He could step back with the knight. So that's not any fun. Developing this bishop in this line of the Caro-Kann is always such a headache. Because if I do this, he just develops the knight. And then it's like, that didn't do anything good for anybody. I can also just go for this guy. Step forward and walk directly into this. Then pin it. That's the idea. If you attack, I'm pinning you. Okay. We have to do something. I want to just develop this bishop to get him here. Okay. I mean, I can't scoot back. I just get trapped. If I take, then this just happens. Then I take here. But then he just like applies so much pressure. Man, I got myself in a little bit of a predicament. We have to take, I think. And my light square bishop, I'm not even convinced is a good piece right now. Let's just try and bring this. Please play this so I can just trade off this light square bishop, because now I'm scared to even have this piece. Like, who even let me have a light square bishop in the first place? I could just trade off. I mean, that's not a bad move. Don't hate it. Step back one. God, I should have scooted back. I want my knight on that square. Man, sometimes I just like snap reaction and play a terrible move. Definitely should have gone here so my knight can get to the middle. So now I'm going to have to kick this guy to go back here to then jump in. It's rough. It's rough. Almost definitely I have to play this. But he still is trying to figure out what to do with his guy. So we're going to tickle this guy. I mean, if you tickle me now, I got a place to go. Right? Take, 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 take. Am I up a pawn in that position? Here. Grab the pawn. Then you grab the pawn, but then I grab the pawn, and I'm up a pawn in that position, but I lost the bishop. I can also just take here. Okay, no, I can't, because there's all this. We step back, the knight comes in, and then I pin the knight. Bro, that's ridiculous. I think that's what I'm... I didn't even see that he could grab it there. Okay, so we're going to have to take back. He then attacks my rook. He has the bishop pair. I have the knight pair. I can no longer castle, so that really sucks. And if I do this... I mean, he just plays this, and I lose. Oh, here, here, here. Got to play for something, right? It's equal. So I can grab this. If he takes, I mean, I just get in. No, I don't. He hits me with his check. Okay. Not being able to castle is actually a huge problem for me. What if I just push? I don't know what to do. I completely messed up. I'm going to step here into the middle of the board. Oof. I am in a bad situation. But don't worry, my friends, because in chess, the most important part, we're going to just take. If he takes with the bishop, we just take. If he takes with the pawn, I mean, haven't thought that far. But if he takes with the bishop, we're going to take it. What you need to get good at, okay, we are absolutely just going to take that. Absolutely, without any thought. That makes a lot of sense. He's probably going to go for this. So... I kind of like the idea of just putting my rook there. He probably just brings his rook. Okay, he wants to look at that instead. Tactics. Tactics, tactics, tactics. I can take here, and if he takes... What am I talking about? None of that makes any sense. If I take here, the pawn blocks the view of my rook, so that's not going to work. I mean, if I push forward, he just gets a pass pawn. I can go here, so he goes there. I do not know what I should be playing. We could just try and simplify and just trade everything off. That's always a great idea. Let's just push a pawn, because I don't know what to do. Oh my goodness. Bro, calm down. It's not that serious. Not that serious, bro. Now can I take here? I still don't think so. This bishop sucks. Get out of this position, bro. What if I go here? This doesn't work. This doesn't work because yes, it removed the pawn, but he still has a defender. And he would just step back. Kind of like the idea of just coming into the position. Probably he brings his rook back. Oh god. He didn't even hesitate on that. Like, not even for a second. And that hung the bishop with check. So, he should have maybe hesitated for a second. He literally played that move with, like, 0 seconds. So, we're going to take this. He blocks. I can then take this. I could also bring the knight. But I like the idea of taking here because it's tempo on this guy. So, he'd probably come like this. No, he wouldn't. He's pinned. So, he's got this, but I don't know if I care. Here, 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 check. The knight blocks. You get the knight, but I think I just survive. So he's got this, but I'm grabbing a rook. Bruh. Are you serious? Why did I just blitz that out, bro? Literally, I need to take more time. Like, bro. It is so infuriating to lose a game of chess like this. Gotta do something. You can just push this. And that just attack. Oh. It fell apart, bro. Pause. Pause. He's still got this pawn that is really close to turning into something not so nice for me. Bro, this is a wild game of chess. Okay, obviously I need to be taking this queen. I take the queen, he pushes the pawn here. You gotta take back, but what am I even calculating? I need to take this, obviously. He needed to take that. If I come here, he just takes. So what about check? Completely sacrifice? This doesn't work. This doesn't work. What about check here? Then take here, here. But then this comes with check. So here, here, check. Sometimes I'm an idiot. I need to just like play flat faster. You can just take here though. But we get this check. If he blocks, we can go here and he pushes and I take with the knight and then it's a draw? I mean, I probably just need to play this. Like, I don't think there's anything else. I have no interesting checks or anything. So we're going to play this. He gets in. I take. His rook gets in. I touch this guy. He pushes. I get behind him. We're in an endgame, but it's all about just like tempo. I think this is the most forcing move. I attack this pawn, right? What just happened in this game of chess? I really hope that I win so that I can post it. This makes sense, right? You can just attack mine. We play this. Then maybe we play this. It's totally a draw, but 1 minute and 39 seconds against 7 minutes. What an absolute haymaker. Like, dude, I hang my queen, then he hangs his queen right back. Like, bro, we're 1800. How do we play chess like this? All right, you're 1782, but I'm supposed to be 1800, bro. So stepping here allows this. So I think we're going to step back. He can push, but I chase you. You can push, but I chase you. And I will win that pawn, buddy. Or you go here and I go here. But then you defend. So actually, no. So I'm going to chase. Because if I get behind you, he can defend. And that's no fun. So we're going to go like this. I'm going this way. I'm going to chase you, my friend. And luckily my king can wiggle up. Like if I can take and render his rook over here. Like yes, this king can chase me around and eventually win this pawn. But in the end game, if I trade off the rooks for the last remaining pawn and I bring my king active enough, still probably a draw. I think he just plays this and he has time to bring the king. When the king gets eventually close enough, I just come back. And I've got enough moves. Okay, so that was the whole idea. I'm trying to get in. He comes here, but I come up. Okay. I don't know what to do. I think it's still a draw, okay? But I need to come up. I mean, I got 37 seconds, bro. Like, what are you doing? I'm just going to push this pawn. Unbelievable game of chess. He goes here. Yeah. As long as I don't get a draw. Bro, what on earth was that? We both hung our queens, and then I have to sacrifice a knight to stop that passed pawn, and then I'm able to just win in the end game. Arguably, that was terrible. Arguably, that was terrible. But you know what? I sure hope it was entertaining. So thank you so much for watching. I'm sorry to my friend from wherever, Ukraine. And let's check it with the computer. And here we are in the analysis. And are you ready to look at this graph? That was the sloppiest game of chess that I have ever won. Maybe not. That's not true at all. But definitely that was pretty sloppy. Look at that graph, bro. Winning, losing, winning, losing, winning, losing, losing, winning. Just, oh my God. 62% accurate. 5 blunders, 3 inaccuracies, and 5 mistakes. Bro, literally half of the game was making mistakes. And so our opponent, let's not bully the young man. And let's look at the computer. The first handful of moves made a fair bit of sense, okay? We go for the pawn break. We bring the queen out. We bring the knight. All of this is pretty standard. He now has a weakness, and so I'm winning here because I have this really simple idea of this fork that's actually not super easy to defend. You have to develop your knight to a weird square, and I can still go for it because I can pin the knight at the end of it. Okay, so that's what I needed to go for. Instead of all of that, instead of getting fancy, we make this move that, this is what sucks about studying chess openings, is I've seen this move work in a structure kind of sort of similar to this. It's not the best move, so I guess it's not a terrible move, but I've seen it be the best move before. Like, that's what you're supposed to play. And so I studied some other opening in a position similar to this, and I thought that it was this, and it just wasn't. It just wasn't this position. So instead of actually like thinking through the moves, I just tried to memorize it and play what I thought I remembered was the best, and it wasn't the best, and it caused me to play just a random move that wasn't that great. So I'm supposed to just develop the knight. So I have a problem with putting this knight in front of the bishop. Whenever I'm supposed to do it, I don't. And so I'm also just supposed to bring the rook because I have ideas of attacking the queen. No, I don't. The rook. Okay, whatever. We go ahead and we trade some pieces off. I'm supposed to just take the knight. Whatever. I develop my knight. Then I am supposed to just trap my bishop in there and just let him take because it becomes a good thing later, okay? So I'm going to have to study these openings a little bit more and figure out when exactly do I put the bishop here and when exactly do I let them take it, because there are situations where it works. And so the reason that it works is it takes away like these squares. So here, I admit I made a mistake. I didn't think about it, and I just did a snap, made a move. I was really trying to put the bishop here. Let's see. 0.5. 0.2. So the move that I played is not as good. Okay. I had to do a little bit of math here. Okay, we tickle this guy. He attacks me, and I'm supposed to go along this capture chain because he can't take. The reason that he can't take is I'm trying to get in. So for one, I can just win this, and like he can grab this, but then I'm still going to grab this, and that would have been the position. So instead of that, I step back, which is a blunder because that capture chain was actually good for me, and for whatever reason, I put him here where the knight can take him. So I'm just not playing the most accurate chess, if we're going to be completely honest. And then I step up with the king. That's a mistake. I'm slightly losing. But we take, and I'm still slightly losing. But at least we got rid of the bishop for one of my knights. And the best move is rook here, so that I can push this and keep a defense on this. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't understand that move, so that's why I didn't play it. And I'm not going to try and explain it to you. So I'm supposed to run with the king. We're not running with any king anywhere no time soon. We are getting active with the queen, attacking things, and making him hang a bishop, okay? So that's what happens. You get active with your queen, and I need to go back on chess.com and see how fast did he play this move. He played that move literally in less than a second. Like, boom, blitzed it out. That hangs the bishop with check. He blocks with the rook, and then I hang my queen to this pretty simple thing. The queen is looking at these two pawns, so I should have just taken note of that. The rook is literally only looking at this in the knight. So, like, this pawn, like, if there's anything in my position I need to be worried about, it's this pawn. So grabbing that, walking into this fork is just, I'm really bad at chess. There's no way around it. But my saving grace is I'm up a knight. So I'm up a knight because I grabbed that bishop. So I got an extra knight. So losing my queen, I'm supposed to just take here, but whatever. Boom, boom. Leave this on the table, and he captures. And immediately I can pin him. Immediately. But I don't do it. I defend my pawn. I'm looking at defensive moves instead of attackive moves, and now I'm really suffering. So he pushes the pawn, and I saw, okay, that attacks my knight, and I was considering some things, and thank goodness I found this move, or else I'm just completely lost. Now, in this position, he pushes forward. I have one opportunity to win this, and a good chess player would know that this is not going anywhere. I only need to take the queen once the king moves, because then the queen can escape. So I have time to grab this pawn, and it gets really spicy because he's got two passed pawns. Like, he's got two pawns, not passed pawns. He's got two pawns on my third rank, however you want to look at it, about to turn into queens. And so if I play this move here, this still remains. So he can give a check, but I run. And then he can try and run, but I'm coming for you. Okay? That was the difference. The way that I did it, I took the queen. He gets the pawn here, but then it's tempo on my rook, so I have to slide over. Then he gets this. But then I get this with tempo with check. So I have time to step back and stop that pawn from turning into a queen. And it's a complete draw. Now, I would have been completely winning if I would have just been a little bit more patient, but I wasn't. So now he's got a queen. So we got to get rid of it. He gets in. And now it's just a complete draw. But like I said, my side of the draw was easier. And we run back. The reason we didn't run forward is we didn't want to walk into this check. So in this position, if I go here, now I think it's still a draw, but now he's the one on the good side of the draw. Okay, so there's a good side and a bad side of the draw. And so that's the bad side. If I show you in a second, we're trying to be on the good side. It's still, okay, maybe it's not a draw, but it's still basically a draw. But now we're on the good side. I've got this extra pawn. So if anyone can be silly and make mistakes in this endgame, it's your boy. And so I felt like I just had to keep my rook on this file, and I felt like I was going to just do everything with my king. So maybe that wasn't the right idea. He can also just go for my pawn and force me back, and once I come in, he can start attacking stuff. So that plan didn't make the most amount of sense, but I don't hate it. And so I'm supposed to just lock it down. Just lock it down. But why? But why? I'm the one winning. So we step here. That threw it away from -4. I could have given this check. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Let's see. Why is this so much more winning? Okay, it's complicated. We're not going to go really deep into that line. What did happen was he literally just traded off. So now I have all the time in the world. You have to deal with this pawn, or else it's just going to turn into a queen. So his king can't even come over here. So I step in, all the time in the world. And like I said, he just gave up at this point. Like I think he realized, like, okay, what's the point of doing anything? And so either pawn is going to turn into a queen. I am quite capable of getting a stalemate in that position. Potentially I can win, but thank goodness he resigned, so I didn't have to figure out how to do either one. So if you made it this far, thank you so much for watching my video. Sorry I hung my queen, but at least I got it back and he hung his queen. And so that has happened 2 times recently where I hung my queen and they hang it back instantly. And so at 1830 or whatever I'm rated, so if you hang your queen, don't give up. You've got hope, because it has literally happened 2 times in the past, like 2 days. So I don't know why my face is so bright. So thank you for watching my video. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. I hope you learned something. Please subscribe. And what's today's date? It's the 30th. I'm moving out of this place tomorrow. And so the setup will be different. I might have to be like recording on just the computer. I don't know when I move to my new place, because I'm only staying there for a little bit. But all right, get out of here. Thank you so much. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another educational and epic day of chess. We're going to do 10 plus 5 because you know what? I'm tired of losing on time and winning positions. That's the truth. So 5 seconds, I want to play a rated game because I need that elo because I'm going to reach 2,000 at some point. And oh boy. First, we're going to start with e4. Then we're going to check this dude's profile. He's terrible at bullet. He's terrible at blitz. He's okay at rapid. So, I hate this opening. I hate this opening. He takes back, and then I throw a pawn forward, applying pressure to the center immediately. And that is about where my opening knowledge stops. But you know what? We can still rock with the basic chess principles of pin the knight to the queen. You know what I mean? I guess we're just going to bring out another knight. It can never be a bad move. You want to first develop the knights before the bishop, but I know I developed this bishop to pin the knight a little bit earlier on. It's not the end of the world. And so hopefully what we can get is a little bring this guy out, castle this opposite side. Hopefully he castles king side, and then we are going to throw the h-pawn in his face. So my worry in the position is scooting back basically to any square is probably okay. This move is probably preferable, but what I'm worried about is this. So I really hope he doesn't try and do this little double pawn advancement, because if he does, he's probably going to try and castle this way. It's hard to say. Something else that I'm not going to do is I'm not going to spend more than like 1 minute, even in the critical moment, because I realize in some of my games I spend way too long. Like one time I spent one of the last games I spent 4 minutes out of a 10-minute game. I spent 40% of my time literally. I guess I could have sacrificed there and that would have been interesting. Okay, so he still is going to go this way. I quite like that. I think we're going to go here so that my queen still sees this pawn, because he could potentially push forward and then remove my knight of the defense of this. So I want my queen to still see that pawn. And pretty much my game plan is move the queen, and castle the opposite direction, whichever side he chooses to castle. And what he has in his position right now is a horrible pawn structure, essentially on both sides. Like his king is not going to be super safe over here, at least until he scoots it over. And the king is definitely not safe on this side. So I really, really, really want him to castle this way, because then the immediate h4 is just going to, like, we're going to push h5. Then I jump into the middle. So, like I said, I still want him to castle. So I am going to just probably scoot my queen up. I mean, he can jump into position and hit me, but I can just exterminate that fella right on the dot. What you always got to be a little bit careful of is the enemy's moves into your position. That's kind of what you need to calculate first. So I need to be aware of things like this, all of those moves. I need to be aware of this knight immediately coming here, and then I need to be aware of this queen coming here to attack. I know that that's still on his side of the board, but the queen is doing some stuff. So you generally want to look. That just can't be a good move. Just can't be a good move. Why? It's hard for me to say. He hasn't castled. Which side is he going to castle? Is he just not going to castle? That's also an option. So let's take stock of some of my moves. My queen is defending this pawn right now. If I castle this way, I mean, potentially that's a mistake. But if I castle this way, potentially also that's a mistake, because this is coming. So we're going to make a move exactly at 8:41 to keep the time. I can give this check. If he jumps in, I take, jump in, take, my bishop gets in. I like that. I can also just immediately jump in with my knight. But then he jumps forward and attacks my queen. I take, get him out of here. So it's hard to say which one's better. I feel like the knight is a little bit less committal. And what it does is it at least immediately applies pressure here. So which move is better? Even like a sacrifice is something I should do. We're going with the knight. We might see this, but something important is to just try and I probably spent more time than was necessary on that move, but I felt like it was probably an important move to spend a little bit of consideration on. Because just scooting my queen into the middle of the board, giving up the defense, again, that is a weird move. That is just a straight up weird move. But not horrible. I want a castle. Like, what should I do? Should I just castle, bring a rook here, do something like this, and if he takes, I get a discovery? What should I do? I kind of like the idea of pushing forward here as well, but he might just make me do that. Okay, we're not gonna lose my time advantage. We're gonna station my bishop squarely looking at his bishop. My knight is nice and defended. This knight can't immediately jump in. This pawn is definitely defended by two things, so I'm probably never going to win that pawn. He does capture. And I mean, we're going to take with the queen. It's about time you castle, bro. How about you just go ahead and castle? If you don't, bro, if you don't castle, I mean, like, that's no fun. Here, here, here. He blocks. I mean, if I take, it just kind of fixes his pawns. Not that his pawns are ruined or anything. But you know what? I am sick and tired of this nonsense. I'm castling. One of us is going to castle. And it's going to be me. I was really kind of just holding off because I wanted to opposite side castle. But you don't always get what you wish for. Was that the right side to castle to? I mean, he can scoot up and also match me. Something that I do that he might be thinking is I would be considered a higher rated opponent because we have a 100-point difference, 100 elo difference. And something that I try and do when I'm facing higher rated opponents is castle same side because the attacking and calculation is generally going to favor them. Okay. We officially have opposite side castled. How do I make use of that? I want this H file open. If he just pushes forward, maybe I just try and break it open again. Let's do it without too much thinking immediately, because he has A5, which might be a reasonable move. Taking might even not be all that bad for him. And we want to keep the queens on the board as well, because if you trade off the queens, you are trading off 9 points of golden attacking material. And so I don't want to trade the queens, basically, even if it's favorable for me, because I'm going to try and get some sort of attacking game going on. And I feel like I've been playing reasonably quickly, and we still have the same amount of time. Or not reasonably quickly. I feel like I've taken my time. I've played not quickly. So let's see. And I'm wearing a tank top. Please forgive me. I can bring my pawn. I mean, this attacks my queen. I like have to take back. I basically have to take back. If he jumps in, he's threatening this fork. So if I do take, he probably jumps in. So if I take, and then he jumps in, maybe I just scoot my rook over to defend that. I think we're going to do it. And still, if he comes here, we're covered. This is I'm so okay with. Like, even just trying to open up the position. And then if we trade these bishops, then we're going to be in an opposite side castle game where his squares over here are going to be a little bit soft. So I kind of just want to push forward. And then if he pushes forward, I'm just going to take. And if he takes with this, I take here, allow this, slide over with check. Wait a minute, let's calculate this. Let's not lose on time. I think I'm pushing this pawn regardless. So if he takes, I think I'm cool with it. It just opens up the G file. And I'm basically, I might even try and sacrifice for this pawn. But it would be cool to get rid of these dark square bishops because this dark square bishop is going to defend all of these dark squares by the king. And I don't have a light square bishop. Okay. We take. Immediate thought. We take. He takes back. We take here. He hits us with this fork. I hit him with a check. Is that a check? Because my bishop is still there. Take here. Take. He comes in. I go here. And he can't take it. He won't be able to take my rook because if I scoot my bishop back, it's check. He'll scoot in the corner and then it's checkmate. if you're able to follow all of that. And if he doesn't take this pawn, oh, he can take with the queen. See, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes I'm just bad at chess. I almost said you're bad at chess. Sometimes I'm just simply bad at chess. This is hanging, but I think I want to just slide in here and go ahead and take any of my pawns, bro. I think we play this. I feel like my king is decently safe. Look at all of the pieces on his king. And look at all the pieces on my king. My king is quite happy. Even if this pawn push comes. Is it the end of the world? This is being attacked twice. So he basically has to do something about that. And what would I suggest? I mean, he can jump back, but then I can take. He'll probably take with the queen. We might just launch this pawn because he can't really ever take it. Because then I just hit him with this little thing. We're just Ahmed 380. We have been taking the exact same amount of time. You are my bro. And we get 5 minutes. So when you get into these end games, they can get a little less hectic than 3+2, that's for sure. And I do play a lot of just 0+1 in my shorts. If you want to see a lot of like fast chess, like check out some of my shorts. None of them are very accurate, but they are definitely entertaining. What are you doing about this, bro? What would I do? What would Jesus do? What would Elon Musk do? Probably just bringing the queen back seems to make sense. Then I push. Then you take. Then I take. Then you take. Then I launch in again. Not sure. I'm not convinced that's the best. If not, I'm ready to just bring my rook. Ready to just bring my rook over here. And I almost don't care about your knight arriving here anymore. Because I want to just like figure out a way to bring my knight. We've got a couple different courses of action. Okay, so he does step back. In between move, we attack the queen. If we see this, I feel like this is just a great move right here. If I take here, if he takes with the king, I mean, I don't have a check of great value. I kind of like stationing my rook here first, because this is still kind of an option. So here, let's do it. Here. Ooh, this. If I take, he can take this with check. And that's no fun for anybody. So here, here. Then I slide over here. I don't want to trade off too many pieces. And my knight doesn't have the easiest route to like participate in this game. But I think going here and him attacking, it's not going to work out beautifully for me. Pushing this pawn forward, I think we have to do this. We're going to check with the computer. I feel like maybe just forcing something like this would have been the correct idea, but I just don't know. I just don't know. Okay, so he takes with the king. This pawn is still hanging. So, I mean, I don't hate the idea of just pushing it. Then this becomes an idea supported by the pawn. His king is a little bit fragile. And I really just want to push, push. We do this. Where's he even going to go? We go for this. The queen cannot infiltrate. I'm covering that square. He cannot take the pawn. He's not coming to my side of the board, that's for sure. So this seems to make a lot of sense. Then this becomes a little bit weak when I do double. We're going for it. Okay, so he goes for the queen trade. Absolutely, I do not want that to happen. I feel just like, doesn't that make a lot of sense? Doesn't that move just make a lot of sense? My knight is actually doing a pretty good job of defending some stuff. So we're sliding in, still defended. We have ideas of like tripling up and making some stuff happen. Also still pushing these pawns is an option. Attacking here, I don't know how terrified of it I am. But now I kind of should be a little bit worried. A little bit worried about like him just doubling. Then he's just got boom, boom, check, here, defend, and then all of a sudden it's like a completely even game where we're both attacking. But his queen now officially can't leave the guard of this pawn. So ideas like this make some sense. Ooh, that also does kind of pin the queen. Something else in this position. Sometimes you just stare at a position long enough. Okay, so he takes that idea away. I think this will just be completely defended by this. I think I can push. And if you take, I mean, I just take here. So he can't really take. Something like this might make sense. Maintain defense of this pawn. But once I open this up, once I open that up, you are in a world of trouble because your king is a little bit naked. Okay. I mean, we take. Then his rook gets involved. Ooh. We take, the rook gets involved. We pin the queen. So also this is removing the defender of pinning the queen. So if I take this, if he takes with the queen, I give in a little cheeky check first. Or there's this. So I think just taking makes sense. He takes with the queen. Yes. But I have this check first. Where your options would be here or here. Both of which will be followed by this check. Then your options would be defend with the queen and I take the queen, or scoot over here. What did I just calculate? Okay, I think we just take here. Oh! It's defended by the queen. Oh dear Lord. Oh dear Lord. Mistakes have been made. This is the next move. I can maybe... Oof. Grr. I hate chess so much. Why did I do that? My calculations are terrible. I go over here. This is the next idea. Pin the queen. Now I'm just down a rook. And there is no saving me. No saving me. I mean, even if he hangs this, then it's an equal game, and he's going to win that pawn. So even if I get this move, check, check, boom. Check. We attack the queen. He just defends. And then we'll be attacking this. Oh, I threw it away. I threw it. Big blunder. And now, I mean, the king is naked. This rook is not activated yet. He could basically just scoot forward, and then all of a sudden I'm checkmated just like in 10 moves. Oof. But in this position, we take a deep breath. I realize maybe I'm a little bit bright. Let's cover this light. How is that? Is that better on the viewer's eyeballs? Not a fucking... Oops, I swore. Not a white guy's face. Super incredibly white. And I'm not even winning on time. We need to pray that his bullet skills are not that great. That is what we are going for here. That's all that... That's the only saving grace that we have. That's a fancy move. If I attack here, you go here with check. I step back. You have no checks. But can he still castle, bro? No, the king definitely made a lot of moves. What am I talking about? This... My knight has no forward momentum at all. What about this? In between move. Now my rook is not under attack. Your rook is still under attack. And that seems to make a lot of sense. But then I hit you with a check. And I essentially trade my knight. I mean, we got to do it, right? We absolutely got to do it. There's no other move. This is a nice fork if he doesn't see it, but we get this. We get in with another check, and he was trying to be a little overtly fancy, but he has to take. Then I take. What are his options? If he scoots this way, I can sort of pin a little bit. Something like this. I do have these back rank ideas lurking in the position. So he comes in with check. I mean, yes, he is just going to win this. I can step back. Bro is blundering it away. I can step back with check, defend the knight with my queen. My king is defending my knight. Dude, why is he trying to get so fancy out here? We slide in with check. 59 seconds. Am I winning if I trade? I think it's completely even. Let's just give this check. Okay. We want my knight here. Potentially this makes sense. I maybe should have just traded the queens. Now things are going to get a little bit complicated. But again, we're really rooting on the fact that maybe he's not that great at bullet. We push this and just greatly weaken my king. Something like this would make a lot of sense. And then just get in. I think we're going to just defend like that. He could just push. Hard to say who that really benefits. If he pushes, if I take here, he pushes here, I take here. His rook gets involved. I could just step forward. He hits me with this check. Things are going to get complicated. Make no mistake about it. Please don't let me blunder. This is going to make an exceptional video. So he wants to trade the rooks. We're going to do it for the sake of just simplifying the position a tad little bit. I think we just take one step closer. I'm not sure what to do. Completely even. One of us is going to blunder. And I've got 27 seconds, so it very well could be me. This check, I mean, I just stepped forward. For some reason, I thought the check was on this square and my knight was defending it, but it's absolutely not. We want my knight in one of these squares. So he gives me the check. I mean, like straight up, I have to scoot forward. He can't give me this check. He could go ahead and pin me. I mean, his knight can't get forward either. Would love to give this check. If his knight moves, I give that check in a heartbeat. And we just like rattle off some checks real quick would be the idea. This whole diagonal. Okay, so he wants to scoot around. I think I'm just going to make a move. Okay. Reasonable. Just move to a defended square. We're going to just try and keep this game going. Okay. Now he wants to go here. Makes a lot of sense. Step forward again. He can't really do it. He goes for it. I'm going to take. If he takes with the queen, I think I win the endgame. If he takes with the pawn, then I have to do operation take the pawn with my he has this, but I can take it. He can still easily draw this. Not easily, but he definitely still can, because this pawn is incredibly weak. My king to win this pawn will be in the center of the board. He can do something like this. Here, here, here. I think this kind of like asks for this trade, and then I'm in a pawn and king and pawn endgame, but I'm up a pawn. He can also slide in the middle with this check, but then I have a passed pawn. Take here. We do this. Now I have a passed pawn. He's probably got a fair bit of checks that he can get. I think we're going to step over. We step back. We can push the pawn now. And look how much time we have accumulated. We step back. The pawn is defended. Checks are somewhat defended. Queen trade. He hangs the queen. Tragic with check. That was a serious game of chess. Essentially what we did there was we played on the opponent's weakness, and I didn't despair. When I made that fatal blunder against another player, I would easily lose, but I was 100 rating points higher, so I knew if I just kept the game going on and we just kept doing things, if I make a blunder, he's bound to make a blunder. Although that game was completely lost. Absolutely, I had like a -8 or 9 position. And then he just tried to get fancy 2 different times. Don't get fancy. When you're winning, you don't have to get fancy. You have to get fancy when you're losing. So I think my accuracy for that game was probably like pretty low. So probably like 83%. We're going to check it with the computer, and I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis, and I don't necessarily know what to think of that game. I mean, I came out the victor, but he definitely could have pressed harder. And so I can tell you the way that I was able to win that game was I made a blunder from a winning position. So instead of going from like a equal 0-0 position to like -6, I went from a +3.5 to a -3. And if it's -3, there's still some hope. There's still some hope. And so the reason for that was his king was pretty naked, and my pieces were on good squares, and my king was generally safer than his. And so, I mean, he still should have definitely punished me. And I had 1 inaccuracy that literally didn't matter, 1 mistake that also didn't matter, and then I had 3 blunders that very much did matter. And so one of them, if we scoot a little further down and take a gander at this chart, we can obviously see what happened here when I hung my rook with check for literally no reason. Don't know how I didn't see that, but it is what it is. Chess is hard. And so that was one of my blunders. Another one of them was a crazy computer line that neither of us were really going to see. And our opponent here, 79% accurate, 3 blunders, 3 mistakes, 6 inaccuracies. I'm so sorry to our opponent for him losing that game, but let's go ahead and fly through this. And so I mentioned that in this position you're supposed to take, they take, and then you bring the knight. That's not actually what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to just bring the knight, and then if they take, you take back with the knight. Okay, I didn't know that. I've just played this so many times, and it's worked out generally okay. Like this game, it worked out generally okay, but it gives you an absolutely equal position after like 4 moves, and so that is not what you want in chess. You wanna maintain, you know, your little advantage you start with as white. And so we go ahead, we get the pieces developed. This sacrifice, I checked it with the computer, it does not work. So all of these moves, everything's good. Everything's good. Best move, putting the knight in the middle. This little trade, taking with the queen, was correct. Castling opposite was a minor inaccuracy, but I did it for the sake of the video. And we got an attacking game where our opponent You know, he definitely got the pressure put on him, and then I blundered it away. But we have an opposite side castling game. I immediately push this pawn. He takes here, and this was his blunder and my blunder. The reason for this, if I take with the bishop, this fork becomes an idea. So immediately, something like this can happen, where I need to like scoot back and defend this. It's just not super great. So what happened in the game? But if I take with the pawn, if he comes here, we just trade and I'm up a pawn. Cool. If he goes over here, we can simply just take this and his knight is kind of not in a good square. He can't really like get back into the game easily other than taking my bishop. And then if he goes here, we can also still just take because this fork does not exist because my bishop is defending my f2 pawn. And so that is what we both missed. And so I can go into further lines, but there was even like a capture, a queen sacrifice, and then bringing in the rook all the way down here to get the checkmate. Neither of us saw that. It was a crazy computer line. So we keep going. He takes with the queen. I didn't see that coming. And then here's where my advantage starts. I'm supposed to just kind of not care about this pawn because I can push my rook. If he does take, then this fork would exist. I guess it's still called a fork when it's like this. So that would have existed. So I could have tactically defended this pawn and prepped for the attack. And this would still threaten this same exact thing over here. Don't see it, so I push the pawn. We defend the pawn simply. We go ahead and we push forward. He scoots back. I scoot over. He pushes the pawn. I push this forward. And this is where I just completely blundered everything away. What I was looking for in this position was a checkmate. Yes, this would have worked, and what I calculated did generally make sense. However, it's defended by the queen. So what I did didn't make any sense. And I was really looking for a checkmate in this position, but it doesn't really exist because he can bring the knight back and defend this file, and then his king slips out this way, no matter what I go for. So we go ahead and we blunder the rook. It's awesome. And so if you see, I went from a plus 3.5 to a minus 3.5. So it's not the end of the world. It sucks, but it's not the end of the world. We give some checks. We're trying to set up some tricky traps. We're going for something like this. His knight can still block, but it's better than nothing. He scoots over. We attack the queen, and he makes a blunder. He's still winning, but he does make a blunder because I get to give this check. He has to do something, or else I'm just going to take you. And so now he's down the exchange. Immediately after this blunder, he makes another blunder where the best move is to just step over. What happens then? He takes, and I ignore it, but I'm still going to win because I'm going to... I can get in and win the rook at some point. I think that's what the idea was. I'm supposed to just let him grab it, whatever. I could have gone for a crazy attack. But you know what? How is this a blunder? This counts as a blunder. Defending my knight with check. So I guess it just goes to an equal position. I was supposed to just scoot over. He takes the knight. I attack the queen. Say the queen goes back. We just get in. We just get in with a lot of checks. And I win the rook. So I was supposed to see that. I did see this general idea, but not in this position. I saw that this rook is over here undefended, so a back rank check would basically win the rook. I saw it at some point, but I didn't go for it. Can you really blame me, though? Making a move like this, I mean, it just looks natural. I had 1 minute on the clock. But now we have a completely even position. We go for this check. Correctly, I keep the queens on the board because it's completely even now, but I'm playing on my opponent's weakness. And so I'm really going for continuing the game, just making the game continue at an equal position and hoping for him to blunder. So we solidify our center, we push this pawn, we have exactly a mirroring pawn structure over here. We take, we get the rooks off, he gives a check, we scoot forward, and we're kind of straying away, but everything we do is still a draw. And so I'm literally just making moves because I had 15 seconds. So sometimes you just got to make a couple moves that keep the position like more or less similar. It doesn't change things too much. So here, he gets a passed pawn, but it's alone. And so I'm going to bring my king, and I'm going to take it. And so we take, he takes, I take, and get a passed pawn. The reason that it's still a draw here is just say this position here. Instead of even trying to defend this, he can just better situate his queen to start attacking me. So like going here, and when I take, whatever I take with, you just start giving checks. So what a lot of people do in an endgame like this is I take, and then you take my queen and I take back. You literally don't have to do that. You just accept the pawn is gone, and you keep the queen or the rook on the board. And so I couldn't tell you how many games I win because it's this situation. and I take, and they take back. And it's like, bro, for what? For why? Why did you do that? It was a bad move. So either way, we move forward. Now I have a passed pawn. It's still a draw because with perfect play, he can check me into oblivion. And so, and I will need to maintain defense of this pawn. And I know that it's probably still a draw in this position, but if we just keep the game going on, he's got 14 seconds, I've got 13 seconds. It's only right here. It's only zeros with perfect play, and there's no way that either of us are playing perfect with 15 seconds on the clock. We scoot around a little bit, and here we go. Not too much further away. He gets a blunder. He makes a blunder, and you got to be careful. The queens can do a lot of checks from a lot of things, so they're hard to see all of the possible moves and variations. The queens are so difficult, but essentially, you don't want to allow a queen trade like this. I mean, I saw it in a matter of 4 seconds, and even if the best move he takes, I was going to take with my king, with pretty much the simple idea of, I mean, if he pushes, I can just take, and then I have 2 passed pawns, and I win every time. If what I thought he would do is step away, I step in, and then he's basically stuck with opposition here, where I can stay touching the pawn. He goes for this one. He's going to win a pawn, but I'm going to win both of these ones, and I'm just going to win this endgame. And so, not the cleanest, not the most this straightforward win, but we did get the win. He was rated 100 points lower than us, so can't really blame our opponent there. I think that was enough of your time. Thank you so much if you've made it this far in this video. If you learned anything or you simply enjoy watching me play these games, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000 subscribers. I think I'm at like 460 now, and so you guys are literally the best. Thank you so much. Leave a comment if I missed some stuff. I'm sure I did. Thank you so much. I love you. Get out of here. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are facing one knight f3, which is a strange move. So what we're going to do is go with my same first 2 moves, literally no matter what the structure is. I literally just go for my pawn pyramid like this, and I make it work. So we're going to just develop some pieces, and I'm not 100% sure I played this exact structure. We're going to walk directly into this pin. We're going to break the pin. We're going to develop a knight. We're then going to give this guy a little tickle. A little tiny tickle is what we want to do. We could force him back. Force him back, chase him. He really steps back, but then we push again. Let's just go for it. Queen in the middle of the board, but I'm like slightly ahead in development. So we're going for this. I think there's probably some knight sacrifices that actually work. So he's going for this. We need to grab this. We are just in a tactical smasher. I don't know, is that a good word to use? We have to get rid of this knight, essentially. Okay. Pushing forward doesn't work just yet. Attacking this pawn is just a pretty simple and straightforward plan, that this pawn is causing problems in my position. So I'd really like to just trade it off. So I can take, and then I get the pawn. So I win a pawn. Okay, we didn't get a beautiful attack or anything. He could just go for this, but I can bring the rook over quite simply to defend that. So we're going to grab this. He's got really no scope with this queen. So he's defending against this. What if I just attack it, bro? I'm coming in. How do you defend that? You have to push this. But then I just win another pawn. I feel like you have to play this. But then I could essentially force a queen trade. And I never got to castle, but I'm not really convinced that I need to. Now that I'm up a pawn and I have the attack going, he can defend it a few different ways, now that I'm looking at it. But I'm kind of ready to just launch another pawn. Okay, so he chooses this option. So, for one, I can just take, and then push. So here, we push forward. He steps over attacking. No, he can't. This. I'm attacking the queen. You've got to do something with the queen. The queen goes here, but then I launch forward defending it? Call me insane, but I think my attack is just smashing through, and I never even needed the castle. That's the one drawback of trying to hang on to your bishop. So, okay. The queen needs to stay here guarding this. Basically, I can't castle because this pawn is hanging by this rook, so I just don't want that to happen. So what if I just jump forward? Seems reasonable to me. Then I'm ready to castle, and my rook is on the open file. Oh my goodness, I'm really starting to love my position. And look at this just conglomerate of pawns in the middle of the board. And I'm ready to just castle this way. I castle this way. He threatens me with a fork. For one, I can avoid it one way. Alright, I looked at enough. The bishop's defended by the rook now, so he's got this fork, but I can step over threatening the queen trade. And yeah, he can grab the rook with check, and then I have to take here, and then he could bring a rook over, and I step over, and he could trade. I'm still winning in that endgame. I'm up 2 pawns. I've got 1 minute and 9 seconds on the clock. Don't love it. We've also got this, and then push, which is just really scary. Crashing through the position. Pushing this pawn in a key moment, actually. Or even this, boom, boom, and that kind of dislodges, so I could go boom, and if he plays forward, I just capture. So this is my new idea. This, and then if the queen comes in, my rook comes attacking the queen, and I love my position. Okay, so he's going for this. So it looks like we're going to trade everything off. Because my queen is attacked. I can either remain with the queen, but we're going to do this. He could bring the rook, but I take this first. I'm not even going to think too hard about everything that just happened. This is a fork immediately. So we're stepping forward. That blocks the forward momentum of this knight. 54 seconds on the clock, up 2 pawns, but we still got to win. So just because we're crushing doesn't mean we won the game. Would love to get rid of this guy. Here. 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 We then attack again. And you're trapped, actually. So he'd have to step here. But once he does that, I can kind of defend against his infiltration squares. So if he goes back here, yes, attacking me, but I step back, and then these 2 key squares are actually cut off. And so now the knight is not getting back into my position. This way, he could... Actually, no. My rook is doing a tremendous job just defending everything. So I'm still kind of keen on the idea of push-push. Let's just go for it. If he pushes here, we're going for this. I can maybe even get my bishop in. And we've got this rook trade in the cards, and I can even take with the bishop so I don't destabilize my pawn structure. Not sure if that's like super important, but our opponent's got 24 seconds. And I think he's just has a really impossible to defend position. We're going to take this with check. Diagonal is still protected. We step forward. He can get in with a check. Now that I realize that, that's probably his best case scenario. We step forward. Still, we've got the diagonal, so I don't hate my position. We're going to go ahead and just give him time. I'm tired of people losing on time, so we're going to take this rook. Challenge the open file. Take. And we need to be very careful about not losing. This is protected, so if his king ever wanders too far... What do I play here? Boom, boom. I think this creates a pass pawn over here. Like so. So, destabilized, yes. King can't immediately get in. We're playing this. Defended by my dude. Okay, we're going for this. Boom, boom is kind of... Go ahead and give him some more time. Dude is absolutely just We step back, defended, attacked. We're going to go for this check, potentially. I can also just get in and start nibbling away at these pawns. So we're stepping in. We're also going to push this forward. Okay, we're going to step back. This is defended. This guy is, like, not defended, but we're chilling. We're going to go for this pawn break. We'll go for this if it really comes down to it. We'll just defend everything on this side of the board. Then we go for this pawn push. We're going to just go ahead and give him some more time. We're going to give him this check. So now this king needs to actually stay on this side of the board. So he's going to trade like this. We go for this. And that's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of different ways that I can win this, but I have 3 extra passed pawns, and so essentially that is how you win a game of chess. But I'm still going to show you. He wants to hit us with opposition, so what we're going to do is just start pushing this pawn. At some point, he's going to need to get in front of it. So we'll give him a check. He goes here. We go here. Where are you going, bro? We step back. And then he's going to have to go left or right, essentially. And so we are going to go this way. We're going to let him get this pawn. So we'll step over here. He can grab, but we're going to make a queen with this new pawn. And it appears that our opponent does not fancy the idea of resigning. So I'll show you a quick and easy way to checkmate this guy. He's stepping over, and so we're trying to get the king in a smaller and smaller box. So the box has yet again shrunk. Right now, I can't put my queen on another box string, so we bring the king. We bring the king. Now, shrinking the box has all of a sudden became an option because it is defended. So now he's forced with the idea of shrinking the box yet again. I think we're just going to do it this way. We'll do it this way. There's 2 ways that you can do this, essentially. You can get your king on this square and checkmate this way. Or you can bonk him on the head. He steps back to 1 square. Most likely he goes here. But then we cut him off this way. So his only legal move is to step over. We chase him with the queen. He steps over. We chase him with the queen. And we just chase him until he's stuck in a little tiny 2x2 over here. Then we're free to bring the king. And with increment, you can like really take your time with all of this. We bring the king, and now we are ready to checkmate. If we want, we can even mess with him. No, we can't. We're going to checkmate him. No point in hanging the queen or stalemating. It's late at night. I'm tired. That was a great game. Let's run through this. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, so we just traded equally. Got the bishop, got the knight, but we just ruined the pawn structure. So we just made weaknesses in the position. And so just trade pieces if you can make weaknesses, such as doubled pawns. Generally, the way you win a game of chess, I would say like 80% of the games that you win are from just being up a pawn. Like you're able to just grab a pawn and you get into some sort of end game where you promote and get a queen, and that's how you win. So let's check with the computer and see how accurate that actually was. It felt pretty good. I felt like most of those moves that I was making were fairly reasonable. So let's run through this. The opening doesn't matter all that much. We get some stuff developed. I'm liking it. Chasing him is the best move. Was. Chasing him again. Capture. Capture. And we just made 2 weaknesses. Okay, he could have just stepped back as well. Immediately we attack it. He can defend like this. So I didn't see that. I must admit. He could defend it like this, or he could also just attack my bishop, and then I got to do something, and then defend it. Okay? So we trade, and here we go. -3. I guess either move was okay here. Attacking the queen. That's fancy. Cutting off the king's escaping squares. Okay. This was less forcing. And it kind of just led to a simplification into an endgame where I have the bishop versus the knight, but I'm up 2 pawns. So that's what we went for. Up 2 pawns, up 3 pawns, and just trade everything down. Create a passed pawn, defend the bishop, pass pawn on a dark square, and then we realized that both of his pieces are stuck over here dealing with all of this nonsense. So I can just I'm gonna be able to crack open somehow in this way and get a pass pawn, because it's a king and 2 pawns versus 2 pawns instead of just a 2-on-2. A 2-on-2 is they get to a standstill, but with the king there, you're breaking through. And so let's check how accurate was it. 98% accurate. 1 inaccuracy in a blitz game. Bro, I might be the best chess player to ever live. 98%. I've only ever done that like 5 times, 4 times. It's normally like 96, 97 when I feel like it's a good game. That was a really accurate game. Holy macaroni. Please subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. Today we are facing e4, e5 against a 1989. And so this is one of my least favorite lines in the bishop's opening because there's just less opportunities for attack. Now, I believe that I've been looking at this line. I really hope that I'm not making some sort of major error. He has to step back, but I grab the pawn back. The queen comes out, and I grab the queen. If the bishop comes out, I just develop normally, I believe. This is hanging from the knight as well, so let's just take stock of that. This is completely new for me. I've never actually got the opportunity to play this. This is my first time, but I've been studying it in the lab just a little bit. I'm kind of hoping the queen comes out, because if we trade off the queens, I'm less likely to blunder, because the queen attacks a lot of squares, and so now that's a lot less squares being attacked in the position. So my knight is still being attacked. I'm not sure which way I'm supposed to go, to be real with you. I think I'm okay with this. I really want to push this pawn forward, but his knight is in a stupid spot, if we're going to be honest. Take a look at this knight. It's in the way of this pawn, and so to get his bishop active, he's going to have to make a lot of moves. So he's still got to move this knight somewhere. So all I got to really be worried about is giving him a tempo-winning move with that knight. So we just don't want his knight moving forward and attacking something. So that's moving forward, but it's not attacking anything. Let's go for this. If we trade, we trade, and it is what it is. And we're doing a 3-minute plus 3-second instead of the regular rapid game, just because, you know what I mean? I don't want you guys sitting there forever. You can get the same information if the moves are played accurately from a fast game as you can from a slow game. And so I really have the opportunity to, for one, just get checked and then get pinned. So this check is going to be a tad bit annoying to deal with, and he'll find it. If he's 1989, this check is coming in. But I probably just play more bullet than our friend over here. Okay, so I have the option to castle. What did that change? The bishop now defends this. Castling opposite seems like a lot of fun, so let's just go ahead and do that. Jumping forward, attacking my knight doesn't really do anything, and you've still got to make a couple weird moves with this knight to even get it into the action. So developing the bishop, he's got kind of actually a difficult to play position now that I'm really looking at it. What am I talking about? I've been looking at it this whole time. We're going to step back here because stepping back here looks stupid. So we're going here. Rook to the open file, question mark. Seems like a good idea. That also kind of takes away the idea of all of this. Now, jump forward, take. Let's go for it. Don't be shy. That took away the ideas of winning a pawn from this exchange. So before the knight was there, if he pushed here, I can take. No, I can't win a pawn. I'd have to move. Okay, so everything is just going swimmingly. We're going to go ahead and capture. This knight has really, I was going to say no great forward momentum. And pushing here really just walks into this. So at this moment, I'm slowly realizing, unfortunately, we're going to be playing a endgame, bishop versus knight. And I suppose I'm going to just accept it because I don't really want to walk into this because it is an opposite side castling game of chess. And so I don't want to do whatever I was trying to explain right there. Now, this knight needs a future. This seems promising. It seems promising. Never mind. We're going back to exactly where we were before. And I might just step forward. We might step forward, put these pawns, just take a moment to put some pawns on some dark squares, because I feel like the rooks are about to get traded off just completely equally. But I have a 40-second time advantage, and I have a advantage in bullet, okay? Let's actually check his profile. Dude doesn't play bullet at all. Okay. So we can happily rush into this. We don't need to, though. And I think time is everything. So stepping forward is probably going to be the best idea. We're going to need to start bringing my king to the middle. And so I can step back. Let's just trade. Bring the knight this way. If he trades this way, he's actually probably slightly better in this endgame. It's a king and pawn endgame, and so these are notoriously difficult. So we're going to go here. He can advance his pawn. So what we want to start doing is figuring out how to advance these pawns. And we have 4 over here, so it's 4 on 4 and 3 on 3. The only imbalance is the bishop versus the bishop versus the knight. And I'm somewhat weary about I just don't want my pawns. Like, he can attack my light squared pawns. So the more pawns that I have on these dark squares, the better. And then one other thing that you should just know is, like, if you put your pawns on dark squares, they're going to also capture and trade on dark squares. So once you, like, as long as you don't move them, the captures that are going to take place are going to be on the same color square, if that makes sense. So that's one thing to note, like, in an endgame. And so he's got this light square bishop, so the more pawns that I can get on these dark squares, the more happy of a camper I'll be. I can step back here, but then he has the chance to move forward. I hit him with a check, he comes in again. I jump in over here attacking the bishop. He probably just steps back. I can just jump here, take, and he steps in. I step up, he launches a pawn. I give him a check. He steps back. Let's do this. I should have maybe kept the knight on the board to really try and solidify my chances at a dub. But yeah, that was a bad move because he can just trade, and that greatly simplifies the position for somebody with 30 seconds. Okay, so we're going to change gears and jump over here. I kind of wanted my knight to be there. Like, he can try and get fancy, but I'll step back with the knight to block that because I don't want to push and take like this and separate my pawns. So that's just not something that we're not going to be doing. I mean, that check doesn't really accomplish a whole heckin' lot. But we're going here. We're going here. Potentially, we push this. If he pushes here, I can trade off this extra annoying pawn that I have. If you see, I got 2 pawns on the B file. I don't need 2 pawns on the B file. And I kind of like the idea of just attacking that bishop. Don't see why not. He's got this whole diagonal, bro. Kind of sucks. Here. He could just trade. But I like the idea of him trading here and my knight going to the middle. Okay, so he does, in fact, trade. I don't want this split. So we're going to take here with check. That is a check. We take this. He's got this, and I take. And then I've got a 2 on actually 2, but my structure sucks. I'm going to give him time. God damn it. I didn't give him time. It's a complete draw. Let's just check this with the computer. Complete draw. Unless I'm just completely lost. Yeah, complete draw. I'm actually losing a little bit. There is the deep freeze situation. Oh, dear Lord. There's this, where 1 pawn freezes 3 pawns. Because I can't push, he just takes. So that is the deep freeze. I did not even think about that. I was more thinking about what are we doing with these minor pieces. But I probably should have been thinking about what are we going to do with these minor pieces after... what are we doing with these pawns once the minor pieces trade? And I didn't think about it. He has a deep freeze. So... I mean, we got the dub. So, thank you so much for watching. If you liked my video or you learned anything, you want to see more, please subscribe. I try and post like 1 video every few days. I really sit down and do like 50 games and just record all of them, and then the good ones I keep, and then I just post them. And so you'll probably see me wearing the same tank top in like 5 of these shirts. I'll go change my shirt right after this video, and you guys will have no idea that it was filmed right after this. So thank you so much for watching my video. Get out of here. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hello, my fellow chess friends. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. Today, I have some very sad news. The notorious username ZipTiesandLube has officially been banned, and I have 48 hours before my account closes. This is the official email from LeeChess.com. And so, I will have to create a new username. Most likely Kip314chess will be the new username. I should just play a casual game because there's really no huge point playing for Elo at this point anymore, but we're going to do it for you guys. Today, we are playing a 1784 with the Caro-Kann. We're going to check his profile. He does not play bullet at all. He's decent at blitz, and he's lower rated than me and everything. So hopefully I can give you a little instructional game on the Tartakower. So if he steps back, I don't know the line as well. If he captures, I know this structure quite well. And so if he goes back, I'm not going to be able to explain as much. But if he takes, you're in for luck because I can explain quite a few things. Like the next 5 best moves. This is a weird move. It's an Alien Gambit-esque structure where this knight is already developed. So what if I do coax him in? Do you actually need to do this, or can I just develop, and if he takes... No, that's a blunder, because my king will be here, and he'll hit me with his check, and he'll grab the bishop. So maybe we do coax him in. I think this is the main line, but his knight has been developed. And his options are basically step back here, which isn't great. Leave it there, which isn't great. Coming forward isn't great here. So he's basically got the sacrifice or stepping all the way back here, which I can ruin the pawn structure. So hopefully he just captures, and we'll have a little defensive game. You generally don't want to play the Alien Gambit when you're playing a 10-minute game of chess, though. So our opponent is kind of in the hot seat. I'm not 100% sure. He could develop the bishop and apply pressure to my f7 square, the weakest square in black's position, and f2 on the white side is the weakest square because it is only defended by the king. If we take a look right here, only defended by the king. So that opens up a lot of sacrificing and attacking ideas such as this. Like this square can be attacked so easily. He does elect to sacrifice the knight. Then I believe pushing this pawn is what we go for. Right? This knight is already developed, which gives me the creeps. It gives me the creeps, most definitely. And so if I develop the bishop, he gives me the check, and I just straight up lose the bishop because I got to step away from it. He just takes it. So pushing the pawn makes sense. I can also get in the way with my knight, but I feel like this knight is actually a very, very defensive piece on this side because we do not want this queen getting these dirty checks on us. So I'm going to defend with the pawn. My bishop is locked in. If he pushes the pawn, I believe the best move is to just counter it. I mean, it's hard for me to actually explain. It makes it so I can develop my knight normally. So I think it's just like a pawn sacrifice, but he's down a knight, but we get to activate our knight on a more ideal square than here I'm blocking in my bishop. Because basically, this rook gets suffocated. This bishop has a hard time like aiding in the defense. This check seems to make sense, but I believe I step back in the corner and I just say, come and get me. Which I was hoping to get more of an attacking game, but it looks like we're going to be doing a little bit more of a defensive type game right now. And so he's definitely bringing the rook. That is happening. I'm still quite weary about all this. What if I launch forward and do this? Does he have time? He probably doesn't. He just stays on this super long diagonal. It makes me believe that I can develop this bishop somewhere and then bring the rook to defend this. Something like this to defend against that. So here, check. We step back. He jumps in and attacks my rook. No, he doesn't. I take that with the king. Let's just go for this move. I sure hope I don't just fall apart. And so, basically the game of chess that we're playing right now is if he can checkmate me in the next 10 moves, he wins. If he can't, then he probably loses in the endgame. And that's basically how sacrifices work. It's like you sacrifice a piece and you prey on the attack. So the whole reason of moving this bishop was so that I can slide over and defend it with my rook. Because this pawn looks like it's a little bit soft. So I think we're going to step over like this. And then we might even just step back. but I think this is going to work temporarily. We've got 3 things defending it. So if this check comes in, I don't necessarily need to take. But what we need to be worried about is this queen coming in. I think that I just push, right? Is that what I do? Oh, dear Lord. Because I believe the idea of this is to jump in with the knight, and if I take, this pawn takes, and my knight has to jump over here, but then the queen gets in, then I step back, then he can even like sacrifice again and at least get a draw of some sort. I mean, jumping over here with the knight. So I think pushing this pawn is what I'm supposed to actually do. We push this. He jumps in with check. I step back. My knight remains here defending against the infiltration of the queen is what's important here. Can't really very well do this and cut off all of these attacks. What if I just step out of it? What if I just step away? Or attack, but then he scoots back, but then I attack, but then he defends. Then I push, then he's here. So I could have like some tempo winning moves. I'm spending too long thinking about this, but I don't think time is going to be a very big factor in this game. It's just don't get checkmated. Do I jump in like this? Then the knight comes in with check. I take. No. I take here, here. Queen comes in. I'm so scared. I don't know what to do. Do I just push? Then if he pushes, I take, push here. If I take, he takes with check, I take. Then I'm just kind of like open, right? But I know that this is a computer line. That's what I'm supposed to do. Not exactly in this position. Boom, boom, boom. Check. Take. Here. Take. I think we're just going to go for it. I know that this is a good move. No, I don't know that this is a good move, but I know that this pawn push is what you're supposed to do in the beginning, in certain structures, in the Alien Gambit, okay? So that's what I know. So it makes me believe that this is the similar structure, so this has to be a good move. We'll check it with the computer, and we'll see exactly what's going on. We'll see exactly what's going on. Because now my knight has this square to develop to, which is very crucial. Because going here prevents me from defending this pawn, which we don't want to do. So if something like this happens, then the queens see each other. If we trade the queens, he loses. Because I just don't think it's really possible for him to win the game if we trade the queens. And yeah, I'm pretty sad about Zip Ties and Lube. That's been my username for quite some time now. And it was my... like when I was real young, it was my username on Xbox. It still is on PlayStation. I don't have an Xbox anymore, but I have a PlayStation, Team PlayStation. I've actually had both, but I only have a PlayStation now. Okay, so he takes. I think I just ignore what's going on over here and I bring the knight. Do I capture? I think developing a piece is probably in my best interest. So we're going to go ahead and do that, right? Oh boy. I'm so scared. Do I take first and kind of open up the position? He's also got this queen move coming in now. And it just applies more pressure to this gosh darn piece. Take here. No. Knight first. If this happens, we have this fork, which would be delicious. Then he'd have to defend like this, and I could take. He has to take back. And if we trade off this bishop, I mean, this bishop is absolutely a nuisance. All of his pieces are new. These two pieces are not a nuisance. All right, so he brings in the queen. Do I dare take now? We're going to just do it. Right. Okay, he takes back. Oh boy. I can attack the queen. Does that do any good? Attack the queen. Queen goes somewhere. Then I jump back here. If I capture, here. I think this is what we do. We go for this little tempo winning move. The queen has to stay. Wait a minute. Yeah, if I go here, the queen has to stay defending this square. He can do so like this. But then I jump in the way. And if he takes, I take with the knight. I think that this is the move. What if he sacrifices again? And I take. And then take. And then take. And then push. No. None of that's going to work. I think this move works. And luckily my knight is holding on to this square right here. And I'm rated 100 points higher than this guy, so I should be able to just like untangle here. The Alien Gambit is really fun to play. It's not super fun to defend against. Like, I've played against it many times. Not so much in Rapid, but definitely like Blitz and Bullet. And I think that I fare quite well. I probably have like a win ratio playing it and defending against it. But it's become such like a meme chess opening that everybody plays it and everybody knows to just push c5. And then that kind of ruins it. Okay, so he's defending against this fork. But I can jump back here and attack the queen again. And if he doesn't take, I'm coming in with this skewer. So I think we're going to be all right. We attack the queen again. If he doesn't take, I mean, he can move the queen somewhere else. Okay. Didn't necessarily win anything by doing that. Potentially we go for this now. Because he's still thinking about this. But I think I can just take. Or I just step back, actually. So this is a really slow move. But if I can get this bishop to like just leave me alone and get off this diagonal, I'm good to go. We need to just make a move. So scared. Because if he jumps in and I take and this pawn comes, it dislodges my knight. And it just becomes really scary for me. I can also potentially trade this. Jump in and attack the queen again. This doesn't really do much good for me. What am I supposed to do? Let's kind of just attack the queen again. Okay. I mean, I really like my knight being here. If he takes. Okay. How? Ooh. Activate my queen like this, threatening the queen trade. If he okay, we're doing this. If he takes, I can just take back. Still defended this. This is still defended by 3 things. This check, I can step back. I don't have to take and like remove this knight. And I can line up something here, but essentially if we get these queens off the board, we're good to go. But I don't think that he's silly enough to let it happen. This rook. This is such a difficult, not fun to play position. It's like a structure that you just never get, ever. Like, what is going on here? King on f7. So what are his options? If he steps back, I could jump in like this. He jumps in with a check. I step back. So he goes for the check first. I step over here. I mean, if he takes the knight, I take back. I think we step back. The knight can come over here. I'm also threatening this pawn. I am absolutely tied in a knot right now. This is the issue right now in the position. But essentially, we just need to trade. So maybe this is a video of how to defend against the Alien Gambit. That's the title of this video. Absolutely. We get a 10-minute game. Probably I've already made like a handful of blunders. But I haven't lost. So we're still going. I got 2 minutes. He's got 4 minutes. Really looking forward to this end game. Look at the king's safety situation. Look at his king. He is just happy in his mansion over there. And I'm on the streets begging for change. Just don't hit me with your car. Okay. We have to step back. I feel like we've got the opportunity to get rid of that guy. We've also got the opportunity to just get rid of that guy. If he takes with the pawn, okay, he takes like this. Probably I want to do a little reroute. I might even step forward now and defend this pawn again. Okay. I mean, we got to activate the rook. Then I believe a formation like this would make a whole lot of sense, where I just defend a little bit of everything. There's only one piece attacking this. He can't push. I just take. I think the bishop wants to be there. We're just hanging on to everything. Next step is figure out where my knight wants to be, and potentially my knight wants to be here, applying pressure to both of these pawns. My king probably just steps up and defends this pawn. I can also kind of jump in and attack this and have some ideas. And now, this is the open file of the position. So this is held on a beautiful, beautiful light square. So he's going to step back. Temporarily, we're just going to jump in. I mean, he can go somewhere. Maybe I just ultimately do want to put my knight here. So yeah, let's just step back. His bishop can go here. But the only thing, I could come in again and attack it if he doesn't want to, so he doesn't stay there. Okay, so he applies pressure there. If my knight ends up here, this pawn is no longer defended. Here, here, and I defend all the way across like this. He comes in, but I defend, then I'm on the open file. I got 1 minute. Oh, we're playing plus 5 seconds. I should definitely be able to conjure up. I think we're going to step forward. We just don't want this sacrifice idea to work. He can definitely put his bishop here. That's a delicious square for my bishop. But then I defend my whole 7th rank like so. And we will fight for this weakness and this weakness. And my bishop is like just unopposed. Rocking it out. Defensive bishop. Also sort of attacking later on. But because if you look at the pawn structure, like his bishop is going to hold down his pawns. And my bishop's going to hold down my pawns. And then we're going to play with my extra knight. And my knight is going to do a little hippity hop all around the board. I also have this fork. So he wants to go there. I think this works actually because I'm attacking your bishop. If you defend here, I attack your bishop again. I think we're going to jump in like so. That attacks the bishop like this. And I can jump forward. I mean, he can still get in. But we're kind of trying to... I mean, my knight is on a good square. Also, through all of it, this is hanging. It's hard to say if I really want that, though. If I, like, jump in, I might just get, like, pinned of some sort. Or, like, just attack. I don't know. I don't know if grabbing this pawn is what we really need. Winning this pawn and this pawn is what we need. And now my king is on a light square. We're pretty happy. I mean, we're attacking this guy. If he goes here... What if we just infiltrate? That actually... No, because he could take here and then get all of that. We don't want that. Okay. So I think I can jump forward. If he goes here... I think we're just going to make a move. We are defending this. There's no good way for me to defend this square. I need to get my pieces in, bro. So what becomes the new idea? If he goes here, the new idea becomes infiltrate like so. But he could defend it by just bringing the king up. So we still have a game of chess. But I think that if I'm able to just make enough moves, we're going to be all right. We go back here. He comes in. I go here. He goes here. Because this now works because my rook is defending. So he comes in. I jump back and attack. I can also take away this square, but he could just push and open it up. Here, here. As long as I just don't blunder. Please don't let me blunder. This rook is undefended. This rook is undefended. Don't know what to do. I don't think I need to do that, actually. But let's do it. I can then go here, then here. And then... Because now my next square is here, and then I have a fork, and I'm actually doing stuff then. And he can't necessarily push here because I don't need to take with my pawn. We jump in with the knight. This, all of a sudden, is hanging because he's not attacking this anymore. He's got to defend this. If he defends like this, I'm just going to take and get his piece off the board. So pushing doesn't make sense because I'm attacking this. So you got to do something about this. So scooting over, I think I can just take. If you take, I take. If you go back to attacking this, I literally don't know what to do. Maybe I defend like this. 27 seconds. Okay, so he defends here. Okay. Okay. He attacks this. I think we're just going to put my bishop back. I'm still playing like super defensive. This is held. I can move my knight here. Maybe I want my knight over here now. His dude is still defending this. Okay. I mean, that's pretty nice. I'm completely winning. It's just I need to actually do so. And unfortunately, it looks like our opponent maybe have just left the game. I would like to get... I'll give him some time. It is what it is. Essentially, what we're going to do now, I mean, we are applying pressure to this. So if he ever does come over, I can just take, and it's defended twice, actually. And so if he comes back, maybe I just hit him with a check or something and then come back and just accept the pawn is gone. We'll give him some more time. I don't think he's coming back, though. And so I'm completely winning. It's just I'm going to have to not blunder and make some strategic moves. And probably, like, putting my rook on this open file, putting my knight here, applying pressure to all of this stuff, obviously would make sense. Oh, okay. So I think we're going to go here. I can jump in like so. Now my knight is over here. That hangs the rook. That hangs the rook. So I'm glad it worked out like that. I was nervous I would screw up this video and lose the game. I'm grateful that I didn't do that. And so I'm completely winning in this endgame. Even if he didn't hang this rook, it's like if these two pieces are on good squares, your pawns are totally screwed. They can't really go forward. And eventually I'm going to like just break over here or just harass you forever with these pieces. Like you have to stay defending this. This is defended. This is defended. This is super weak. I could figure out if I infiltrate with my rook, it's over. We trade the rooks, it's over. And so hanging the rook, it's really over. So we're going to check it with the computer. I don't know how accurate that was on my end. I think probably like 87%, I would say. And so we'll check it with the computer. Make your guess, put it in the comments, and I'll see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And I am overjoyed that this will probably be the last video of Zip Ties and Lube before I make a new account, and then I got to start the elo grind all over again. Can you imagine that, bro? Zip Ties and Lube, I get banned for that? Like, bro, I'm a mechanic, if everyone's asking. Just kidding, not a mechanic. But I said what, 87%? Check out this goddamn graph, bro. I had it under control. I played the best move, like every move out of the opening. And so 94%, we made one inaccuracy in the middle game because I'll show you. And so I only got 5 elo for that. So my ending elo for my entire thing is going to be like 1921. And so I made one inaccuracy, one blunder. I mean, one mistake, one inaccuracy, 94%. So quite accurate, and my inaccuracy and my mistake didn't matter. I was still winning. And so the Alien Gambit is not so great at a higher level playing against people in 10 minutes because you have a lot of time to think about your moves. In Blitz, where you're like under time pressure and you have to make a move, that's when you blunder. And so I wouldn't recommend ever playing it in rapid because people, you know, once you play it 25 times, like, you know kind of how to defend. And so let's hop right on into it. We get this, which is a strange variation of the Alien Gambit, but nonetheless, it's still the Alien Gambit idea, okay? So I'm not actually sure what it's called when this knight is already developed, but we accept the Gambit because what else are we going to do? We defend with the pawn, and so every move, best move, okay? Best move, best move, best move, best move, best move, best move, best move. And so should I be explaining this stuff? The idea of developing my bishop is kind of need to develop a bishop. The problems are over here on the king side of the board. I know this pawn is becoming a weakness. I want to have an extra piece to defend it as my rook. So I'm moving the bishop out of the way so I can bring the rook to defend this and match his rook. That's the whole idea of putting the bishop here. We aren't not worried about defending this diagonal as much because this diagonal is not super important. But that was the whole idea. So now I can bring the rook over. This is uber defended, okay? I'm supposed to step back with the king now, but still one of the best moves. They're equal. We play this. Now I have a nice square to bring my knight, so we do put my knight there. Best move. Then, best move, I capture. Trying to remember my moves here. And then, so my whole idea here was, technically I'm just supposed to go for this bishop, and I can just win the bishop. So that's the best move. Just go for this bishop. But what I saw was attack the queen, attack this fork, reroute to the center of the board. And once my knight is here, I'm chilling because this bishop is no longer seeing this pawn. I feel a lot safer. So I do this kind of tactical moving around. This move didn't make sense. Whatever. We do this kind of just to gain some time, essentially. Like, I just did this because I was lower on the clock and I want to just repeat moves, repeat the position. I can force a bishop trade as well, but I bring my queen out here, and then this, right after this is my mistake of the game. Because the way that I did it, I left the queen trade in his hands. And so if I would have captured, he captures, then I take the queen, I make it happen, and then I bring my knight back here, and then we play this end game. So ultimately, it still did transition into something similar to this, but the way that I played it, I stepped back, then instead of trading the queens, he should have kept the queens on the board. Never in a million years do you trade the queens when you did a gambit. You can't trade your most active piece. And so when he does this, I know that I'm going to win the game essentially. So he could have maintained the attack, done something like this, and the whole reason that back here, the whole reason I was afraid of taking this is because this pawn comes in, attacks my knight, then my knight has to go somewhere, and that opens up these squares for attack, okay, by the queen. But the queen has already dedicated herself to this side of the board, so the queen coming over here with this check and these attacking ideas, it's not a thing. So taking here and the pawn coming in and this knight needing to move away from the protection of these squares is not super important. But I was still hanging firm to this idea that I needed to protect these squares, because if you get obliterated by the queen coming over here a few times, you're not going to ever let it happen again. So I stepped back, whatever. And so he didn't need to trade the queens. He did. We are now in a position where we have gotten rid of the queens. So essentially just trading the pieces. Should I trade the bishop for the knight? It's not the best move, but from a human standpoint, we got rid of another piece. There we go. And if we just keep trading pieces, I'm going to have an extra knight at the end, okay? So if I can just get rid of the bishop's trade, the rook's trade, we're good to go. So now, this is my least active piece. Rule of the least active piece. Still, I'm playing. Okay, now that it's thinking about it, we'll crank up this depth a little bit. Now, best move, because this rook is serving a purpose. This rook is not. So you look at your position and you play the rule of your least active piece. This knight is doing stuff. This bishop is doing stuff. This rook is doing stuff. This rook has not even moved yet. He is not doing stuff. Obviously, the best move is to move him over and have him be doing stuff. You want your pieces to be doing stuff. And so now, this is just a defensive idea. It's not the best move. It is one of the best moves if we let this thing think a little bit, but it's the safest move. This pawn is defended. He can never take it with the bishop. He can't really take, sacrifices aren't really an option. This is defended, and now we just play with my extra knight. And so now we figure out, how do I get my knight to the most active square, the best square for my knight, like something like this. Sorry, like this. So we jump in with the knight. We jump back. He's trying to figure out what to do over here, but this is defended. Now I saw this sacrificing idea and I got scared, so I just stepped up. I spent 1 second on it, so I guess 4 seconds on it. I could have just hit him with this fork immediately and then traded off some more pieces. And better than that, there's really not a great way to defend. So if I jump over here, there's not a great way to defend because I'm attacking the rook. You can't defend here because the bishop. If you defend here, then I just take it for free. So you would essentially have to just give up the rook for the knight and trade back like this, because this is being attacked too many times now. So I missed that. I played defensive. You know what? I was playing the entire game defensive, so making a defensive king move, I understand it. I'm not attacking yet. I'm like in the mindset of we're defending, don't lose. And so now my rook is defending this all the way across the board. We've got the open file. We're defending this, looking good. I was supposed to be more active and jump in with the knight, but then the rook moves and we're attacking. I'm not playing that move. We're figuring it out slow and steady. This knight is now rerouting a million squares. He hangs a pawn, essentially. We take, then we just bring... I could have taken this pawn as well and defended. But it gets complicated. That's getting complicated. You know what I mean? I jump in. I'm defending this. He could attack it. Just keep it simple. I'm going to win the game. Just keep it simple. I don't need to make the best move. And now it is the best move. Whatever. We slide over. We slide up. We're doing a reroute to get my rook on this open file and be on a light square. So that's why we're doing it like this. So we can avoid these dark squares because this bishop sucks. So we slide over. We're good to go. Now my knight is on a good square. Okay? He can never get rid of it. It's applying pressure to this pawn. Constant ideas of jumping into the position are there. And he just hangs the rook. But if he didn't hang the rook, I mean, what is he really supposed to do? Like, I'm gonna be able to advance and like essentially just open up the position. I have a +5 advantage. I have an extra piece. I'm gonna win. I guarantee it. And so if you made it this far in the video, thank you so much for watching. That was a nice little instructive how to play the Alien Gambit. I hope I was able to explain everything to the best of my ability. I'm sure that I did. Whatever. Either way, I'm trying to reach 1,000 subscribers. If you want to subscribe, please do it. If you don't want to do it, that's okay. Just I'll never see you again. So get out of here. Thank you so much for watching my video. I love you. I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we will be doing is playing the Caro-Kann against an 1891. Boom. Will we have the exchange variation, the advanced variation, or perhaps the alien gambit variation? I'm not sure what that move is. You never see it very often, so I have no idea what this variation is called, but he's pretty much going to have to step back. We will develop... I'm quite all right with just trading that off. And then I think we're going to be able to transition into a structure that I at least somewhat am familiar with, where he captures, we trade, and then we just go for this. I will just trade this off. We've got a 9-minute game of chess, but let's just go ahead and trade all of the pieces in the first 30 seconds. Why not? Nice dark square structure. I think let's attack this guy first. I mean, where's he really going to go? He's got to step back, no? And then I can kind of hover along these light squares. I've got the bishop pair. And then we're really in no rush. I think we just bring the dude here. Oh, I had this. I had this. I still have this. That is a ridiculous move to be played right there. I'm going to be completely honest with you. But now we are up the exchange. And so for that move right there, go ahead and trap that guy in there. We're going to take a look at my subscribers. Today we're at 1495. 5 more to reach that big milestone. So if you want to be a part of the inner circle, go ahead and click subscribe. And now how do we actually convert this? Probably what we want to do is trade off a lot of pawns. We're just going to situate this bishop on a better square. And I have not won the game. Now I'm just winning. I am just winning, have not won. Big difference. I can take here, and when he steps back, I take. Oh my god, and then this guy is hanging. So I can play this. If he plays this. Oh my god, this guy is just falling apart tactically. We take, and he takes, and that undefended the bishop. Jesus, we're attacking this and threatening to double up. 1891 goes down without a fight. How long even was that? I guess it doesn't tell me anymore. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Go ahead and click subscribe. That was absolutely just a demolition. A demolition. And this move right here, you gotta be careful. Gotta be careful when you lock your bishop, your rook in situations like this, because pretty much if my bishop arrives anywhere, okay, not anywhere, but pretty much anywhere, you're in a lot of trouble. You could block with the knight, and then I could take, and you could like get out of it. So you could lose the knight for the bishop for free, which is arguably not as good as just losing the bishop and losing the rook and getting my bishop. We're not going to do an analysis. That was the entire video. Thank you so much for watching. If this is your first time seeing one of my videos, now you know that I can absolutely just demolish 1891s. So thank you. I love you. Subscribe. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. First things first, we're facing a 2100, so let's just get that first move out of the way so the game does not abort. We are playing the Sicilian. I'm going to start bringing this into the start of my video so we can see just where I'm at. I am 5 subscribers away from reaching a milestone of 1,500. So if you're watching this video in the future and I have 10,000 subscribers, just kidding, that will never happen, please subscribe. So I forget exactly what this opening is called, but we are playing the Sicilian. This is one of the variations where we're going to go ahead and put our pawns in the middle and recapture with our knight. He brings his knight. Let me clear my throat a little bit because I'm going to be doing a little bit of yapping about chess. So at some point this knight is going to come. He has obviously showed us he's going to Fianchetto the bishop, so we're going to just prematurely go ahead and defend this. So now that if this ever happens, we do have 2 defenders on this. I think we're going to bring the bishop out. I feel like that is the most promising move. He castles. And there's the moment of truth, ladies and gentlemen. Not yet. Technically, I'm going to move my queen. I forget which square is actually preferred. I, for some reason, feel like this one is. I'm doing this one, though, because we're never walking into this dark square bishop pin. So I think that this is going to make sense. But really what we're going to be doing here is castling opposite. Oh, my goodness. Where we're going to just try and kill each other, okay? I believe that this move is what needs to be played right now. The only reason I don't like that, I've had this exact position and I need to be able to memorize. Like, I need to memorize my openings a little bit better than what I have right now. I want to play this to stop the knight coming in. So if I push forward, he doesn't come forward and attack my dark square bishop. I guess if he does, I can not immediately, because the knight will be boomerang defending this. But I think we just go for it. Where we capture, he captures, and we launch this pawn. No more calculation needed. If this happens, I think we just allow it. I think we just allow it. And if capture captures, we still have extra defenders on this guy. We can pretty much trade this off at will. And this somewhat takes away the idea of a quick e5. Because now we have at least a little touch on that square. So still, let's make sure that I actually pressed record. This is recording. I'm recording a video for the future. I'm trying to just foster my attacking chess abilities, because the way that I win all of my games of chess is I same side castle, trade completely equally, completely boring, go up a pawn, and somehow win like a king and pawn endgame. That is literally the way that I win every game of chess. Okay, so it looks like he really just wants to arrive. He really is just trying to crack things on open over here. I like the idea of this. What about take, push, take, queen's trade? It's hard to say. I want to play this, but I think that I just lose a pawn at the end because we have this, and then there's this in-between capture. So what if I take here, then push? Here, if he brings the pawn, we're cool. But here, we push. He could take with the knight attacking my queen. I'd have to take, and the bishop would take. He's attacking this, but I could just take and then take. I'm down like a minute and a half on the clock. This is not what you want to see. It's one of these pawn pushes, right? Like, there's even the slow approach and then push. What am I thinking about for so long? Just play a goddamn move, bro. This isn't right. Take, push. Take, steps back. I don't know if I have anything. Take, push, take here. He steps back, attacking this. We go for a trade and bring my queen over here. And just let him get that pawn with his knight. What if we play this? I don't think that move made any sense. Because there's this. I spent way too long thinking about all of that. Okay, so now if he ever moves the knight, this bishop is under attack. This rook is also looking at my king. It's a tiny bit disconcerting. We could take. Let's just do this. If he takes with the bishop, we step back. Held. I like my bishop on this diagonal, if we're going to be completely honest. I don't like this dude looking here. Probably that's the move that's going to happen, though. Maybe we step back here. But then, actually, if I step back here, then potentially my bishop gets locked in jail. So I might step back here, add a defender to this. Maybe an attacker with a pawn push at some point. Okay, so he does want to capture it. We've got too many things looking at this. We've also got discovery ideas here. I think we do just step back. The problem is now that if this knight moves, I can't step forward to defend this guy. I'd probably have to jump forward. Or take. I need to play this. I need my attack to arrive, and it's not arriving yet. My pawns are close, but they are not there. I need all of my pawns on these squares and just start pushing things forward. Let's check this guy's bullet. Terrible at bullet, terrible at blitz, only good at rapid. Let's get this into a low time situation. I don't think that's really going to be able to happen because I'm down 2 minutes on the clock. So I do need to play a little bit quicker than I am playing. This is going to be my next move. Or he could just lock it down. And if I trade, it's like my isolated pawn here. And no matter what, once he captures this knight, I can't even take back with the queen. I'll have to take like this. And then my king is just susceptible to all sorts of attacks. So potentially I push forward. Maybe we play this. Get this little action going on. I'd kind of like his pawn here. I'm quite scared. I'm not sure. Is my voice the appropriate sound level? By the way, I haven't gained any subscribers, so quick little update on that. Let's get that thing out of the way. I think that it's still completely equal. I'm really just hoping and praying. That seems good. Like, boom, boom. Even if he takes with the knight, I just take. Completely destroys the pawns. I'm ready to re-bring another rook. Do I really need 2 rooks to initiate this attack? We're almost equal on the clock as well now. And we're just kind of in a complicated game. This... he doesn't need to take, is what really sucks. What is the correct move for him to play? He could just step forward and apply pressure to this. And then, like, bring the knight. And once he brings the knight, he does have a lot of attackers on this guy. This knight seems like a liability. Maybe I bring him back and just fully invest on the attack. Okay. We can push forward. We can also push forward here. I think we take. If he takes with the knight, we also take. He'll for sure take with the bishop. Let's do it. It's only +2, so actually once we get into a little bit of low time, it's going to get a little bit ridiculous. This knight seems like a liability for me. This bishop is absolutely terrifying. So now we've just got a lot of things looking at this, so I think we have to take. This is held. I kind of like this. He might play this, where I capture, capture. The rook coming over is actually quite scary. And what does this even accomplish? What if he just takes? He just kicks me out of there? Let's go for it. We gotta go for something. We're scared of this, but I could just push forward. Here, here, here. I take. He comes in here attacking the... No, no, no. He would come with the rook. And I step over with the queen. Allow the check. I step up. He's going to double down on this guy almost certainly. He could trade. And our opponent has just slipped below on the clock. 4 minutes against 4 minutes and 36 seconds. A 2100 sitting across the board from us. What is going to happen in this endgame? He's also... I feel like his attack is just kind of arriving faster than mine. If we're going to be completely honest. Like, he can just take. It ruins his pawn structure. He doesn't have to, though. So, almost definitely he's considering, like, some other options. Like, even something like this might make sense. Like, just put a pawn in the center. What am I going to really do? Capture like this, en passant? And then he just, like, stations a completely indestructible defense. So he goes for this. What on earth is that? I mean, pretty plain and simple, he's going for this pawn. We take like this. He takes like this. We launch a pawn. He takes. We launch a pawn. Take. If he takes like this, it opens up ideas here that aren't actually terrific for me. I feel like that was the whole entire idea of my position. So we will be playing that move. I can maybe step forward. Now is no time to be making stupid moves. He is slipping low on the clock. Dude is 100 points rated higher than me. What on earth? I capture with the bishop, no? You capture here, I take. I mean, if I take like this, sacrifice here, I take like this, no? Also, I can take with check over here. So for one, I can just play that move. Gave me a little bit of hope. And I take like this. This doesn't work. I just step up. But now I'm getting officially attacked. He did just sacrifice a piece. Okay. He is really, really trying to grind down on some stuff here. I'm thinking about stepping over. We step over. We step up. If I play this... Okay, okay. You're gonna give up in this position, bro? I mean, you're lost. That sacrifice, I don't think, worked. Don't know what to say about that. I don't know what to say about that. I almost feel bad for him. What on earth did this dude calculate? Why would you play that? I feel like in this position, like this move is brave. It's not dumb, but it's brave. Was the whole idea. So you're telling me he thought about this for 6 minutes? The whole idea of this was this? Dude is a maniac. And then, yeah, like, I don't have to take with my queen and allow this. And even if I do, it's not completely losing. And I can always play this in the middle of everything. So I do actually get to, like, shred open your king as well. My pawn gets to gobble gobble. Or even block, checkmate. If we do this, my pieces are all kind of tied down. There's not really a great way around it. Just make a move. About to get smoked. Absolutely destroyed. How many games did we play? We played 7 games. One of them was a bullet game. So, if you ever wondered, how would Kip 314 chess do against a, this is unstoppable checkmate, essentially? That's wild. That is wild. Wow. Well, if you watched that entire match, it wasn't even close. There was never a moment. There was the first or second game when, and it was kind of close. He's basically saying thank you. Wow, that was epic. I think we're gonna go check profile. It was like the second or the first game. So let's check with the computer. We're gonna check it with the computer, and I will see you over there. And all right, here we are in the analysis. And I just got done having a little chat with him, and he basically said in my Sicilian with white, f3 is a bad move because I'm supposed to f4, push f4 and castle queenside, and then just launch the h4 pawn. He said that's the correct way of playing the Sicilian. So we're gonna go into my game. This is the best game that I played. If we take a gander at this graph, there were moments where I had an advantage. So I didn't get completely steamrolled in every single game. There was this game where I had a potentially I had a +3 advantage. After that, we don't got to worry about this side of the graph. We know what happened there. And so he played 85% and I played 81%. 3 blunders. So let's just hop right on into it. So the reason that I play this is he's saying at some point, the computer even says f3, but he was saying you play f4, move the queen somewhere, and castle long. And then you just have an opposite side castling game, and you basically just try and launch your pawns. And so the computer's even saying to launch the pawns right now. We have an equal position. I castle the same side and it's completely even. Now, the other reason for all of this is because this open file, my c2 pawn becomes a little bit difficult to defend, and I've got this c4 hole in my position where eventually his knight can figure out a way to get there, okay? So, and once that happens, I essentially have to take it with something, and it's difficult to push this pawn because then my knight becomes undefended on the open c file, okay? So he was explaining a little bit of all of this. I'm supposed to just immediately confront this position because the open file, like I said, is going to become the issue. He castles, I push a pawn, he brings the rook, one piece is now on the open file. I move my knight back, it's still generally equal, I'm slightly losing, but he makes a mistake here. So, where are we at? He makes this mistake, he triples up on the file, I scoot my rook over, and he gives up the rook because he's going to basically get my knight and some pawns for this rook and destabilize my pawn structure. So it's more or less an equal investment. The reason that this is a blunder, and look, grandmasters do make blunders, is because I can take, he brings the rook, I question what's going to happen with these pawns, or I just directly attack. So the line that I looked at was we try and break the pawn structure. If he takes, then he's just got a broken pawn structure, and I've got an open file of my own to get into the position, and I've got the two rooks, so the open files are going to benefit me. Or he can try to push it forward, and then I attack the rook. He can scoot here to defend it, but then I bring the knight. He can do something with his pawn, and then I attack the rook. I'm also attacking the bishop. He would have to scoot back, and then I launch the pawn, and he's going to have to do something, and I can have a +3 advantage if I go into all of these crazy lines, where it's still not 100%, and then his best move here is to sacrifice. And so none of that happened. I should have been able to play a little bit more proactively. And then he makes a blunder again, where I need to go for this pawn push. He basically gave up the rook so that he can have these two passed pawns. And so now we are in an endgame where I needed to be more proactive with my queen. I still have a +1 advantage after this if I move, if I play e3 with my queen. We scoot around, we trade, he comes in. I do find this beautiful fork, he steps back, and it's a blunder by me. I have a +2. +2, I just need to go for this pawn push. And it makes sense because I got two things defending it. So if he does take, I can take with my rook even. He basically has to take, then I take. And now we're just in an endgame where the pawn does not have a buddy. So I've got the rook, he's got the bishop pair, but this pawn is going to become a problem. And so this would have been a lot easier to play. What happened in the game is I just went for trading everything off. And now it's completely equal because these pawns have remained together. We trade this off, and still it's equal. I'm doing quite all right. His knight is literally in the best square that it can possibly be. But what I needed to do was I push this pawn, and if he doesn't take, I have a passed pawn. So he has to take, and he separates his pawns, and now this pawn is alone. So it's an equal trade, but two pawns is way worse than just one. The one pawn I can deal with, but when they're together, you can potentially like push, and then if I attack, you push again, and it's defended, and two pawns is way better than one. And so we still slide on in here. We're still in a good position. I needed to go for this pawn break, scooting up a little bit, attacking the pawn. This would have been more proactive. If he pushes, I take, he takes, and then the rook would be hanging. So that's not an option. I would have been just forever attacking. We do blockade the pawns, but now my rook is kind of a little passive, and this rook is also passive. We scoot around. We do this, and it's just the wrong idea. It's just the wrong idea. I'm supposed to bring the king. I'm supposed to do other stuff. Don't do any of it. I have 20 seconds, so I figure, you know what, maybe we trade some pawns on this side of the board, but it just doesn't work because he still has this passed pawn, and it's 2 squares away from making a queen. We trade, and now we're just in an endgame where I lost, and I resigned shortly after. And so that was the best game that I had. Was I going to see any of this advantage? Not a chance, but the computer says that I did have an advantage, so we're going to take it. We're going to take it at face value. I had an advantage against the Grandmaster, and he disconnected or something and lost on time one game. So we're going to take it. It's in the record books. 1 win against the Grandmaster and 1 real game where I actually had a potentially +3. Look at this graph. Imagine if I beat a Grandmaster. It would have been the most epic day. But I'm 1900. I'm 1700 in Blitz. So there was no chance. That's kind of what I expected going into this, was lose, and maybe learn something. And so moving forward, I will try what he recommended. His free advice is to Castle opposite, push F4, not F3, and then just castle opposite and launch the H-pawn, because that's a fun way to play chess. If you made it this far, thank you so much for watching the video. I love you. Please subscribe. I am trying to reach 1,000 subscribers, and it is a long and treacherous road trying to do so. And so every subscriber counts. So thank you so much. Get out of here. I'll see you in another video. If you enjoyed it, if you never see me again, that's okay too. All right, have a great rest of your day, and bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. Today, we are facing a random opponent because I think I'm like 1600 with a question mark because I have a new account, because my old one was banned, because the username was inappropriate. So we are facing a 1664. I recently played a 1500 and I was hardly able to come out the victor. And so we're going to see what does this opponent have in store for us. We're going to pre-move c6 because that's how I play chess. And so one part about learning openings is just try and play the same opening every time. Like now we got the Caro-Kann on the board. Cool. We got the advanced Caro-Kann on the board. Let's see how well our opponent knows this. We solidify our center here. If the light square bishop comes out, we will immediately trade it off. We're going to push here, making a little luft for our knight. And he actually won't have this pawn break here, which can actually be a little bit annoying. So we were going to put our knight here anyway. If he captures, we simply take back. And so the issue with this Caro-Kann structure is developing this bishop and developing the knight. So ultimately we want the knight to end up where the bishop is. Potentially he helps us with this. If we trade off, okay, so that's a weird move. That is a weird move, but it has temporarily put my bishop in front of where my knight could go. I still could jump over this way, but I think this is a fairly reasonable move. We pin the knight. We make the opponent think about what to do about this situation because we would potentially be ready to jump out like this. Would that make any sense? I don't know what I'm talking about. Funeral giggles. Let's go ahead and take a gander at this opponent. Looks like he's been around for 4 years, 16,000 games. I don't know if I've played 16,000 games in my life. If you stack up a bunch of bullet games, like, okay, maybe. But real games of chess, I'm far less than that. Significantly less. And so my chess.com profile is my same profile that it has been for forever. So I think we're going to step back. We're going to do a little shimmy around, and hopefully we're going to end up on this square. The knight ending up here is just never really going to be an option. And so he has a stupid pawn structure, and I have difficulty developing my gosh darn pieces. So something that we might go for is we might tickle this bishop. If he takes, then cool, we have kind of figured out this pin, and we traded it off. If he steps back, we'll hit him again, and if he steps back again, we trap him. So I think we're going to go ahead and do this, because kind of what would be nice, okay, we're going to just go ahead and take back. It's looking like my pawn structure is going to get a little bit ruined on both sides of the board, and I don't know if there's too much to be done about it. I might go for this pawn break. He hasn't castled. I haven't castled. We go for this. Can he trap us, bro? We step back. Here, 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 here. We get the knight out. If you hit us, we're going for the pawn break. I need to be able to figure out what to do with my pieces. And so, I mean, I can't castle, and I can't develop my pieces in a nice way. So we're going to step back. There was nothing happening on this diagonal, and we have preserved. Like, dude is just full steam ahead. Like, okay, bro. If I push, he can push here, and then I'm kind of stuck in a bad spot. So this isn't really going to work. It looks like he's never going to take here. So what I might do is push this pawn, develop my bishop here. What if I take? He still pushes in my face, and it sucks. What if I jump my king to the middle of the board? Is that a good move? I actually am not sure. But I'm getting a little bit sandwiched over here. And the thing is I don't think either of us played accurately. I think it's still more or less an equal position, but I'm the one getting pressured. And so if we see this, I essentially have to take. And then when he takes... Oh, wait. We don't really want to take in the middle. So if I push forward and he takes, if I take... If he takes back here, I mean, this is hanging. And it's looking like he's going to castle this way. So potentially just stepping forward makes sense. Here, 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 here. Bro, I'm jumping my king into the middle of the board. Because the truth is I got scared. The truth is I got scared of all this. So we're going to just put my king over here. He does castle. Now potentially I can lock it down over here. Hard to say what's the best move, so I'm just going to push this pawn forward. Now I'm going for a little bit more of a... Instead of trading here and allowing the knight to jump in, we're just going to push this pawn forward. So the trading like this would have maybe allowed more activity than I would prefer. And so we're going to leave this pawn here so the knight can't go there, so the knight can't be pressurizing my pieces like so. We will then pin this knight if we're able to. Okay. I believe we have to take back. If he takes, I get my knight involved. Yes. Is there something crazy I'm missing? I go here, he pins me. We will survive. Oof. Brutal check. Brutal check. Okay. I mean, I have to step back. He can grab this pawn. And now, bro, how is the 1600 just pressuring me like and this hard? I feel like it's unrealistic. The difficulty. The 1500 also really pressured me. And it's like, am I really just that bad at chess? I mean, my pieces are forked. Essentially, I have to move my queen. Maybe I should have thought like a better plan. Maybe I should have like brought my queen out here and did something better. But I'm down a pawn. And it wasn't the most important pawn. If I take... I'm taking with the king. This is sort of hanging... This pin would definitely make sense. Yeah. Absolutely, that makes sense. He can also apply pressure to it. That was kind of stupid, allowing all of this. We push forward if he just takes. Bruh. We push. He'll probably take. Then I step up. Then he comes back to attack my knight. Then I could potentially grab this pawn. I think we're going to do this. We really can't allow that to happen, and I have no way of defending against it. What if he just steps back? Chess is just so gosh darn difficult. Then I have to scoot over so I can move this guy back. Are you even kidding me right now? Sandwiched by a 1600, bro. Okay, so he just goes up another pawn. A very reasonable move. And now I need to make something happen. What if we take here? He hits me with a check. What if I take here first and attack the rook? This is my chance to grab a pawn. We grab this. He gives a check. I step up. He potentially hits me with the queen. I step over. Take. Check. I come back. Bro, was I supposed to take with the knight or the bishop? I don't know. I'm not even sure if I was supposed to take. This is a very flimsy structure that I have going on over here. And we have these... Stepping back seems really scary. So stepping up, like, is this really what I'm... I mean, I'm not stepping back into this pin, that's for sure. He's only up a pawn. I think we're going to survive, bro. My king comes over here. He's got these dark diagonals, but I don't actually have an incredible amount of pieces on these dark diagonals. If he plays something like this, oof. I might have to step forward. I'm not sure what to do in this case. Ooh, we just... Can I potentially step out of it? We go here. I think this would be kind of reasonable. Should I take another moment to like think about what to do? This isn't really going to work. Like this. What about push, push? Push? Here, here, here. This is probably what's coming. So, realigning my bishop, like so. Man, I've got some flimsy pieces right now. Okay. The whole idea was this, no? We're getting hit with the check, but... oh boy. Oh boy. Here, here, here. Defended? What am I supposed to do? Bring my rook? I don't know how important all that is. What am I supposed to do here? Queen over here, check. I step over this way. We're doing this. I'm going to get hit with a check. My bishop is hanging on to this. A knight sacrifice at some point would probably make sense. Gotta step somewhere with my king. If I step back, if I step over, those are really my options. What are my options? Here or here? If I step here... oh boy, this is probably a really important decision in this endgame. I step back. I am dying on these dark squares. Okay, so he wants to come in with the knight. Very, very reasonable. Like, bro, seriously? Seriously. We attack the rook. We get a rook trade. He hits me with this check. I step up. He takes, I take, he takes, I take, he takes. I think I'm just losing that endgame. I think I go for this defense. We step in, add a defender to this because my king will be stepping away. My queen is hanging on to the knight. I hang a fork. Like, bro, really? Really, bro? He grabs this and I'm cooked. Awesome. Awesome. This is not even all that great, even if my knight ends up here. Oh, I'm fighting back from a completely lost position at this point. And our opponent has spent no time. 3 minutes. But I need to get away from the habit of just accusing every single person that beats me that they're cheating. Sometimes I just suck at chess, and whatever I was trying to do in this game did not happen. And so we're still praying. We're hoping and praying. Dude's got to actually beat me to beat me. And so this is going to be an instructive how to fight back from a losing position. We get a fork immediately. Awesome. I mean, I think that doesn't level the playing fields at all. Okay. I mean, we're going to grab that. That is what has to happen. What about a push? And then we experience this. Pushing this pawn seems just too slow. Here to apply pressure to this. Oh boy. He's yet again only up a pawn. I literally don't know what to do. I feel like maybe this pawn break was what needed to happen. He can slide in and it gets scary. Yeah, he can get in. That gets scary. I can block. Straight up get my piece in the way. But if he forces a queen trade, here, then I step back and I'm good. Block, push. Here. What did that even threaten? And now we're at the point in the game where I'm really scared of blundering. Push, push. You know what? I think maybe this. I don't think it gets me anything. What if I just go for this? And he has to block, but then I take, then he takes, then I step in. Bro, this might be the dumbest move ever. But we're going to go for it. Because this is held down. Like, if he sacrifices the rook and I take and he hits me with check, I step up, this is held. You have a passed pawn. But sacrificing the exchange for my bishop and pawn, now arguably this bishop and pawn is more valuable to me than his rook. So he steps all the way back. Is this? No, the bishop's hanging. We step like this. We're just straight up attacking this. He defends. Okay. He's still up a pawn. I have no good way of infiltrating. We push this forward. If he comes over, dear God. I'm playing it. He can get in here. Okay, so he's got this on the board. Dude has 6 minutes. Are you kidding me? Wait, if he just locks it down like this, oof, that's scary. Okay. What does that accomplish? Here. I'm not sure that that's... If I push, he just takes with the queen. He could force the queen trade. But I've got... Ooh, yikes. Straight up. Only one move in the position. Yikes. That is a big yikes. Now my rook is not over here. What is my rook doing on this side of the board? Is this check going to win me the game? Probably not. Bro, I need... My king is so unsafe. Like, the most unsafe king ever. Something like this would be actually just terrifying. Okay, so he shuts it down. If I push, this check is obviously very scary. Then there's this. And I've got 35 seconds to counter this. The only thing I've got going is his pawn is kind of weak, but his bishop is there. I've straight up got nothing. Scooting over like this wins immediately, but he just shuts the door. But then I push, then he pushes, then I take. Probably he would take. I'm not even convinced. We step back. We're threatening this. This. Are you kidding me? Check. King here. I mean, I have to play it. I got 22 seconds. He steps over. Oh my God, I don't know which one to play. Yeah, right, bro. Try and run. Checkmate. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, absolutely positionally just crunched me that entire game. I bet you would check with the computer and the computer's like, you were fine. But I absolutely got positionally squeezed for the first entire portion of that game. And then he just made a blunder at the end. Oh my God. I don't think that I played this very accurately at all. None of this defense made any sense. Like sacrificing this pawn, losing my rook. I mean, he hung that, so we're chilling. And we got lucky. This silent king step to the back. He pins the rook, but we still had this. Okay, we're going to check it with the computer. I hope you guys learned something, and we're going to learn some more with the analysis. So I will see you guys over there. And here we are in the analysis, and you and me both have some things we need to learn because that was one of the worst games that I have ever played on this channel. I'm questioning right now if I should even post this game or not because for one, I almost lost against the 1600, and then for two, I completely malfunctioned and just fell apart. Look at this graph. It looks like the stock market today, this part. And our opponent paid 65% accurate, and I paid 69% accurate. That means 31% of my moves sucked. That's pretty close to half. That's pretty close to half of my moves sucked. Now, there are a few things that we can learn from this. For one, we get this. Great moves. This, my queen is attacked immediately. I know that bringing my queen out to b6 is a great idea because we are attacking this pawn, we are attacking this bishop, and we are getting out of all of this nonsense. And sometimes what the opponent will play is here, and you bring the queen out here anyway to support this. So if they capture, you can take back, and he can't move this immediately because the bishop. So when he moved the bishop twice, I should have taken that. That should have been my key to like, okay, the bishop's normally here, bring the queen somewhere else because it ended up being a problem and I needed to get my pieces active and I just did not. So I pin this piece. This is actually the best move. Then this is the best move. Then that is not a great move. We can go ahead and turn this computer on. Okay, everything's working out. We trade. Now, I know this. Pushing the pawn 2 squares generally does better than pushing the pawn 1 square when you're in these types of structures. Instead, I felt like I needed to break out, which is not the most straightforward blunder of all, but he can just castle, and then long story short, his king is safe and mine is not. And so here I take a step back. I could have stepped forward and he could have taken with his knight, and it's not great for me, but it's not terrible. And so if we would have gone ahead and tried this, he's going to take. If I take, his knight has to do something, or he goes for the pawn break. I'm attacking this, though. He's for sure going to move that. Then I can defend. If he takes, I defend like this. And we got the weirdest pawn structure in the world. If he ever captures, I can take the queen. And of course, it's defended. But long story short, I'm making a lot of stepping back type moves. I'm making a lot of stepping back type moves. Every single move we're making is a blunder. I throw my king in the center of the board, which is the biggest blunder of the game so far. Okay? Biggest blunder of the game so far. I officially have a minus 3.7 position. Then we push this pawn. It's still one of the best moves, and it's considered a mistake. The reason for this is I just didn't want this capture, and then that's what I was thinking. We take, jumps in, and now I lose a pawn. And I lose more than a pawn. I can't castle. I lose my bishop for the knight, and then this is a situation right here. He can trade the knight for the bishop, which is an equal trade, but you might think, okay, I'm getting the bishop, or he can get a pawn for free and also still get this bishop. So whenever you're in a situation like that, you got to think to yourself, what's better, trading the knight for the bishop or just outright winning a pawn for free? It's always winning the pawn, like 99% of the time. So we give a little pawn sacrifice so that I'm able to grab this pawn with my knight, so that I can make this run with my king, so I don't have to step back into this terrible, terrible pin. Then I get the right idea. We need to prevent this pawn push, and my bishop needs to be here defending this, because this is the open file, and my king is next to it, my queen is next to it, and this is where my bishop belongs. So it's actually a pretty good idea. He's lining up this, and for whatever reason, I bring my queen over here. I could have ran away with my king earlier on, but this opens sacrificing ideas, and his knight is still going to arrive here no matter what I do. So like a good chess boy, I step back with the king. This was actually, for the record, the better move, but the difference is they're about the same. So didn't need to spend that long. They were about the same. I thought it would be like a huge difference. Then we have a very simple fork, but I have been getting sandwiched for so long in this game that I'm simply just feeling like I'm lost. Like, look where his pieces are in comparison to mine. Like, my pieces suck. Every single one of my pieces is a defensive piece right now. Like, and this one is not even doing anything. And my king is naked. And his pieces are amazing. This is a great square for his bishop. This is a great square for his knight. This is a great square for his queen. This is the best square for this rook. And so, look at his king. So, I have been getting sandwiched so long that that's my excuse why I simply missed this fork. We miss it. And then he hops right back into a fork of his own. We get it. We push a pawn. And now, something to note when he brings the rook down to see my king. This bishop is only defended by my queen because the pawn cannot take. Neither of us saw that. And so now the queen can simply grab this bishop, and I cannot take back because the rook will be able to see my king. I can't move this pawn, okay? Didn't see that. I needed to stay here defending. I was supposed to run with the king, and it's actually our opponent. If we go back through these handful of moves, he has a +3 advantage, but he just doesn't play it right. One move later, he throws away his advantage. We trade it off, and now we have an equal position, but it's hard for me to accept that it's equal now. So we come over here. We hung the bishop, but he didn't see it. That's why both of those are blunders. Still, he can hit me with something vicious where I would take back, then he would take, and I'm just going to get cooked. So he could sacrifice here. I take back, then he takes with check. I step somewhere, and essentially he's got a passed pawn, and he's still going to win the game. Or he's not going to win the game, but he's going to do quite well. We push these pawns, and now I come forward. I'm defending a little bit of everything. I'm defending this check, so I'll trade off and I'll win this pawn, which would be quite nice. He brings the bishop back, which didn't do a whole lot. I do put my rook on the best file. This is the open file. He hits me with the check. Only move, I assume. I can no longer get in, and now I did need to make this pawn break, and I am finally winning. For my first time of the game, officially, I'm winning if I play this move, because he can't push, because I simply get in with checkmate. So he would have to take, but then still I'm getting in with check, and it's not even a perfect plan. He's going to get mated, okay? He's going to get mated. So long story short, that pawn push was right. He's going to have to sacrifice some stuff, or he's going to lose. So, finally, He makes a blunder. It's an even position, and he makes a blunder. Yes, this attacks the rook. The rook is the defender of my queen, but we can slide in. The king can still not take. And now I needed to find the checkmating sequence here, which I just failed to do. He stepped forward. I grabbed the right pawn. This was the more active, more in the middle pawn, so that's why I grabbed that one first. And I have a pretty good idea that I'm going to be able to grab this one later. So he steps over, and I had mate in 2. Here, here, here. Mate in 2. Did not see it. Did not see it. Instead, we repeat the position. We grab a pawn. It's a blunder because it was mate in 2. And then now I have this nasty, nasty pawn push check, where if he takes with the queen, I just grab the rook. Okay? Plain and simple, I grab the rook. Now, my king is still naked and whatnot, but I'm up a rook. Or, if he takes with the king, I force the queens off the board, all with checks, and then I grab the rook. And so, all of that could have happened if I just pushed a pawn 1 square. Push a pawn 1 square. Instead, I had 15 seconds, so I want to just keep giving some checks. If anything, I can get a draw. It's an equal position. Or maybe he tries to run away and gets checkmated. So we hit him here, and this is just mate in 1. What his idea was to run over here, like so, but it's just not going to work. It's just not going to work because my queen is going to cover this every single time. And even if you get here, it's still checkmate. So this running away idea was never going to work. He should have tried to like shuffle around up here at some point. But that was a sloppy game. That was a sloppy game. I'm not proud of that. But you know what I am proud of? I gained 97 elo. You guys can't see it, but I got 97 elo. I'm officially 17, 20 something. And we're good to go. If you guys made it this far, if you learned something, please subscribe. Thank you so much for watching my videos. I love you guys. I'll see you guys next time. The next game will be better, I promise. Sorry for playing 60% accurate. I won't do it again. All right, thank you so much. Get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back. And thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is playing a 3+2, and I'm going to try to absolutely destroy this opponent. And so what I want to really do is sacrifice something and play more aggressive than what I normally do. So this is kind of coaxing in this little pawn push. So we're going to go here. If it happens, it's, you know, not the end of the world. I think we can go here and at least get a pawn in the way. Never mind. But that's sort of made a little bit of a weakness for this king. So our opponent is 100 points rated higher than me. Zenith level chess. And so I don't even really know what Zenith means. I think that Zenith is just the highest point of something. Okay, so the highest level of chess. We'll see. We'll see about that. Are you going to come pin me, bro? I'm ready to just go up here and castle this way and launch pawns, bro. That is the plan. That is straight up the game plan here. And let's just take a moment to take a drink of water or something, because our opponent is just really thinking about what he's trying to do with his life. And so we're just going to go here to defend this pawn. Then we're going to castle. Then this pawn push comes in, but we step over here. And I think he realized that pushing this pawn is actually like repelling my bishop to get my bishop to open this file to have then pushed this pawn. Just doesn't seem like the greatest, most intelligible plan in the world. So I think he is reluctant to do so. I'm ready to jump forward, bro. I don't know who you think you're playing against right now. So he's going for it. We're stepping back. I could have maybe even sacrificed, but it felt a little premature. So we're going to go this way. He can pin me, but we're castling. Taking seems a little bit risque. Well, make no mistake about it. But if he comes forward, then what am I really doing? But you know what? We're going to take. Then we're going to take. And if he comes in, sorry, we get this pawn. And I think that that is somewhat important. That rook was somewhat important. So we're going to still castle opposite. And we're just going to pretend like I didn't hang a rook in one move. Because queens looking across the board like that, it's not something you see. Not something you see all the time. So we are officially just down an entire rook. It's fun. It's fun to be me. He can also essentially go for like a really cheeky queen trade. I don't have a lot of great ways of attacking him. And my pieces are literally like, you could call them developed, but we're doing the Hutter. They are like, not Helen Keller. They're the German girl, the Jewish German girl hiding in a building. Annie Frank. We're doing the Annie Frank, okay? And what we were doing over here was the Helen Keller. So we're going for it. We're going for it. Getting active seems like a decent move. Seems like a decent move. Just attack the bishop. If he hangs it, we're still losing, but we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going over here. We're going over here. This pawn push is scary. This pawn push doesn't actually do anything. I can't actually get into the position with my queen, so my queen is essentially not applying pressure to anybody in any meaningful way whatsoever, and he can just claim this beautiful diagonal. Okay, buddy. This doesn't work. This is scary. This is scary. Everything is scary. Going back here is even kind of scary. What on earth should I do? Where do I have the most future activity is the question that I need to ask. This temporarily blocks the pawn, but he can just launch another one at will. I can take, but then I'm going to have two rooks pretty much looking at my naked little king. We're going to do it. By golly, we're going to do it. I'm not afraid. I am not afraid. We then come over here. These doubling up ideas. And my bishop, I don't want to move my knight because he's just going to take it. We push a pawn on the side of the board because I'm scared and afraid and don't know what to do. I gotta play this move. It really sucks. And he could just come in here and like win all my pawns. Like, what am I really going to do about that? Not a whole lot. Like, undevelop my bishop. He's up a whole rook. The only thing we've got going for us is I've got amazingly, astonishingly good looks and a minute on the clock. A minute and 10 and 13 and counting. So let's go, bro. How are your bullet skills? Zenith of chess. 1540. Let's go. I'll play a 1540 any day with no rook. Oh, it's my move. What's the idea? What you trying to do, my friend? So what we want to do is really avoid trading any pieces. So I kind of like this into the position over here. Does that make sense? He can also go boom, boom, and checkmate me. We're doing it. 37 seconds. Let's go, bro. If he tries this, he's just trying to be real fancy. This type of checkmate where you get the bishop here and the queen here. They're fancy, but they're like near impossible to execute in a non-bullet game. And so with 25 seconds on the clock, that's a deep gulp. Okay, so if I capture, check, and then I'm just getting mated, I can step over with my dude. No, I can't. Wait a minute. What a brutal sacrifice. This guy is a chess player. This doesn't work. Checkmate here. I've got checkmate here and here, and I don't think I can stop both. What if I get in the way with my bishop? Then he takes with his pawn. He could just play this. That would probably be the best move. Okay, so this happens, but I get to grab the rook. Then you hit me with check. Then I step over, you hit me with check. I step up. I think I survive. Let's think about this. Here, here, here. We're going this way. I think my knight will be able to block something in the future. And all of a sudden, I'm not, like, incredibly losing. This check. Oh, God. Then I go here, but the checkmate is covered. No, it's not. This one's not covered. So I can jump in. But then he just takes, and I step back. And no way that I have enough anything. So we're just going to play it. I don't think I had any other move. Queen's coming in. Queen's coming in hot. And a checkmate is coming in right after that. It hurts. It hurts. Let's go back and just look. Where did I blunder? Okay. Yeah, it was my rook. Yeah. I mean, but can you blame me? That's like 7 squares across the board. That's like you got to look the full. I wasn't looking at that. I looked around like these squares. I wasn't looking all the way over here to see if that was actually going to get my rook. So it hurts. And was there any chance for me to get out of that? I don't think so. What an absolute genius. I went for the rook. I took the candy. Well, we're not going to analyze that very much. Thank you so much for watching. It was an absolute pleasure getting to lose a game of chess for you guys. I gotta post a game of me losing every once in a while, because I can't just post all, like, I can't cherry pick all of my best games, you know? So what I do is I sit down, I play a bunch of games, I lose a lot of them, I win a couple of them, and I try and post the best ones. So don't think that every game I post, I'm not like posting every single game that I play. Go ahead and look at my profile, and you will see for yourself that I lose a lot. That's why I play casual. So thank you so much for watching. If you learned anything or you liked it, I know that was a shorter video, but please subscribe, and then tell all of your friends to subscribe, and then watch every single video that I've ever posted. And then, yep, I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. If you are trying to get better at chess, you are in the wrong place, because what is going to happen in this game is we're going to play the opposite side castling, attacking version of the Sicilian. So this is Sicilian. We're going to go into, I hope, some sort of open-ish structure where the bishops get to bishop. The knight trades off almost immediately because it becomes a problem. And so the game plan is as such: develop the knight, develop the bishop, do something with this bishop. I'm unsure of what that plan is yet. Do something with the queen, castle this way, he'll go this way, and we launch some pawns. So none of that has happened yet, but mark my word, all of it is going to happen. And then we're going to try and perfect the attacking game of chess, because literally the way that I win every game of chess is so boring. I just go up a pawn, like some tactic in a middle game or something, and I just win in an end game. And I am so tired of doing that. I want to like figure out, how do I attack? If he ruins my pawn structure, for one, it ruins my pawn structure, but then this guy's hanging. So deciding what to do with this bishop, my bishop is going to become a pawn temporarily, because we are not going to hang this pawn, because this pawn will be a thorn in the enemy's position at some point. I'm already occupying some squares in the center, which is good for me. And so if he captures, cool, we got a ruined pawn structure. I'll still castle this way, bro. I will still do it. So what he's really going for is figuring out how to, like, just win a pawn on this side of the board. But it's not going to happen. It is just straight up not going to happen. And I think this is pretty close to what I had predicted. You know, I put some of the pieces where I had planned to do so. We're still got to figure out what to do with the queen. Most likely we're just going to go here to e2, because I can't go here, and I don't want to get in the way of this pawn. So that is my analysis on this position thus far. This little standoff, we're not going to do that. We're going to develop the queen first. Most likely he brings the knight. He brings the knight or pushes this pawn, or he castles. And if he castles, so we're playing, by the way, we're playing a 5+5 casual, because 2 tips. If you want to have a fun and enjoyable chess experience, bro, just play casual, because you don't have to worry about the elo. And then for 2, nobody cheats in casual. Okay. So I've played 2 grandmasters in my life, okay? And one of them gave me some free advice. We had a somewhat similar position, and he said that f4 is more forcing than f3. The computer says that they're the same, but I'm going to learn how to just make this work, because he hasn't castled, so I'm throwing this pawn. Stepping back to touch my knight. Now that I have pushed... Maybe my grandmaster friend knows what he's talking about. I think I like the idea of bringing my knight to this side of the board. He still needs to develop some pieces. So if he's not careful, I might not even castle. I might just try something forcing like this, where a capture will take place, because I will be touching 2 pieces. If I push this pawn, a capture does not need to take place, because he can simply push it forward. So he defends this idea. Terrific. I really want him to castle, because what I don't want is to, like, launch, like, I don't want to push this pawn. I mean, let's go for it. That's an uncommittal mood. I was literally thinking about just pushing this pawn. I kind of like where my pieces are. I'm somewhat developed. And he wants to get a head start. So it looks like neither of us are really going to be castling during this game of chess. And so that's exactly what we had asked for. So I still somewhat like this idea. It's supported by the queen. So boom, boom. Jump in with the knight. Capture, 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 capture. Then the knight goes somewhere. And then I castle. I don't want to rush into any sort of endgame. That is for sure. Let's just do it. We break in the center. My queen is looking at the king. This forces a trade. He has not castled yet. And he has to do something about it. And so if I'm lucky, he won't get to do anything with the bishop. That's never really going to happen. But we're going to do our best. And then I am kind of ready to castle this way. With the slight problem of my knight getting attacked. What do? I jump to the middle. I push the pawn. Now I got to square for my knight. Ooh, this position is just playing itself. And I am ready. Even after something like this, maybe I just push forward again. And really just try and destabilize this naked king. Because I feel like he's only castling this way unless he moves the bishop. So, okay, so what I was talking about is capturing like this is forcing because it does something with this knight. But then I just... Where does this knight go? He goes over here. But then I attack him. So where is this knight going to go? He has to go... If he goes here... I feel like that's just not good for our opponent. Because I can just capture, right? Attacking the queen, you have to take. And then I'm ready to push forward. But then he might just castle. He might just say, you know what? At that point, I'm castling and going down a pawn. So I definitely don't want to do an up a pawn winning an endgame situation. If that's what it comes down to, that's what it comes down to. I did my best for you boys and my one female viewer. But we'll see what happens. Because really, like, coming this way just gets you trapped. No, it doesn't. There's a fork. Okay, you got to think about where's the knight going to go after I attack it. It's going to fork my two most valuable pieces. So over here does sort of work. But then I can jump in with my knight, attacking your knight. And if you defend, that destabilizes your position, at least somewhat. Correct? Then I attack the knight? 2 minutes on the clock. Let's give a quick little peek. How are your bullet skills? He steps all the way back. Oh my goodness. He's either a genius or an idiot. Well, what do we do with that? This pawn is actually kind of weak. I did not even consider him stepping all the way back. And so how do we punish? Immediately we attack this rook. I like the idea of this, because it kind of forces the idea of this, this, this. Then my knight's trying to come to the party. I feel like my bishop sucks. So just trading it off is probably a good idea, because this bishop is going to be annoying, okay? Like if his bishop gets on this square and just gets this diagonal before my bishop does, it's annoying. So what we're going to... Did not see that coming. I kind of like the idea of just pushing this. Do we castle now? Well... This is an idea. Launch. What is the game plan moving forward? We castle, he pushes. I jump over. Let's do it without even thinking. 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. My rook is at least active now. He can step back like this and now castle, which was the game plan all along, to be completely honest. But the knight going here is actually a great square for his knight, because look at the future momentum of that knight. However, look at our opponent's clock. And for no bullet skills, I'm a little bit scared for him. So I really like launching a pawn. We can also trade, like try and get active with my bishops. Attack this guy? What is the game plan, my friend? Let's just put my rook here. I mean, it's just gonna let him castle. But then we get the attacking game of chess that I was asking for. And we're running out of time, so it's gonna get a little hectic. So we're gonna just take that. Cool. This doesn't work because he defends it. Correct? But this... Well, there's also this. So, drawing his queen into uncharted territories. So I believe that this move just pins two really valuable pieces. I'm not sure what he's supposed to do about that. You got to do something with the queen, and whatever you do with the queen, I'm going to get this rook. So grabbing a pawn in the middle of the board with the queen seemed like a relatively bad idea. So he doesn't need to resign. He can just step back. But that is like his only move. Because literally I am cutting off every single square in the position, bro. Like, so he has to play this. I could essentially pre-move this move. Because he's going to lose the rook for free. But I'll message him. Don't quit. No, I said do quit. Don't. Don't. I've been at work all day. I'm tired. This is the only move. Unless he plays something else, just absolutely genius. Like, he could play this, but it doesn't get out of it, because I don't have to actually move the problem. So, like, this looks like it would make me move the problem. It doesn't. I would just take with the queen, and then the problem still stands. And it doesn't actually help in any way. What's he supposed to do with his queen? Let's go ahead and just give him some time. Seems like our friend is having a hard time over here finding this move. I'm going to tell him right now. F6, bro. F6. Only. Jesus. I've got all my like streaming stuff. I got my little beautiful microphone. I've got a light over here so my face is beautiful. So typing is kind of hard because I really need to like scoot this microphone around. We don't want to do that. And he resigns. Wow. Quite sad. I mean, he was going to lose. He was going to lose anyway. And so getting your queen in the middle of the board like this when all of my pieces are active, you know, I'm hesitant to say that that was all that incredibly accurate by me. I hung that pawn, but I hung it while it was defended tactically. So let's see. Let's check with this computer real quick. How accurate was this So we had the Sicilian. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Pushing forward with the pawn, but developing the bishop is just fine too. This is essentially winning because... Okay, so let's say he didn't do that. We chase him around. Is that the idea? We just castle? Okay. Confusing stuff out of the opening. Don't know about all that line. Okay. F4. Best move. What did I say? Grandmaster gave me a goddamn lesson. F4. Okay. So, I'm slightly getting better at chess. I used to play F3. Now I play F4. So, things are working out in my favor. We step over with the knight. We push a pawn. This was kind of a waiting move, if we're going to be honest, because I really wanted him to castle so I could castle. Right now it's saying to just castle or bring a rook, but you know what? I made that move because I wanted the castle situation to happen. He steps back, bishop here, rook over, then castle, best move, completely equal position, and then, oh my goodness, it hovered saying it was the best move for a second. Now it's saying that it's an inaccuracy. And it even recommends it as one of the best computer lines, and it still goes into an inaccuracy. Bro, chess is so hard. So this is a blunder because I can straight up just take that knight, and you can't take back because of all of these tactics. So, like I had explained in the video, I just come out here, and boom. So how long did that take me? Like 20 seconds. 15 seconds it took me to find that. That's actually a considerable amount of time when it's basically like attack the queen in the middle of the board. So, okay, let's moment of truth. How accurate was it? 78%, dude. That is terrible. Not my best game of chess. Not my best game of chess. But at least I found this tactic to win the queen or the rook or whatever. And thank you so much for watching. It was a pleasure playing chess for you. I will try another game. More attacking. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. If you are trying to get better at chess, you are in the right place, because what we are doing right now is facing the Sicilian against a 2,000 rated opponent, where we have the open Sicilian on the board, basically characterized by this capture in the middle. Now, there's a few things that can happen in this position. There's a lot of different lines. You can push here, you can push here, you can push here, you can push here, you can push here. And I think that's pretty much all of the main lines right there. But that's too much stuff to be memorizing. This is called the Accelerated Dragon. And so what we're going to do is just bring our knight here. So essentially he's going to come through and apply pressure to this knight. So we're going to develop our bishop, adding another defender to this knight in the center of the board. That is attacking our pawn over here. But what I have learned is actually going and defending it with the bishop is not what you want to do. You put your bishop to an active square. This will sort itself out later. We then want to do something with our queen. We have to keep it here, essentially. Not anymore, because now the bishop doesn't see. The bishop no longer sees my knights. Look at this. We got 4 knights. Nothing. This can only happen coming out of the Sicilian defense. And now this is probably what's coming next, where it's going to be hard to hang on to this guy. But we're going to step back with this bishop over here, eyeing this super long diagonal on the side of the board. He pushes over here, eyeing to put his bishop here. But it looks like I could take a step forward, a step over here, but then where's my bishop going? So we don't love that. So we're going to castle this way. And so we have just said to our opponent, someone is winning and losing this game, and it ain't your boy. Okay, that's a weird move. So we're just gonna, take it with a grain of salt or whatever. This knight is undefended, so there could potentially be some tactics that unwind in doing something. I would love to just push this pawn forward, but then he jumps in and attacks me. So I think we're gonna push this pawn first, so then we can push this pawn. And he put his bishop. In front of his pawn over here, the A pawn. And the A pawn is kind of the javelin that he's going to want to throw at the heart of my position by getting it here. Did that sound good? Okay, so a lot of stuff's being forked right now. I can just take, but then the bishop unblocks the javelin, so I don't love that. If I step over and he captures and I capture... Ooh, that gets scary. It walks into ideas like this. What if I just pin the knight? You take my dude, I take your dude, you take my dude? No, none of that's good. None of that is even slightly good. If I step over here and he sacrifices, let's do this. I feel like he has to defend, but I can undefend it. This is scary because I walked into a pin, but the way pins work is we're both pinned. So when the knight moves, we see each other. So it's all about who moves first. And right now what I'm doing is adding an attacker to that knight. And so I have definitely slipped a little bit further behind in the clock than I would like to do so. This attacks my queen, so we step up. Also, we're defending here. And I think we just want to go for this. It's a scary move to play, but we're going for this, I think. The knight can't jump in immediately. Pushing one of these pawns probably would have made a lot of sense. This move makes sense. So he attacks here. We're going for it. I'm trying to just crack open this position over here. So he captures here. Cool. It doesn't threaten anything. So I can throw in this capture first. We can also double attack the queen. Does that win? Like, yes, I lost the pawn. We jump in and attack the queen. You have to do something with the queen because I'm attacking it with 2 different pieces. I'm also attacking the rook. Is there anything meaningful that he can do with the queen? This is a crazy looking move. He could just double attack on the queen, right? That's the move that needed to be played right there, I think. And if you capture, well, for one, I can throw in a check first and then take the queen. So not only that, it just makes matters even worse. So now I think it is probably time to cash out on the rook. You capture like that. I'm capturing like this. I'm going to look at this guy. That's scary. We go here. No other move to play. If he moves the knight, we have a check. check. Here, we get out of it. We have to play this. That was fancy. I get your queen. So now it looks like we have just greatly simplified the position right now. Is there anything cool that I can do? Alright, we're going for it. He gets out. Oh, it's with check. Freaking heck. Now it's like really even. And he's got the bishops. Oof. It's not really even. I'm really losing. Oh, chess is so heartbreaking. We slide all the way into the position. Don't know what else to do. There's back rank checkmate ideas looming everywhere. He's got 3 minutes on the clock. I did not calculate something correctly in this game of chess. Okay. Literally, I have like no squares to move. I need to like boom, boom. We're going for this. We're going for this to then get a check. He just steps back. We attack this guy. This is all I've got going for me. And he can just step back and go for this. Okay, we gotta do something. Cool. We get a check. You can just bring the knight. How dandy. This is a horrible, horrible position. There's no coming back from this, to be completely honest. Look at these bishops. I don't even have any moves. Step forward? Like, what on earth did that accomplish? You can just bring the rook at some point. Like, step back and bring the rook. He's also got this. This isn't even attacked. He's defending it. This bishop is just defending everything in position. I'm not picking up any pawns. We step forward. He can pin it. That's kind of a risky move, though, is it not? Going for this. I'm so lost. I'm so completely and utterly lost. And he's got 3 minutes, bro. If you've made it this far in this video, just find some solace in knowing that we're making a comeback. Is what we're doing. We get this guy. Now he is only up all these pawns. And the knight can't move where I get this. That's not checkmate. There might be a way that I can trap this rook. I mean, not rook, knight. What if I go here? He has to play this move. But then I'm kind of running out of squares with my other rook. I need to play like something like this. Please don't be hanging some sort of ridiculous fork. He steps back and I get another pawn. I am fighting back from the ropes. Make no mistake about it. We played the Sicilian. We knew what we were getting ourselves into. Okay. We're going this way to avoid the checks. Man, he can just lock it down. This doesn't even really work. Let's shuffle around maybe a little bit. He's got this. And then I have to step up. Check. What on earth is happening? This is checkmate. This is checkmate. This is checkmate. Is it not? Am I ridiculous? What did I tell you, boys? We make comebacks. We get those. Never give up. Even when you're in a bad position, keep making moves. Maybe I lost a little bit of my enthusiasm while I was playing that game of chess because I realized how bad it was. So forgive me for that if I got a little bit less entertaining as the game went on, because sometimes, you know, I just give up mentally, but for the camera, I'm still like, we got this. But mentally, I'm thinking there's no possible chance. It's minus like 8 position. I don't know if it was that bad. So we're going to check it with the computer. We're going to see how accurate that was. We're going to go bada boom. We're going to and here we are in the analysis, and that was not the cleanest performance ever. If we take a look at this graph, it shows a tale of someone that knows the opening decently, played a wonderful middle game, made a horrible tactical blunder, and then had to come back from the graveyard. If we look here, there was a mate in 9 on the board, and I had a minus 6 position. And so, arguably, I had a minus 9 position, okay? We had mate in 9 on the board, and it didn't happen, and I made a comeback. And so never give up. You know what I'm saying? Never give up. Just try and pose problems. If you blundered, there's a chance your opponent blunders. And so we hop into the open Sicilian, capture, and this is the accelerated dragon. Yes, I know my openings. Check it out. And so the best move is going ahead and throwing your pawn forward, trying to really clamp down on this d5 square. But I don't know the structure very well, and the difference between playing the best move and like the second best move is 20% of a pawn, 1/5 of a pawn, however you want to look at it. So I choose to play the structure that I am more familiar with rather than going for the best computer line into something that I don't really know all that much about. Okay, so we develop our pieces. We develop this guy because he's being attacked twice. He develops the knight. Now the bishop no longer sees my knight. We develop our bishop here because it's the best move. And if you take stock of my moves, I know the best move. I know the best move. I don't know the best move here, but it is what it is. You know, I made it out of the opening. We've got an equal position. I'm ready to castle opposite, and we're ready to just have an attacking game of chess on our hands. And so my bishop is attacked, so I simply step back. And then I believe what my game plan is to launch these pawns, is generally what I'm going for here. And so I push this, which is an inaccuracy. But the reason I'm pushing this is because I want to launch my f-pawn. But when I launch my f-pawn, I don't want this knight jumping over here attacking this guy, because I don't really have a great place to put him other than here that's not being attacked by this knight. I know that's a lot of arrows, but long story short, we don't want this knight going here, so I put the pawn there, so the knight's not going there anymore. Instead, the knight comes over here, where the best move is to give up my light square bishop for the knight. I don't want to do that because right now my bishop is, for 1, defending this square, which is kind of a weak square for my king, and then for 2, we're hitting this diagonal where the enemy's king is. So I step over into this pin, but it's really kind of a situation of who's pinning who, because you can't move the knight or I take your bishop. And so as long as he doesn't have like a check with this guy, then my queen is safe. And so it's a scary move to play, but you can make moves like this when you are like okay at chess. So he captures. This is attacking my queen, but just like we talked about, I can step up. We're all good to go. Then I go ahead and I stick with my plan. We're ready to start launching these pawns. I feel like in this position, he's got this hook, and I feel like I'm able to crack open the position better than he is able to crack open my position. Plus I have like a lot of defenders over here and sort of an attacker-defender. So in this position, I make my first mistake of the game. I'm supposed to push this pawn. If he plays the best computer line and jumps over here, he straight up just gets trapped and has to sacrifice for this pawn. If he pushes this pawn, I simply just grab a knight from my pawn and we're happy. So the two best computer lines, nobody was ever going to play. He was going to step back, in which case I can attack the queen. If he steps over, cool, we're coming in and getting this pawn. If he comes forward, we yet again attack the queen, defending my knight tactically by this fork right here. So he can't take, or I fork these guys, and get the queen. And so, was I going to see all of that? No. There's no possible way that any of us, that I see this. So, instead, I go with the more forcing move. Maybe not the more forcing move, but my pawn is confronting the structure in front of your king, okay? So capture, boom, and then knight sacrifice, not really, but a double attack on the queen. It's a fork, double attack on the queen. This is the most fancy move of the game by far. The knight is hanging, but the queen is hanging. I'm also hitting the fork. There's a lot of stuff going on. He has to slide over, and at which point we grab the rook. Then things get a little bit out of hand. For one, I did not see this diagonal pinning my queen to the king. Didn't see that, but you always need to be worried about this. When you castle this way, it's very common that this actually happens, and your queen and king are on the same diagonal, and I don't even have a dark square bishop to confront his dark square bishop. So when you have time, stepping over with the king is generally one of the best things that you can do, simply so stuff like this doesn't happen, and you're a little bit safer here than you are here, okay? And so we have to block with the knight. We're supposed to just defend, but I decided to try and get fancy, where I only calculated really 2 moves, and he didn't play either of them. I give up the bishop. Now, what I had calculated was if he steps forward, we're good to go with this check. He has to block with the knight. We can defend. We can bring another thing. Okay, not like that, but we're going to have a really comfortable position, and we got a pawn and just a huge attack in the position. So that's what happens if he goes here. If he steps over, boom, I could still try to do something, but I guess the best move is to push this pawn. I guess you don't want to do this because the bishop comes in, so I could have just locked it down, and I still have an absolutely crushing position. If you take, I can take like this, opening my rook up, so he takes back, but then I'm going to give checks, and I'm going to figure out how to get in here. I'm like really applying pressure. Unfortunately, neither of those moves happened, and he took with the queen, because if I take his queen, he takes my queen with check, because I'm still on that same diagonal. None of that changed, and so I completely just screwed up this part of the game, essentially. Then I'm supposed to just defend. That would have been the better move, but then the queen comes in, could have happened. I feel like he probably would have just like taken, step back, step over with the king. We got an equal position, so I should have just defended. Instead, I kind of accepted my fate, which made no sense because I'm losing the knight, so it's not a fair trade. Like, yes, we're trading the queens, but I'm not getting this bishop because take with check, I step over, you get the knight, and I didn't get the bishop. And so now, look at this. He's got 3 minor pieces for my rook, and my rook hasn't even moved yet. And so we're sliding around. Really don't have a lot of great moves. I'm trying to make this wall to prevent this bishop from seeing this square so I can give this check. That is the whole idea here. So we slide over. We give a check. This is hanging. Then I push the pawn because I don't want the bishop to grab it. But there still is just this move, where these are pretty common, actually, where you go ahead and you attack me, and I can't slide back over to defend this pawn because the bishop cuts off all of these light squares, okay? So this kind of like forking thing and getting a pawn is pretty common with the bishops. So we start moving around, making some moves. I'm completely lost. Trade. It's saying to take. I'm not taking, not in a million years. Mate in 10 on the board. Yet again, the computer's suggesting that I take the knight. I'm not doing it because I need both of my rooks or I'm losing guaranteed. Now my rook is kind of active. We're like doing some stuff. And finally he makes a blunder and throws it back to complete equality. I'm hardly losing anymore because he straight up just hung the bishop. So basically the way we have it is 3 pawns versus 3 pawns, rook versus rook, and then bishop and knight versus my rook. So it's completely equal, but I would say better and easier to play from the black side. So we're sliding around. We make some moves. We step over. And in this position, he could have just locked it down. He plays this, and arguably my rooks are separated, so my rooks can't see each other or defend each other or really work together, and this rook has a hard journey of like getting into the game. The king is here, so even if I say like bring my rook here, I still can't even really get into the position. All of the squares are covered. Like all of the squares are covered. Look at that. Every single square. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. And so he didn't play it. Instead, we tickle the bishop around. The bishop moves, and we get this skewer. What is this called? I'm not really sure. Where I attack the bishop has to move, and then I get the pawn. I don't know what those are called, but that's what happened. We get the check. He steps over. I'm threatening checkmate at this point. He comes in with a check. My king hides on the side of the board. We come over here. Best move in the position. All of a sudden, I am winning. Came back from nothing. Mate in 9 was on the board, and now we got plus 2.7, where essentially I'm threatening checkmate, and I'm also threatening this pawn. So the best move is to come back with the rook, but then at that point, I'm kind of just going to grab this pawn, and then say he plays the best move. I grab this pawn. I guess it doesn't really matter which way, but in this position, I have a 2-on-1, which is good, but it's not that good. Once I win this pawn, either way, it doesn't matter. Then I have a 2-on-0, and then I promise you I'm winning this game because the 2-on-0 is very valuable. The 2-on-1 is valuable, but not that valuable. I'm not sure how like you can calculate it or whatever, but I would say that this is like plus 2.5, and then getting rid of this pawn is like +6. Like two connected pass pawns are powerful. Definitely when the king is close and the rooks are close. Like it might even be more than that. And so if that was to happen, then the game would have switched to pushing these two pass pawns. That's what everything would have been about. Even if he wins this pawn, I think mine are just faster. And so unfortunately, he doesn't see that. He steps back. Or fortunate for me, unfortunate for him. He doesn't step back. We give the checkmate. The only move is to block with the rook. I simply capture, and then it's a ladder mate, plain and simple, on the back of the board. So thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything, or simply watched, and if you simply enjoyed watching me play chess, please subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. And thank you so much. Bye. I love you. Oh, hello and welcome back, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is playing a 1945, where I'm going to make the strong effort to castle opposite and attack, because pretty much every game of chess that I win is because I castle on the same side, and I just play an equal opening and middle game, and then I win in the end game. That is like literally how I win chess, and I want to try and foster my ability to attack. And so I know this line quite well, actually. The best move is for him to push his pawn, in which case we push this pawn. If he kicks us out, we have this idea of stepping back and jumping to the middle. By the way, we're playing a casual 5+3. And a quick update on my channel. I scheduled a whole bunch of shorts because people like to watch shorts more than they like to watch long videos. That's just the facts. Or they're short, so people have more time to watch them. But I just reached 700 subscribers, so that is a huge milestone for me. I think I'm going to need to develop this guy one way or another, or this guy one way or another. So let's just go ahead and do it. I'm not sure that it makes a huge difference. And there can be some forking ideas. So most likely he'll develop this bishop here, and then I develop my bishop here. If his knight jumps to the middle, I mean, we can take it immediately. So he'll probably develop this guy. And in such a situation, if the bishop is here and the knight is here and he captures, I hit him with the fork. So there's a couple of tactics involved in all of that. Okay, buddy. You want to just destabilize my center like that? I think that I'm going to just go ahead and defend that with a knight. He can kick my knight out now. Now that I have developed this knight, I took away my retreating square for the other knight. So I'm going to have to step back here, and this knight is going to have to go on a spiritual journey to get back into the game. And unfortunately, I can't capture here because there's two things attacking it. So we have to play this move here. He can launch another pawn. And he's really trying to push the no, he can't launch this pawn. What am I talking about? It is covered by literally everything in the position. Okay. It's looking like we got to take another step back. So I was really hoping to attack this young man, and it's just not working out that way. And it seems like he has really no huge interest in castling. So we are going to step forward. My bishop is now a great pawn in the middle of the board instead of a bishop. He can still just develop his quite naturally and castle this way. And so I have the inkling. He's going to go this way. In which case, I will make an effort to castle this way and launch the pawns that way. But I'm not sure it's really going to work out for me, to be completely honest with you, because this isn't necessarily a hook. And if you see, every single one of my pieces is on this side of the board. This walks directly into this knight, bonking me on the head, and takes away this. If I go here, we're kind of maybe walking into the same exact idea, so I think I need to take the time to step back with my knight, defending this knight advancement. He can still jump in over here and attack this guy. This knight is kind of a headache. Essentially what you want to do in a lot of these open Sicilian lines is trade off your knight for this knight, because your knight sucks, as you can see, and his knight is awesome, like just applying pressure everywhere. And he's got a pretty straight up idea here, and deflect at least one of my defenders of this guy. But I think we're ready to jump forward. I still really want to play this move and castle, and then have an attacking game of chess. Let's give this guy's profile a quick gander. So he doesn't play bullet. He's really good at blitz. Oh dear lord. 1945. I think I'm like 1900, if that. Oh, we're playing blitz. Yeah, I'm 1906. But I play a lot of casual, so my rating generally stays the same. Quick advice to you guys: if you play chess, I would play on Lichess and play casual, because the people aren't going to cheat. Like, the chances that you face a cheater are like very slim. Okay, I feel like I need to push this pawn anyway. I mean, like, this pawn just belonged there. And now we're going to jump forward. And so if he captures with the knight, there is this fork. So now my knight is actually beautifully stationed, and if he takes with the bishop, I'm actually still quite happy with that. It kind of opened this diagonal, and if not, I can grab the dark square bishop in one move, and then I got rid of my knight for a bishop. Seems like a good thing for me. And not only that, if I get rid of this dark square bishop, this is a pawn on a dark square, and I kind of control the light squares. I actually quite like my position. I quite like the time differential as well. This guy is not doing so well on the clock. The queen coming out here, I mean, it's covered temporarily, but it's not going to be covered forever. And so he's going to have some cheeky ideas on this side of the board at some point. So, like, simply if he captures and brings the queen out, then there we go. I can't castle this way. He's applying pressure here. Pushing this pawn becomes more in the realms of possibilities. What on earth did that accomplish? I still need to move my queen. I don't actually need to take this guy. Is there any sort of insane tactics that I should be aware of? I mean, this knight is beautifully, beautifully placed. I don't really like just getting rid of him. So we're going to take a little step up. He's got this check. Oh, dear lord. I should have taken the bishop. He's got this check. Aye! And then what do? Step over? Should have taken the bishop when I had the chance. Now he's going to give me this check. I can't block because there is take over. But I'm attacking the knight. Yes. So let's calculate this real quick. I think that it doesn't work. Here. And if he takes with check, I step over. He would step back with the knight, and then I take. Then he brings the rook to the party. Tad bit egregious that I just made that blunder. I literally had the opportunity. Okay, so he wants to just completely knock me off the board. We might have to play this. With 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock, this bishop cutting off this diagonal is not something that I can allow. And if I take and the queen comes in, I mean, I can do the same exact idea with the queen. He could step up and guard here, but then I can step in. And then maybe I just step up with the king, actually. Okay. So he literally came in and gave me a little tickle, and now I can't castle. So that's awesome. I can go ahead and take this bishop, but look how many pawns he has on dark squares. I'm not convinced that taking that bishop is something that I really need to be doing. So what if I step up and bring the rook? Because he's contemplating this. That's what this guy really wants to do. I can also jump forward with this knight, but then he jumps in and attacks my queen. So we're not going to do that. This, attacking the knight. The knight goes back. I take the bishop at that point. You step over, I step up. I think playing this might make sense now. And it's quite scary if I do this. Like, boom, boom. I wish I could castle. Or step up. Is that even slightly reasonable right now? Let's go for this. Why did I do that? That opens this square. That opens this square for this fork. That was such a bad move. Was it? Take, and then the square's covered by my pawn. Maybe I'm not that great at chess, so with our opponent with 52 seconds on the clock, I really hope that he just does not flag. 3 seconds each move is sufficient to never flag. 2 seconds is sufficient to essentially never flag. The only time that I really flag, or anybody flags in an increment +2 position, is when you're in a position and you're trying to find like any move to play, but you're just completely lost. We got an open file over here. And this becomes real scary. So I think we are going to just come over with the queen. It defends this. We're still guarded against this. We can still grab this at some point. But now this pawn push comes with the idea of step back. I mean, if I just take, well, I mean, what are you going to do? Take here? I don't think that that's going to work out for him. Here. Or you capture this first. But then I capture. And if you capture, I get in with my queen. Let's just go for it. He can capture here first. Oh, maybe I should have... I don't know. I don't know. But if he steps back, I hit him with a check. Yeah, but I don't know how worried about that I am. I also have check. I think tactically I got him. This guy is hanging, but I can get out of it. Check. Probably you take. I take. You take. I take. You take here, I step up. Who's winning that? I step over with the rook, but you can run. I could just take. Here. We're doing this. He can... What was that? That was a pawn? I mean, how worrisome is that? Was grabbing a pawn in this situation what he really needed to do? I'm pretty sure I'm just going to grab this knight, correct? He's got this, but I can come back. And I can also throw in a check first. So I'm up. Okay. Check, check, check. I can really just simplify everything. So, check. He's got to do something about that. Then this check, tactically, just got smoked. And now the defender of this rook is gone. We will take. He can get into the position, maybe. Like I take. And he flies into the position over here. But then, at the cost of getting my pawn, you forced a rook trade. Yeah. He got my pawn, but your escape gets blocked by my other rook laterally. He's saying, well played, thank you. I'm going to say, well, I'll put that on YouTube. And so this tactic right here, it happened really fast. The opening actually I think is fairly sound until we get to this point. This tactic here in the end, I know we're going to go through it with the computer and everything. That was 12 minutes. This right here. You always need to look at the chain of checks. So like, this knight taking this bishop is with a check. So that's just important to note. When this knight moves, like boom, say is it my move? What's going on here? Okay, I guess I can't move the pieces. Then these bishops see each other, and then this is also with a check. So like if I took here and he just moved the king, then I still hit him with this check, and you didn't solve your problem at all. So it's check, check, and this bishop is the only thing guarding this guy. So just because he's attacking my queen does not mean like that I don't have to move my queen. So you always want to think of like alternative ideas, unless you have no time. If you have no time, then like move over, bro. Then just don't lose your queen. But that's if you have like 4 seconds, okay? And you have increment. But in a situation where you have 1 minute and 3 seconds with 3-second increment, so let's check that with the computer and see how accurate was that gosh darn game of chess. I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis, and it wasn't the most accurate game of chess, but it sure was exciting, and really all it came down to was a crazy tactical sequence in the end game that were all checks. So I actually found the best computer line like 7 moves in a row in that end game, and so he had no hope after that. And so I might not be so terrible at chess. And so 2 blunders, 4 inaccuracies, 3 mistakes, 71% accurate by our opponent, and then me, 2 mistakes, 3 blunders, 0 inaccuracies, a big 0 on inaccuracies. We're either going big or going home. And so if we look at the graph, I'm winning, it's equal, I was slightly losing at one point, and then I'm crushing. And so let's just check out what we can learn from this game of chess. So we have the Sicilian, the open Sicilian, and I know this line at least a little bit up until this point. You jump here with the knight, seems like a weird move. And then they push this pawn. That generally always happens, because if they don't, you can jump in with this check, and they trade the dark square bishop for your knight, and you take it with your queen, and your queen is actually pretty annoying right here. And so that is what happens quite a bit. Now, I know the best line here as well. They push the pawn, and you throw this pawn forward, because you don't want to develop the knight and never be able to put this pawn here. So you basically got to put this pawn here first before trapping it in with this knight, because holding this square is a little bit important in this position. So, now, how often do I see this move? The answer is not a lot. Normally they develop the knight, or they do something with the bishop. I don't see this move a lot, okay? So that's why I don't know the best moves anymore. And so we develop a piece. We can straight up just take that, and it's supposed to be good for us, but whatever, we develop a piece instead. Then, this tactical line right here, are you ready? And I'm not surprised that I missed this. We jump in, sacrificing the knight to attack the queen, to make the queen move, to jump in with this fork, where he runs away, and we get the knight. And this guy still lives. And so I'm winning in this position. Now, was I going to see that and realize that this knight is actually probably going to get back out of this horrible situation, because there's not a great way to attack this bishop, and that bishop's going to support my knight getting out of here. And if you do something like this, I mean, I can just like trade, and then, I don't know, defend. The knight will survive, long story short. The knight will survive. And so I didn't see that. Instead, we make the far more human blunder, step back. Because did I see that crazy tactic and evaluate that the knight will escape later on in the game, 10 moves away? Not a chance. So we step back instead of hanging my knight in one move and going for all that crazy stuff. So we're taking steps back. Completely equal position. I develop my bishop and turn him essentially into a pawn. And then we step back with the knight because we're trying to guard these squares from this knight. So these knights are in a little bit of knight opposition. And so this is kind of stupid because I can just push this pawn forward, and this pawn generally belonged on that square anyway, so making me put it there just didn't make a lot of sense from our opponent, and then he just got to do something with the bishop. Then I jump into the middle of the board with my knight. He can't take with this knight because there's this fork. Okay, you take here, the pawn takes, there's a fork. Maybe even this one is better actually, because then, I don't know. Long story short, I'm supposed to castle here. But I was pretty dead set. Best computer move is to allow this check and step over? Are you kidding me? Wow. Maybe I might be the greatest chess player ever to exist. The answer is no, because I did not see this check. So I didn't actually calculate any of this. This caught me by surprise after I moved the queen. But regardless, sometimes you get a little bit of luck. You know, you don't see something and you end up playing the best computer moves. Launching this pawn on the side to prevent this actually makes a fair bit of sense. Like, we're kind of worried about stuff over here. So yeah, we can just stop it with this pawn. Didn't care. We make a little stepping back move because this bishop really has no scope on this side of the board, and this bishop's cutting off my diagonal, so I wanted to just trade them off. He goes back, and I go for a pawn break. My king is kind of stuck in the middle of the board. It's completely equal, but this is a hard-to-play game of chess right now. If you see, we have an absolute mess going on. And so we take, the knight can't go here, and we slide over with the queen. It's a mistake, but you know what? At the cost of losing this pawn, we have a vicious attack. And so actually, now that I'm realizing this, once he grabs this pawn push becomes much harder to do because the bishop covers that with check. That's something to note, okay? So instead, he lets it happen. We push, okay. Wow, so pushing this pawn, I don't have to do anything about that. I can still push here. And now the situation is different. The pawn is defended because you never captured this one with your rook. So time is everything, and I go for the pawn push. He captures, I capture back with the bishop. He can still get into the position over here, but I don't think it's good. Like, so grabbing this pawn, it's not with the position. You're getting attacked on this side of the board, my friends. So taking a pawn right here, it's the best computer line, but I don't think that it's what needed to be played. You needed to, like, I don't know what you're supposed to do. Actually, you can't move the knight anywhere because then I just checkmate you. And so everything worked out. We take the knight. He goes here, and then this is the tactical sequence that I want you to pay the most amount of attention to. He attacks the queen. The knee-jerk reaction is, okay, step over with the queen so that this guy, or step here. One of these two squares would make a fair bit of sense. Also would be defending against this check if we need to worry about that in any situation. But what you need to look for first is, my queen is under attack, yes. But are there any checks that I can give? Well, yes, there are. And then what are you going to do about that? Well, whatever he does about that, regardless, these guys still see each other, and that is also going to be a check. And so the computer is even saying, I can just take this, and then take this with check, a double check, actually, and then he steps up, and I take the knight with a fork. Then he tries to get out of here. We step over with the king, and now we're basically just playing a position where, like, he attacks my knight, I can step up and defend it, and we're just playing a position where I literally have more material, but he has a queen. Like, I just have so much stuff going on right now. King can't castle, but I got knight, bishop, rook versus these three guys. There's no way, not a chance. So I didn't see that. So I could, when you're winning by a little bit, you know what I mean, you can just do stuff like that. But this is the more forcing and better line to play as a human. We attack this with check. Stepping over with the king is really the best idea so that this isn't a check. And what do we do in that situation? We do just take, and then he takes, but we still got this fork. So you step over. Then I grab the rook, you grab the bishop, I grab your bishop. It gets complicated, but I'm still gonna win. And so the far more human thing is you take, and they're probably going to take back this knight. And whether they do it with the queen or the knight, these guys still see each other, and then this is a check at the end of the day. And this is the defender of the rook. So all we got to do is give this check, and then we get this rook. So boom, 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 boom. And then trading the queens here is just a horrible idea for our opponent. You're losing. You are absolutely losing this game of chess. Probably what he should play is just something like this. Bless me. Alright, that was enough analysis. Thank you so much for watching my video. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one, and bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, we are playing for all the marbles, because I have not played a rated rapid game in quite some time, and now I have a question mark next to my name. So what we are going to need to do is destroy this opponent, and we are going to be doing so by the first move, c6. With the simple idea of supporting the pawn in the center, we will then develop our bishop, I believe, before we close the pawn chain. Now, please forgive me if my arrows are horrendous in playing this new one. If you check right here, boom, I got a new mouse because I am sick and tired of the lag on my other mouse. So this one actually has a wire. See that? So it actually has a wire. I'll give you guys a closer look. I showed this on a stream, but look how cool this thing is. It's a $40 mouse, the nicest mouse that I've ever owned in my life. The old one is right here, Logitech, but it's connected with no wire. It's a Bluetooth wire setup. Okay, so let's just not go ahead and lose our time advantage. We don't want none of that. So I think we're going to go up ahead and develop this knight. I think we'll challenge this bishop. If he takes, then we get to develop our queen. If he goes for the pin, we will question the bishop. This also takes away the square from this guy. And I think, first things first, we're going to just support this in the center. And we have a pretty similar structure. But now that the knight has developed or defended this, I think I'm free to move my queen elsewhere. And we are also playing, okay, making sure that it's rated. We are actually playing a rated game. And, okay, so he wants to take away these ideas from me as well. Now, this is kind of the moment of truth. I could castle same side or I could castle opposite. If I'm castling this way, I think he's got a pretty clear plan of... Let's just not overthink it. Let's not overthink it. Let's castle. This is something that I just do not do all that often. And he same side castles. Okay. Well, now I don't really understand why he went ahead and traded that. I don't feel like he... I guess he did need to because ideas were lurking where I could win this pawn and get my queen in there. Sorry, I warned you guys about this. And I don't know what else to do, so I'm going to take this time to step over with the king. He steps over with his king, and I think we're just going to bring our rook to the middle of the board. We're kind of just making improving moves, and this is the part of chess that actually a lot of people really struggle with. It's like, we've castled, we've gotten the minor pieces developed, we've gotten the rooks developed, but what you need to start doing at this point is thinking, how can I put my pieces, okay, maybe I should have just drawn a line. How can I put my pieces on the opponent's side of the board? That's generally what you want to start figuring out. Like, if you don't know what to do, and all of your stuff is in a good position, think of your moves forward. And so this is one idea. I mean, that's not really putting a piece, but if a capture happens, you know, I'm sort of closer. We're kind of doing something. So, yeah, so I kind of anticipated that move was going to happen. And so what I'm sensing is that this side of the board is not all that immensely important. I somewhat like the idea of stepping back with the knight. It is a retreating move, but it's a rerouting retreating move. Because I'm kind of thinking like... the battle is going to happen on this side of the board. And so I don't want to fall any lower in the clock, but I think we play a move such as this, where if he captures, we capture back with the knight with tempo on the queen, and then we can station our knight here. If he steps in, we still have ideas of winning this pawn. So we jump in with the knight. Is that what I had planned? Did I say capture? What did I say capture with? Whatever. Essentially what we have done now is we have a knight versus bishop situation. I can get real fancy and slide all the way in and attack this pawn. He can only defend it by playing this. Looks like he's trying to come into my position over here. I can also play something like this, force a pawn push. So, once... Well, we're really still thinking about how to put my pieces on the other side of the board. We don't really want his pieces coming to our side of the board. So at the same time that you're thinking about how can I put my pieces on their side of the board, you have to also be thinking, I don't want his pieces arriving on my side of the board with tempo. So I'm really thinking something like this, where if he pushes, maybe putting my rook here actually makes sense as well. Or like just an entire rook lift. Like boom, boom. I mean, he can defend this weak pawn so many different ways. So like something like this, we're spending too much time. Let's just make a move. Let's just make a move. He can step back. That guards the threat of the queen, if you even want to call that a threat. Like, I mean, I can play this, but he just can... It kind of helps him, if anything. So he steps back. We're going to just immediately retreat. Just immediately retreat. We don't want to give up the bishop for the knight. We're not going to think about it for a huge amount of time. I could have gone to probably some other squares, but it is what it is, and we're going to make it work. So he's going for the queen trade. If I take, then the knight just goes to the middle. If I don't take, then this is under fire. If I push my bishop here and he takes, I mean, yes, this does a good job temporarily, but it doubles my pawns. But let's just see what happens. We'll just trade the queens for the simple reason of maybe we can trade the rooks and get into some sort of king and pawn endgame, king and pawn with bishops and rooks, or bishops and knights. Because right now this is the imbalance of the position. And that's really all we got going for us. He can capture back 3 different ways. Probably just putting the knight in the middle. Unless he wants to make it completely struck. Oh, he wants to go this way. So this gives me this diagonal. That's what I first see. But I think first things first, we're going to take these squares away from the knight. Fairly reasonable. I could do this and he pushes. That puts a lot of pawns on these dark squares. I should probably start thinking about what to do with my rook. Let's just do this. I feel like it can't be a terrible move. He pushes forward, I step back. Oh, goes that way. Let's cancel. Something, just a tidbit of information. If you're holding a piece and you don't want it to, you don't know what's going on, just press the right button and it will cancel it. So let's go here. Now, essentially, if the knight lands on this square, we'll almost definitely have to take. But what we're really going for is an endgame. You know, we're going to check this guy's profile. He doesn't play bullet. He doesn't play blitz. What if I push? What does that accomplish? Take, 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 take. I like this. Where if he pushes, I take, and it splits his pawns. So I like this. That's kind of my immediate idea. He could push here, but then I just take, take. We're not going to think about it anymore. I'm down a minute on the clock. I think we need to make some moves. We need to make some stuff happen, and nothing is happening. So capture, capture. He could push. He could be real brave. Like that's not a terrible move to just push forward. But we're trying to make a little bit of an imbalance. If I can separate this pawn, like if this happens, this pawn is an identifiable weakness. Immediately it has a weakness in the position. Also, if he takes, he does not have this pawn push. And so I don't know what that move accomplished right there. But I think we just take. No? We take. He takes back. And are we still worried about all this? We also kind of have tempo on this rook. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? I think we're going to try and slide in. If he pushes, we slide over with this rook. If he captures, I capture back like this. Hard to say which open file is more important. So we're just going to play this. If this happens, we can get active. No, no, no. What am I talking about? We slide this rook over. Because the interest has shifted over to this side of the board. Or the interest has shifted over to this side of the board. This pawn is now a weakness. We want to be able to attack it. What if we just attack immediately? If he pushes, we step back. There's not a great way to prevent this pawn from pushing forward. So I think we're just going to play this. Time to start bringing the king. So he wants to line up on this. Maybe I had like a tempo winning move or something. What about this? Stay on this diagonal? How important is that diagonal? We go here. He pushes. What about just sliding in? He then pushes. We step back. If he takes, I take. I think we're going for this. Where if we trade, I feel like it's a positive transformation in the position for me. That is generally what I'm thinking. And so we're going to just trade. Tempo on this guy. We do this. You step back. I attack this. You can't really go here because then I hit you with this guy. And if you slide in, my spidey senses are tingling. I want to freeze this. So we're going for it. This pawn is an isolated pawn. If he pushes and takes, I'm just going to defend like this. So I'm really thinking like get in like so. Also, this is weak. So what if we slide over? We could slide up like this temporary. Okay. Enough thinking. Open file. He can come over and attack this, but then we slide up. Then we got some real good ideas with my rook. He can slide over here as well. Like this would make sense. I could then step in attacking this pawn. You come in. I take. You take. But then I get you with a check.